Chapter 1, I am a ninja. Rog, I have a commission here, I hope you can take it. Wearing a black suit, Collison, whose hairline had moved back severely, stood at Rog's desk and said calmly. You know the rules, let me talk about the general content of the commission first, and then I can decide whether to accept your commission. Rog, who was leaning back in the chair, opened his eyes and glanced at Collison, then leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes again. 2 weeks ago, Tony Stark went to Afghanistan to deliver local US military weapons. After the transaction was completed, on the way back to the US military base, Tony Stark was attacked and subsequently kidnapped. His whereabouts are unknown. I hope you can go there. A trip to Afghanistan, save Tony Stark. Collison briefly described the content of the commission and the general situation. Although Rog looked like he was about to fall asleep, he was completely awake when he heard Tony Stark's name. Tony Stark, it seems that what should have happened happened. Roger opened his eyes and sat up, then took out a scroll from the desk drawer and placed it in front of Collison. Just as Roger was about to open the scroll, he suddenly remembered something, and then put the scroll back in the drawer. I have something to deal with now, you will come to me again at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As soon as the voice fell, Roger's figure completely disappeared in front of Collison, disappearing like a teleport. Although the scene in front of you is very unreasonable, Collison is already quite familiar. After all, this was not the first time he had watched Roger disappear instantly. Using the technique of Thunder God, Roger moved from his office to the roof of a warehouse by the Hudson River in an instant. And here, there was Roger, who was exactly like him, waiting for him. Thank you. As soon as the voice fell, the bang of Roger, who had been waiting here, turned into a cloud of smoke, and then disappeared into the air. After removing the shadow clone, Rog also received all the information detected by the clone. Rog, who is on the bright side, is a detective with his own office. But in fact, he is a ninja. To be precise, it was a ninja who had traveled into this world. To be more precise, it is a ninja who should have traveled to the world of Naruto, but fell into the world of Marvel. Just as the reasons for traversal are always strange, the plugins, or gold fingers, owned by the traversers, are even more different. Roger's golden finger is very simple, it is a system called Ninja God. This system is also very simple, it is a system with only 2 functions, commission and exchange. By completing tasks entrusted by others, Roger can obtain something called Ninja Coin. Nin coins can be exchanged for anything except humans in Naruto world on the exchange page. Such as ninjutsu, blood succession, occult, ninjutsu, tail beast. As long as he has enough ninja coins, Roger can redeem all the ninjutsu in the Naruto world. He can also have all the blood succession limits, blood succession elimination, and even all the 9-tailed beasts can be exchanged, making him a real meaning god of the ninja. The future that the system can give is very beautiful. The only drawback is that the acquisition of Nincoin is not as easy as imagined. Rog has been in this world for 3 years, but the amount of ninjutsu he has obtained is still not that many, so he barely exchanged 9 ninjutsu. For example, the shadow clone that was just released is what Roger learned through exchange. As for the advanced ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God, it is the system's friendly care for the newcomers of crossing, and it is one of the rewards in the great gift package of crossing newcomers. If he hadn't mastered the S-level ninjutsu like Thunder God from the beginning, it would be impossible for Roger to have the ability to complete the commission, let alone exchange ninjutsu for ninjutsu to increase his strength a little bit. The mission intelligence given by Jinhee is actually accurate, which is a bit inconsistent with his personality. The main reason why Rog did not immediately accept Collison's commission is that he still has an unfinished commission. Article 4 of the Entrustment Rules: before the entrustment is completed, the next entrustment cannot be accepted. This delegation rule is not Rog's rule, but the system's rule. As for similar rules, in addition to this one, there are 4 other rules. As for whether there will be more commission rules in the future, Rog himself is not sure. However, the commission rules formulated by the system are fairly reasonable rules, and some extremely unreasonable rules will not appear. After understanding the general situation in the warehouse, Rog did not hesitate, and jumped directly from the top of the warehouse to the front door of the warehouse. On the surface, this warehouse is the warehouse of a shipping company, but in fact, this is the largest base of Xiaohui in New York, and there are more than 100 Xiaohui ninjas stationed in it all the year round. Rog didn't know why Jinhe had trouble with Xiaohui, but since Jinhe's commission passed the system judgment, and Jinhe himself was willing to make money, Roger didn't mind acting as Jinhe's thug. Only by writing on the commission scroll and passing the commission determined by the system can you obtain nin coins. The number of nin coins is determined by the system. This is the first rule of commission. It is because of such a rule that Rog has not received many tasks in the past 3 years, which has seriously slowed his pace in becoming the of ninjas. In contrast to the traversing counterpart who became a true in less than 2 years next door, Roger felt that he had seriously lowered the overall score of the traverser's achievements. The moment Rog just appeared at the warehouse gate, the ninjas disguised as idle security guards noticed his presence for the first time. Although they are all ninjas, Rog doesn't think that these guys who don't even know ninjutsu and only use ninja swords to slash people around are his colleagues. How can there be less grand flames in the welcome ceremony? Although the ninjas of these hand-associated ninjas didn't know what Rog wanted to do, they suddenly noticed a strong death crisis when they saw Rog standing there suddenly, looking like he was about to blow. Fire escape extinguishing fire. Although not reading the name of ninjutsu does not affect the power of ninjutsu, Rog still likes to read the name of ninjutsu before he casts it. No reason, just because it looks more handsome. Along with Roger's exhalation, a flame spit out from his mouth. When this flame first appeared, there was only the thickness of the fingers. But as the distance increased, the flames grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge sea of tens of meters. Like the roar of the fire, it slammed into the warehouse gate, blasted through the gate in an instant, and flooded in madly. In the warehouse, Uchiha Madara's arrogance was extinguished, and he was really domineering. Ninja God who likes Mamanli, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja God who likes Mamanli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 2. Do you also want to dance? There are 2 forms of ninjutsu for system exchange. One is the standard version and the other is the personalized version. The standard version, as the name suggests, is extremely standard ninjutsu, standard power, standard consumption, well regulated, and has no features. Everything needs to be developed by yourself. The personality version is a version with a strong character personality. For example, Rog's just played Fire Dungya's firefighting has a strong Uchiha Madara style. The power is greater, the chakra consumed has not increased, and in the process of exchange, Uchiha Madara can directly gain experience of this ninjutsu. Either take the time to slowly research to become stronger, or just directly become stronger. Although the personalized version of ninjutsu is more powerful and has fewer knots, it also requires more ninjutsu, which is one of the balances given by the system. However, the advantage of less Juyin does not exist for Rog. Together with Flying Thunder God, he has become his talent, as well as the non-printing technique and the 7 attribute chakra. Flying Thunder God, Muji Shishu, 7 attribute chakras, these 3 are all the rewards in Roger's Crossing Novice gift pack. For some ordinary ninjutsu, such as the Shadow Clone and the like, Roger exchanged the standard version. But there are some ninjutsu, which he exchanges as a personality version. After the raging sea of fire poured into the warehouse, it caused terrible damage. A small part of the ninjas stationed in the warehouse were directly burned to death. Others, although luckily survived, they also left a lot of injuries. This is the difference between ninjutsu and no ninjutsu. Both are ninjas, but they are completely different worlds. Rog's fierce fire extinguished lasted for 5 or 6 seconds and then stopped. It didn't last long, but it left these ninjas with an extremely terrifying impression. Is this really human? When a fierce fire was extinguished, it took away a quarter of the ninjas in the warehouse. Even so, the ninjas who survived by chance didn't have the slightest plan to break away. They took out their weapons one after another, with an aura to die with Rog. The momentum is good, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Roger didn't care about the killing intent emanating from the ninja. It's just a group of young people, completely without the ability to hurt. Under the gaze of these ninjas, Rog walked into the warehouse very casually, as if he was walking into a large shopping mall with a crowd of murderous ninjas instead of a group of murderous ninjas. Perhaps it was because Rog's invisible contempt stimulated his heart, or perhaps it was because the extinguishing of the fire left them too deep. Not long after Rog entered the warehouse, a ninja with a fusion of hands attacked him from the dark, and the extremely sharp ninja sword directly attacked his vitals. Do you want to dance too? When the ninja came to him, Rog dodged and escaped his murderous knife, then grabbed his right hand holding the knife, and said something that this ninja would never understand the meaning. In this world, no one can understand this talk, which is really a loss. Rog ignored the ninja with his hand and took his ninja sword directly, and then slid the ninja sword across his neck. From dodging to killing with a knife, all of Rog's actions seemed incredibly random, as if he was not killing a ninja with great skill, but a chicken with a protruding neck. Don't waste time, let's go together. After finishing speaking, Rog made an internationally universal gesture to these hand fusions, raising his middle finger. Although the language is not clear, the meaning of the vertical is understood by all the ninjas present. And what made them more angry than was that Rog killed one of their companions at will, and then threw the ninja who had lost his life to the side like garbage. Without requiring anyone to issue an order, these hand-knit ninjas rushed toward Roger one by one, and at the same time issued a burst of howling ghosts and wolves. Facing the collective charge of these ninjas, Rog did not retreat but ran towards them, with a trace of excitement on his face. Although the ninjas of the Hand-to-Hand Confederation have the advantage of numbers and home court, in front of Rog, who owns Chakra, they not only did not have any advantage, but they were smashed back by Rog. Unlike all the attacks of these Keiki ninjas, each time Rog's knife can take the life of a Keiki ninja. At this time Rog did not use any ninjutsu or illusion, only the simplest and purest physical skills. There is no extra action, no hesitation, every swing of the knife is just right. Neither too much force nor insufficient damage, everything is just right. When he was surrounded by many enemies and attacked from all directions, Roger finally understood why Uchiha Madara would say, "Do you also think of dancing?" In this environment surrounded by many enemies, fighting is more than just fighting. This feeling like dancing on a death sickle, this feeling of turning battle into a dance of killing, this feeling of one person and the enemy in control of life and death. If possible, Rog is even willing to continue this feeling. But his idea soon fell through. When the ninja sword in his hand was inserted into the heart of the last ninja with hands-on ninja, he was still standing in the entire warehouse, and he was alone. Except for the ninjas who died at the beginning of the fire escape and extinguishing the fire, all the other ninjas were killed in one blow. A strong atmosphere enveloped the entire warehouse, and the ground was piled up with the corpses of ninjas with hands-on ninjas, and the bright red blood stained the entire land. After confirming that there were no surviving ninjas in the entire warehouse, Rog took out his 3No mobile phone purchased on the black market, dialed the number left by Jin. It was a deep man's voice that answered the phone, but it was not Kim No himself. "Tell your boss, the warehouse entrustment is complete, and he has 12 hours to pay." After speaking, Rog hung up. After completing all of this, Roger directly used Flying Thunder and returned to his detective office. When he returned to the office, the first thing he saw was Collison sitting on the sofa, browsing the newspaper casually. "Why are you still here? Didn't I ask you to come again tomorrow?" Collison did not answer, but looked at Rog seriously, and then asked helplessly, "Can you take on such a task less in the future?" Although your evaluation in the Bureau is harmless to the general public, you don't need to special detention, but you also have to consider the impact. As an experienced agent, Collison could tell at a glance that Roger had just ended an extremely fierce battle. Although he didn't suffer any harm, the blood of those ninjas still inevitably splashed on his body, making him look like he had just come out of the slaughterhouse. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 3, I Was Wronged. Forget it, whether there is a threat to the general public is just a sentence from your National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. If it hadn't been for you to send special forces 3 times in a row and failed to arrest me, I guess you would have been locked in an unknown mysterious prison in the name of threatening the general public. Rog didn't save Collison any face. Those are all necessary procedural issues, as you know, they are the kind of procedures that must be executed. Being so bluntly refuted by Rog, even if Collison was an experienced agent, he couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. Strategic National Defense Attack A&D. Can't your bureau change its name? Every time he read the name, Rog seriously doubted whether the senior executives were all silly drinking vodka when they said the name. We are dealing with this issue, and I believe there will be a new name soon. Although he is one of them, Collison himself has some opinions on this long, somewhat slurred name. Every time you go out to perform a task, as long as you say the name of the game, other people will show an expression of what you are joking. I hope so. I'm going back. If you are interested, you can stay here and read outdated newspapers. After finishing speaking, Rog directly used the Thunder God to leave the office and return to his secret den. In the past 3 years, Rog has established a lot of enemies in New York due to the execution of commissions, and most of them are people and organizations who do not speak much about the law and only use violence to deal with problems. For the sake of safety, to avoid getting a headshot with a sniper rifle in his sleep, or being bombarded by a rocket with a rocket, Roger used a very secret identity and spent $8-figure dollars to buy a small den. More than 500 square meters, large high-rise, overlooking the entire New York Central Park. Even in downtown New York, it is still quiet and pleasant, and it is a fairly good den. No one would have thought that a person who apparently was a private investigator would live in such a place, and Roger would not have to worry about his whereabouts being leaked. Since moving here, no one has seen him go out. Every time he goes out, he uses the Thunder God to directly transmit it to the office, saving time and effort, and getting there in one step without worrying about traffic jams on the road. At noon the next day, Roger returned to the office through Flythen, and then he saw Collison still sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. This scene looks no different from yesterday. The only difference is that Collison is no longer holding a newspaper that does not know how long it will expire, but the New York Times that was just released today. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. The headline on the front page of Rog happened to be the commission he executed yesterday. Shocking killing. Thrilling and terrifying massacre in New York, 115 gangsters died in the warehouse. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Although strictly speaking, ninjas and gangsters are 2 completely different professions, it is clear that the reporter responsible for writing this news is not aware of this. However, Rog really liked the subtitle that the reporter raised, which brought back some fond memories of him. It seems you care about Tony Stark. The coffee in front of Collison has no warmth anymore. Obviously, he came to the office a long time ago. His father is one of the founders, and he himself is the government's most important weapons supplier, so we don't want him to have any accidents. Collison said seriously, but Rog didn't believe much about his explanation. If they really care about Tony Stark's safety, they will send someone to rescue Tony early in the morning. The 10 Commandments hiding in the mountains of Afghanistan may be difficult for others to find, but for them, it is a little troublesome at best. Whatever you say. After speaking, Rog took out a commission scroll from the desk drawer. Just when he was about to open the scroll and let Collison write the commission in black and white, something suddenly occurred to him. Take out a legitimate mobile phone from the drawer and log into your account. When he saw the less than 5-digit balance on the account, his face became a little hard to look. I was actually lied. After refreshing the page several times in a row, Rog had to admit the fact that he was indeed denied. Jin Bin, the underworld emperor of New York, actually went wrong. Although this thing looks a bit funny, the 3 words incomplete are brightly displayed in the system commission column. Article 2 of the commission rules, the commission will only be considered complete if the commission is paid. My last commission was checked by the client, so you need to wait another 5 minutes here, and I will be back in 5 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, Roger's figure disappeared in front of Collison again. I've been waiting for a morning, and it doesn't matter if I wait another 5 minutes. Collison has no opinion on this. Although Collison doesn't know who Rog's last entrusted client was, he is quite sure that that client is unwise. Some people's money can never be delinquent, and it is best not to even have the idea of delinquency. Through the of thunder, Roger teleported directly to the roof of the Fisk mansion. Fisk building is where Jin Bin's headquarters is located, and before the teleportation, Roger deliberately used chakra perception to perceive Jin Bin's location. Chakra's perception technique is one of his accumulations in the past 3 years. It was exchanged from the system. It originally belonged to the 2nd generation of Hokage Thousands of Hands. This technique does not require seals, and the insight is extremely accurate. Even if the target is thousands of miles away, it can accurately perceive the target's life intensity and chakra intensity. Except that there are more nin coins that need to be consumed when redeeming, this arithmetic can be regarded as without any shortcomings. Because there is no one in this world who owns chakras except Rog himself, this technique has been slightly adjusted by the system, and the ability to perceive the intensity of chakras has been replaced with perceiving energy intensity. When entrusted, Rog and Jinhee met once, so he knew the strength of Jinhee's life. Before using Fei Lei Shen, he sensed the location of Jin Bin in advance and found that Jin Bin was just in the Fisk mansion. As for the Thunder God technique on the top of Fisk mansion, he left it long ago. Not only the Fisker building, but also the roof of the Stark building, there is also the Thunder God technique. In the past 3 years, Rog has left hundreds of large and small flying thunder arts in New York, so that he can use the thunder to teleport to various areas of New York at any time. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 4, Dawn and Number 039, T. Rely on the Ninja. It is a good habit to leave the Flying Thunder God technique at hand. Especially when needed, this habit can help a lot. Moreover, after possessing the chakra perception technique, even if the Flying Thunder God technique is reserved a little, it will not affect the accuracy of Flying Thunder God's transmission. Jin Bin's office is the top floor of Fisk Tower, only a few tens of meters away from Rog's current location. If you use the method of breaking the wall, then the distance between them will be further reduced. However, Rog does not intend to do this, because he is a gentleman. In other words, it is a gentle ninja. Jin Bin may never have thought that someone would come down directly from the roof to look for him, so Rog was not blocked by any means on the way to Jin Bin's office. Even Jin Bin, the blonde secretary with a protruding body, directly regarded him as a normal visitor. Just as the blonde secretary with a delicate face and a proud figure was about to ask Rog if he had an appointment, Rog passed her directly and pushed open the door of Jinhee's office. "Sir, you can't enter." Before the blonde secretary had finished speaking, Jinho waved to her and motioned her to leave the office. "Mr. Janami, I didn't expect that you, with a big family, would actually rely on the hard-earned money of a ninja." Although Rog's tone was extremely calm, Jin Bin and his 4 men who were in the office could clearly feel the anger in his words. Before Jin Concurrent could speak, his 4 men in suits and ties decisively pulled out the pistols from the gun pouch and aimed directly at Rog's head. With 4 pistols pointed at his head, according to common sense, Rog should stop advancing and avoid further stimulating Jin and his 4 men. But Rog didn't do this, he still walked towards Jin unhurriedly, as if he hadn't seen the 4 pistols at all. Just when one of them was about to move the muzzle, and then shot Roger in the thigh, he suddenly discovered that an irresistible force was mysteriously shrouded in him, restricting all his ability to move. Rooting, a basic ninjutsu that even the ninja can learn. Self-holding technique is just a basic ninjutsu, the level is not high, and the chakra consumed is not much, but in the hands of different people, the power of this ninjutsu is completely different. Although Rog's exchanged hold technique is only the standard version, after 3 years of continuous training, his hold technique has already possessed extremely astonishing power. As long as he doesn't release it in advance, the restraint time of the fixation technique for ordinary people is 30 minutes at least. If it is an ordinary person with worse physique, the duration of the hold technique may even be as long as several hours. Although Jin Bin's 4 subordinates are in good physical condition, they are still at the level of ordinary humans. As long as Rog doesn't release the hold technique, they won't even be able to blink their eyes in the next half an hour. Dare to come to my office alone and talk to me with this attitude. You are the first one. After finishing speaking, sitting Jin stood up, showing his sturdy physique that surpasses ordinary people, and at the same time showing his amazing aura as the underworld emperor. That's because you haven't met me before. Roger didn't pay attention to Jin Bin's momentum, and came to him without hurries, then took the phone on the side of his desk and placed it in front of Jin Bin. Now, immediately, pay. After speaking, Roger raised his head and looked at Jin contemptuously. Boom. Jin did not answer Rog, but raised his thick right hand and patted the table heavily. The tremendous force immediately made the desk overwhelmed, and a line of visible cracks appeared on Jin Bin's right hand. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want by mastering some weird abilities. This is New York, my place. As soon as the voice fell, Jinhei noticed a sharp pain coming from his right hand. The right hand was pierced. When did he make it? I didn't even notice his shot. Although Jin Bin is the emperor of the underworld, he is different from other gang leaders. He has never stopped training because of being in a high position, and his huge size is not because of obesity, but because of overly developed muscles. Not only that, he is also a top-notch master of fighting. Every day he will practice against masters from all over the world, and every time he is 1 to 10. Even so, he has never lost, and the time of duel training has never exceeded 20 seconds. And those opponents of his training, either death or injury. It was precisely because he himself was extremely proficient in fighting, that Rog was so shocked that the blow that was completely beyond his perception just now. Only those who are proficient in fighting can truly understand how terrifying such an attack is. There are no signs, no response. If it wasn't for the feeling of being pierced from his right hand, he wouldn't even know that Roger had completed an attack. I'll say it again, now, immediately, pay. Looking at Rog's eyes as if looking at a corpse, Jin Chi picked up the phone with his left hand and dialed a number silently. Transfer the money, and do it now. Almost at the moment when Jin He hung up the phone, Roger's mobile phone received a message of successfully transferring $20 million. I will leave it to you as a souvenir. You must remember it in the future. Never rely on the ninja. After speaking, Roger disappeared directly from Jin He, and returned to his office through Thunder God. When his figure disappeared from the office, Jin He picked up the phone again and dialed a number, put a message out, saying that the case of the Hudson River warehouse yesterday was done by a private investigator named Roger. Rog didn't know what happened later, and if he knew, he would leave a gift for Jin and the phone's left hand. After returning to the office, he glanced at the timer in his phone, 3 minutes and 50 seconds, no timeout, not bad. After throwing the phone back into the drawer at random, he took out the commission scroll and opened it on his old desk. You can now write the details of the commission and remuneration on the scroll. At the moment the transfer was completed, the system changed the order to the completed state, and at the same time sent 10 nin coins to Roger. Collison quickly finished writing the content and remuneration of the commission. After seeing that the commission was only $50,000 in remuneration this time, Roger frowned slightly. It's only $50,000. It seems that you are not particularly concerned about Tony Stark's safety. Jin and both gave up to $20 million to commission, and the only thing that needed to be solved was the ninja who held hands together. Dignified Tony Stark, the well-known American billionaire and playboy, Howard Stark's only son, the most important weapon supplier of the U.S. military, is worth only in the eyes of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics $50,000. Tony Stark's family picks a bottle of red wine at random, and the price is higher than this. Are you serious? Although Rog didn't particularly care about the commission's remuneration, he still didn't believe it when he saw that there was only $50,000 remuneration. This is a private commission, there is no way to reimburse, so it can only be so much. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5, Rescue Tony Stark. While Collison was speaking, Rog glanced at the commission page of the system. Delegated content, rescue the kidnapped Tony Stark, commission status, incomplete, commission reward, 10 nin coins. For this result, Rog was not surprised. Judging from the previous certification of the system, the possibility of passing this time is very high. After all, this is a commission involving Tony Stark. The only thing that surprised him was that the commission reward given by the system was a bit low. 10 ninja coins are the same as the rewards of Jin he entrusted the Extermination Guild ninja. The targets involved in the commissioning of Jinhee are all unfamiliar ninjas, so it is normal that the commissioned reward is lower. But this time the commission involved Tony Stark, and as a result, the system still gave a commission reward of 10 nin coins. $50,000 is $50,000, when do you plan to leave? Rog asked casually. If you can, I hope you can go to Afghanistan with me now. I have prepared the necessary equipment there in advance. Coulson's eyes lit up and he answered immediately. It's okay to start now, but I won't go with you. I don't want to fly more than 10 or 20 hours. After speaking, Rog handed a handful of Fei Shan Kuo to Coulson, and then continued, you take this Kuo to the past. Call me when you arrive, and I will appear in front of you. Coulson had no idea that Roger would use such a method to start. However, he soon realized something. This Kunao is the key prop of Roger's teleportation ability. If we can analyze the secret of Kunao, maybe. After this thought emerged in his mind, Coulson looked at Fei Shan Kuo in his eyes with a subtle change. Don't even think about it, even if I give you this Kunao directly, you won't be able to study the secret of teleportation, so you should give up as soon as possible. Rog doesn't know how to read the mind, but just look at Coulson now and he can know what Coulson is thinking. It is purely a daydream to study the secret of Flying Thunder God through the Kuo reverse engraved with Flying Thunder God technique. Are you really not worried about revealing secrets? Worry, there will be some worry, but it will definitely not be because of you. Coulson finally left with the of Thunder, and then flew directly to Afghanistan via a pre-arranged plane. After Coulson left, Rog lay directly on the sofa and opened the exchange page in the system. Suzokan almost complete body 6 hook jade reincarnation eyes 9 tail beasts and 9 llamas Zion Fa wouldn't escape true thousands of hands top of the Buddha. Every time he saw these golden ninjutsu and blood succession, Rog swallowed unconsciously. When can all of these be exchanged? After calming down his excitement a little bit, Roger fixed his gaze on a blood succession boundary marked with 300 ninja coins. Sangu Jade writing round eyes. In order to exchange the 3 Go Jade and right round eyes, Rog stopped exchanging ninjutsu long ago and quietly accumulated the ninjutsu. Although the process of saving nin coins was a bit difficult, he could quickly redeem this long-awaited blood succession boundary. Nin coins not consumed, 295. As long as Tony Stark is rescued smoothly, Roger will be able to exchange for the 3 gold jade riding round eyes smoothly, thus having this very powerful early stage and even more powerful blood succession boundary in the later stage. Late at night, Rog's shadow clone who remained in the office received a call from Collison, and then notified him who had just fallen asleep. "Can't we call later?" Although somewhat dissatisfied, Rog finally got up and put on clothes suitable for combat, and then began to perceive the Thunder God technique far away in Afghanistan. Since mastering Flying Thunder God, it is the first time that he has tried a technique that senses such a long distance, which makes him start to worry about whether there will be any accidents with such ultra-long distance teleportation. In the beginning, Roger could only vaguely perceive the extremely vague Flying Thunder God technique. But when he simultaneously performed the ninjutsu chakra perception, the vague Flying Thunder technique gradually became clear. In the end, after consuming chakra that was dozens of times more than usual, he finally established a connection with the Thunder God of Afghanistan, and then the whole person instantly disappeared in the bedroom. In an instant, the scene before him changed from the familiar bedroom to the dusty mountains of Afghanistan. "Aren't you afraid of heat?" Looking at Collison, who was sweating in front of him but still wearing a black suit, Roger asked inexplicably. "A suit is a gentleman's armor, it can protect me from harm." Collison replied in a very formal tone. Rog ignored Collison and set his sights on the vehicle Collison had prepared. "Isn't your organization very rich? You can't change to a better car. This car looks older than me." Next to Collison is a super-aged off-road vehicle that will not make people feel surprised even if it is scrapped in the next second. "Private mission, it is not convenient to use the transportation in the bureau." Collison continued to answer in a very formal tone. "It's strange if you believe it. Let's go and save that dude." After speaking, Rog opened the door of the CO driver and sat straight on. At this time, Tony, who was being held in an unknown cave, looked at the pile of parts in front of him seriously, and said with emotion, "Assembly takes about an hour or two, and then we can leave this cave." Up. Ethan, standing next to Tony, also had a look of emotion. He never imagined that even in such an environment, Tony Stark could actually create such amazing works. This may be the talent that makes people extremely jealous and extremely eager. "Let us start." "Where to go?" "We don't know where Tony Stark is now." Collison, who was driving an off-road vehicle, asked Roger, who was closing his eyes and rested. "Drive north for half an hour at this speed, and then we will have a guide." Rog answered casually without opening his eyes. Not long after he set off, he used the chakra perception technique to check the surroundings. Although he did not directly discover Tony's whereabouts, he found a group of mice hiding in the cave. Hidden in the cave deliberately, and judging from the intensity of life, the people inside are without exception, all adult men. Rog couldn't tell whether these people kidnapped Tony's 10 commandments or not, but since they were all people seeking life in this place, even if they weren't from the 10 commandments, they were at least their peers. The news between peers is often more informed. It's like a bank in New York was robbed. The police in New York could not determine the identity of the robber in the first time, but the gangs in New York could. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 6, Body Fixation. In the mountains of Afghanistan where the yellow sand is rolling, an overaged off-road vehicle is moving fast, and the bumpy road makes Roger, sitting in the co-pilot position, completely give up his plan to rest. "Are you sure there is someone here?" According to Rog's instructions, Collison drove this super-aged off-road vehicle for half an hour in the mountainous area with no roads, but until now, he has not seen anyone. "You can see them right away." Not long after Rog finished talking, a group of terrorists with various weapons rushed out of the small hill in front of them, and then fired several shots at their car. Bang bang bang! The bullet hit the off-road vehicle without any suspense, stopping the off-road vehicle that had been running for half an hour, and a rush of heat came out of the hood of the off-road vehicle. "How are you going to deal with them?" Seeing the group of terrorists constantly coming towards them, Collison frowned slightly and asked Roger for his opinion. Rog did not reply to him, but just opened the door and got out of the car, and then walked towards the group of terrorists. % you in number. A terrorist walking in the front shouted loudly at Rog, while waving the automatic rifle in his hand, trying to stop Rog. Roger couldn't understand what the terrorist was saying, and even if he understood, he wouldn't stop. Just when the terrorist was about to raise the automatic rifle in his hand and give a bullet to Roger, who didn't know what it was, Roger disappeared in front of him like a ghost. Short body surgery. To deal with this group of terrorists, there is no need to use Thunder God at all, the instantaneous technique is completely sufficient. After casting the instantaneous spell, Rog's speed surpassed the limit that the human eye could catch, and it caused an effect like an instant disappearance. When his figure appeared again, the terrorist who was shouting at him covered his neck with great pain, and bright red blood continuously poured out from his fingers. After solving the terrorist, Rog did not intend to stop, and he performed several instantaneous spells in succession. Every time his figure appears, a terrorist will fall to the ground. From the moment the first terrorist fell to the ground, to the time when all the 7 terrorists fell to the ground, it took only 3 seconds. This ghost-like killing method completely suppressed these terrorists, and a look of horror appeared on each of them. Not only were these terrorists frightened, even Collison sitting in the car had an unbelievable look. Is this guy really still human? As an agent, Collison has seen a lot of killings. But like Roger, he saw it for the first time. Raising hands and feet can easily kill others. The slaughter like running clouds and flowing water presents an alternative beauty. Is this a ninja? Collison felt that he needed to relearn the ancient profession of ninja. After the initial panic, the remaining terrorists finally reacted and raised the automatic rifles in their hands, intending to vent all the bullets on Roger. However, this idea of theirs is destined to stay only on ideas. After realizing that they had a plan to resist, Rog instantly used the holding technique, which completely restrained their actions. The remaining dozen or so terrorists stayed motionless as if they had lost their souls, keeping the action of trying to raise their guns. Seeing the very strange scene before him, Collison swallowed unconsciously, and then silently remembered this ability that he didn't know how to name. After restraining all the remaining terrorists in place, Rog returned to the car without looking back, and said to Collison, "You are an agent, so I will leave the information to you. This kind of boring work needs to be solved by professionals." After hesitating for a few seconds, Collison opened the door and walked down to the group of terrorists who could not even move a finger. After unloading all the weapons from the dozen or so terrorists, Collison motioned to Roger to disarm his ability. After Rog lifted the hold technique, these terrorists finally regained their ability to act, and then unconsciously stepped back. After regaining the ability to act, the first thought of these terrorists was to escape, the farther the better. But they finally gave up the idea and stood there silently, looking at Coulson without a word. After a not-so-long communication, Collison smoothly learned of Tony Stark's whereabouts from these terrorists. Although these terrorists are not good people, they have nothing to do with the Ten Rings gang who kidnapped Tony. Of course, as colleagues in the same area, they also have a fairly detailed understanding of some recent actions of the Ten Commandments. They didn't know that the Ten Rings had kidnapped the famous Tony Stark. They only knew that the Ten Rings had kidnapped an American weapons dealer under the protection of the U.S. military, and then imprisoned that weapons dealer in a place more than 100 kilometers away. In the base. After confirming the location of the base several times, Coulson returned to the car and relayed the information to Roger. "What are you going to do with these people?" Before driving, Coulson asked suddenly. "What else can I do? Of course, let them go. I am not a perverted murderer." After Coulson and Roger drove away, the terrorists finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to regret why they had to come out of the cave. If you don't come out, you won't meet that person who is like a of death, let alone lose 8 people inexplicably. The off-road vehicle is getting farther and farther, but these terrorists still did not leave, nor did they go to take the weapons that were thrown on the ground. The profession of terrorists is too dangerous. Do you really want to continue? When Carlson drove the off-road vehicle toward the cave where Tony was being held, Tony and Ethan were also speeding up the assembly of their battlesuits. In this cave with several monitors, if terrorists outside find out that they are assembling battlesuits instead of Jericho missiles, they don't have to think about how to leave the cave. At this time, Raza in another cave always felt a little uneasy today, and he felt this way for the first time after kidnapping Tony Stark. As a member of the Ten Commandments gang, and still quite a member of status, Raza has always believed in his instincts. This is why he can become one of the leaders with his own base and subordinates step by step from an ordinary member of the Ten Commandments. Under the guidance of intuition, Raza came to the cave where the surveillance screen was placed, intending to learn about the work process of Tony Stark. Where is Tony Stark? Where is he? On the surveillance screen, Raza saw Ethan who was busy, but he did not see Tony at all. It was here just now, a member of the Ten Commandments gang next to Raza replied quickly. Go and see what's going on. For some reason, the anxiety in Raza's heart became more apparent. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 7, Tony and Number 039, S Salvation. Ethan Stark. 2 terrorists with automatic rifles ran to the cave where Tony was being held, and opened the observation hole on the iron gate and shouted. Speak, answer him. Tony in the battlesuit whispered to Ethan who was helping him put on the battlesuit. This is Hungarian, I don't know it. Then just say 2 Hungarian words. Ethan had no choice but to stop his movements, and answered a few words in Hungarian, which he was not sure about. But obviously, Ethan's answer did not satisfy the terrorist at the door, and he continued to ask loudly. A few seconds later, the terrorist who did not get Ethan's further answer motioned his companions to open the iron gate of the cave. Boom! The moment the terrorist opened the iron door, a violent explosion completely blasted the heavy iron door and the terrorists at the door. After seeing this scene on the monitor screen, Raza, who had always had a cold expression, finally changed his face and immediately gave the order. Everyone has weapons, don't let Stark run away. The next second, Raza suddenly remembered something, picked up the walkie-talkie in front of him, and gave a second instruction. Don't kill Stark, I want to live. At this time, Ethan in the cave continued to help Tony wear a battlesuit. How is the effect? Tony, who had entered the suit, couldn't see the effect of the explosion, so he asked Ethan in front of him. Good results. Of course, this is the bomb I made. Tony never doubted his abilities, and the reason for asking Ethan was just to prove his thoughts. I'm almost done. Ethan's tone became a little excited. Wait, start the power system first. Ethan put down the line that he was about to connect, and turned around to come to a computer with a shabby appearance but fully functional. What should I do? A program to start the suit's power system is installed on the computer, but this program was completed by Tony alone, so Ethan did not know how to start the program. Press the function key F11 and tell me when you see the progress bar. Under Tony's guidance, Ethan successfully activated the power system of the suit, and then returned to Tony to continue his previous work. After finishing the final assembly of the suit, Ethan returned to the computer with a look of anxiety on his face. We need more time. The installation progress of the suit's power system is now less than half, and it will take a lot of time to complete the installation. Hey, let me buy you some time. Ethan said calmly to Tony in the battle suit, and then, despite Tony's dissuasion, ran directly to the terrorist who was killed and picked up the automatic rifle on the ground. Ethan! Tony in the steel suit shouted loudly, hoping to prevent Ethan from leaving. However, Ethan did not look back, picked up the automatic rifle in his hand and ran towards the outside while pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang! The gunshots got farther and farther, and Tony's face became more and more serious. It didn't take long for Tony in the suit to hear a fierce gunshot, and then no gunshots sounded again. Relying on the time gained by Ethan, the power system of the suit was finally installed. At the moment the system was installed, there was a sound of mechanical assembly in the cave, and the originally bright cave quickly dimmed and became pitch black. At this time, on the rugged mountain road 20 to 30 kilometers away from the cave, Roger, sitting in an off-road vehicle, suddenly felt a distinctive energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation? Damn, it's too slow. Although Rog had never been in contact with the arc reactor before, he was sure that the energy fluctuation just now was caused by the arc reactor on Tony's chest. In such a backward mountainous area of Afghanistan, other high-end technologies are impossible, so the energy fluctuations will only come from the arc reactor in Tony's chest. The energy output from the arc reactor instantly increased to this intensity, and there was only one possibility, that is, Tony activated the steel suit Mark I. If Tony did not start the Mark I, Rog would not be able to sense the energy output from the arc reactor. The energy required just to prevent the shrapnel from entering the heart is too small to be accurately sensed at all. But now it's different. When the Mark I was activated, the arc reactor in Tony's chest output a huge amount of energy, which allowed Roger to perceive Tony's location. Something went wrong with Tony, I'm going to go by first. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared in the off-road vehicle. Although he sensed Tony's location, Roger was a little depressed, because Tony was still more than 20 kilometers away from him. Without leaving the Flying Thunder God technique, he can only rely on the instantaneous technique to hurry. Although the instantaneous technique can make the caster's speed exceed the capture limit of the human eye, resulting in a flash-like effect. But in the final analysis, this ninjutsu is just gathering chakra on the feet, and then relying on the reinforcement of chakra to move at high speed. In other words, the road still has to run by yourself, but the instantaneous technique can make you run faster. I hate running, especially this kind of long-distance super high-speed running. Although he complained like this, Roger did not remove the instantaneous spell on his body. He disappeared like a flash, then appeared hundreds of meters away, and then repeated the process. While Rog used his instantaneous technique to drive madly, Tony was wearing a steel suit against terrorists. Although the Mark I looks a bit rough in appearance, this does not affect its power. The gun in the hands of the terrorists couldn't penetrate the outer shell of Mark I. Tony, wearing Mark I, ran rampant in the dark passage like an invulnerable god of war, and kept walking towards the outside exit. After Tony solved the terrorists in the passage, he finally saw the exit and Ethan, who fell to the ground with the shot. Be careful! Ethan, lying in a pool of blood, yelled to Tony. Along with Ethan's reminder, there was also a grenade fired from a rifle. Boom! The grenade flew by dozens of centimeters in front of Tony, blasting a big hole in the wall in front of him. It was Raza who fired this grenade. After seeing Ethan rushing out alone regardless of life and death, Raza roughly guessed Tony's plan. As a top weapon inventor, Tony Stark will never be unprepared. Therefore, when all his men went in to capture Tony, Raza himself did not go in, but stayed in the hole with a weapon, waiting for Tony to come out. I don't know if Raza's marksmanship is too bad, or Tony's luck is too good. This grenade did not cause any damage to Tony. In return, Tony activated the small missile on Mark I's left hand and gave Raza a more powerful gift. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 8, Tony Caught Again. Boom! Like the grenade launched by Raza, the small missile launched by Tony did not hit the target, but hit the wall behind Reza. The huge explosion power blasted a big hole in the wall, and the splashed debris buried Reza's whole person. Although the small missile did not directly hit Reza, it also made Reza lose the ability to fight and act. Tony didn't pay much attention to Reza's situation, walked quickly to Ethan, who was constantly pouring blood, and opened the steel helmet mask. "Stark?" Ethan called Tony weakly. "Get up, let's go." Tony looked at Ethan, who was getting weaker and weaker, and slowly said, "Even if you want to get up for me, follow our plan." "Actually, this is my plan." Ethan's voice became weaker, and his breathing became difficult. "Get up, you still have to see your family." Although Tony has not experienced any battles, he knows very well that if Ethan's spirit relaxes, then Ethan will no longer be able to stand up. "My family is dead, and I am going to see them soon." Tony was silent, he didn't know what he could do now. "Don't worry, I'm not worried anymore." After hearing Ethan's answer, Tony remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed feebly, and said to Ethan very seriously, "Thank you for saving my life. Then cherish it and don't waste your life." After speaking, Ethan took a few painful breaths, and then slowly closed his eyes. Watching Ethan die, Tony's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger, and he controlled Mark I to walk towards the entrance of the cave. In the gloomy entrance, Mark I's figure became clearer and clearer. Outside the cave, there are dozens of terrorists holding rifles and aiming their guns at the entrance of the cave. When Mark I walked out of the cave, the terrorists shouted and pulled the trigger at the same time. The bullet hit the Mark I like a, and the ping-pong-pong metal crash sounded continuously. The impact of the bullet caused Tony wearing Mark I to shake a little, but none of the bullets penetrated the armor of Mark I. After shooting for several seconds, these terrorists stopped shooting and looked at the Mark I at the entrance of the cave with a panic. "Now, it's me." As soon as the voice fell, Tony activated the two-handed flame launcher of Mark I, and the flame flew out like two torrents, igniting the terrorists gathered at the entrance of the cave. Under the astonishing flame attack, these terrorists retreated one after another, trying to avoid the flame attack. But even so, many terrorists were still hit by the flames, and they were enveloped in flames. Tony's target was not only these terrorists, but also the weapons placed everywhere, those weapons from Stark Industries. The boxes loaded with various weapons were lit one by one, and the explosion sounded continuously. Just as Tony was about to destroy all these weapons from Stark Industries, the terrorists on the mountainside pulled the trigger of the heavy machine gun. The power of the heavy machine gun far exceeds that of the ordinary rifle. The Mark I, which was hit by the heavy machine gun bullet, finally stopped moving forward. Even the Mark I made of steel cannot withstand the continuous attacks of heavy machine guns. Tony raised his right hand and blocked it in front of him to avoid being hit in the head by the bullet from the heavy machine gun. At the same time, those terrorists who were not hit by the flames also began to counterattack. Bullets flew to Mark I from every corner. Dense bullets hit the Mark I, several of which hit the track of Mark I's right leg that was not wrapped in steel. With the right leg track being broken, the Mark I, weighing hundreds of kilograms, instantly lost the ability to move forward. The huge weight pressed Tony to one knee. Even so, Tony still had no plans to leave immediately, and continued to attack the boxes with weapons with flamethrowers. Explosions continued to sound in this unknown valley. After barely standing up, Tony raised his left hand and pressed the spray button on his left arm. Although the Mark I does not have real flying ability, it has a short-term jet flying ability, which is the last card used by Tony to escape. After pressing the jet button, the Mark I did not fly as Tony had imagined, but stayed where it was unresponsive. Mechanical failure. The word flashed across Tony's mind. Afterwards, Tony decisively gave up his plan to escape by flying, and fell to the ground, and covered his head with his hands. Boom! 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 After being burned by the flames, those weapons from Stark Industries exploded without any suspense, and the entire valley was instantly enveloped by the explosion of flames. An astonishing explosion swept across the valley, engulfing those terrorists who had not had time to escape. When the flame of the explosion gradually dissipated, the entire valley was already in a mess. Traces of the explosion can be seen everywhere, and guns and terrorist bodies scattered in various places prove the power of the explosion. When everything returned to calm, Mark I, which fell to the ground, trembled with difficulty, and then began to disintegrate. Because of the protection of Mark I, Tony did not suffer too much damage, except that the image was a bit bad. Everything else was okay. Tony, who came out of Mark I, scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no terrorists alive around, he sat on the ground tiredly, panting heavily. Not long after Tony sat down, a figure appeared behind him, and then hit the back of his head severely with the butt. The sudden attack caused Tony to fall into a coma. Before he completely lost consciousness, he saw a face that was fairly familiar. It was not someone else who attacked Tony, or Raza who had just been attacked by him with a small missile. The loud explosion awakened the buried Lazar, and after trying to crawl out of the gravel, what appeared in front of him was a messy valley and Tony sitting on the ground resting. Looking at the damaged weapons and the men who completely lost their lives, Raza wanted to shoot Tony directly in the head, but after seeing Mark I not far from Tony, he suddenly changed his attention. I don't know how long it has passed, and Tony woke up again after being unconscious. When he opened his eyes, the first person who appeared in front of him was Raza with an angry look. "Stark, I have to admit, I still underestimate you," Lazar said while playing with the dagger. Tony did not speak, but looked at Raza silently. "I asked you to help me build Jericho missiles, but you made one such thing." After speaking, Raza pointed to Mark I next to him, and then continued, "You killed my men and ruined my weapon. I could have killed you now. However, I am willing to give you another chance. I will provide you with the materials you want, and you will help me build 20 sets of this armor. Not the current prototype, but the complete version that can be mass-produced. As long as you can do it, I will let you go. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 9, Sangu Jade Writing Round Eyes. Tony, who was tied to a chair, looked at Raza with an idiotic look, and then said mockingly, "Do you think I'm Tony Stark, an idiot? Even if I help you build 20 steel suits, you will never let me go. The only thing you will do is to continue to imprison me in an unknown cave after obtaining the steel suit and make me your slave forever." On Tony's face at this time, there was no trace of fear, only determination. "Kill me, Tony Stark, will never help you build any weapon, even a bullet. You don't have to think that I will help you build it. Come on, shoot. Aren't you a terrorist? Shoot it. Go to my forehead and heart, you trash that is worse than paramecium. Or, you are an incompletely evolved life body, a frog head with congenital Mongolism, a chimpanzee with yin and yang imbalance, a half-plant with corrupt vitality, and a dinosaur who degenerates 3 times a day without the courage to shoot. I even wonder if your brain cells, which don't even have double digits, can find the position of the pistol trigger." After speaking, Tony also spit heavily at Raza in front of him. "If this is your last wish, then I will help you realize it now." As soon as the voice fell, Raza pulled out the pistol pin to his waist and directly pressed it on Tony's forehead. "Farewell, Tony Stark." At the moment Raza was about to pull the trigger, an indescribable strange force instantly enveloped him, completely depriving him of his ability to control his body. Those who have enjoyed the same treatment as Raza are the 6 men beside him. "Tony Stark, your level of cursing is still a bit different from your IQ. If you want to provoke others, you can directly greet each other's maternal relatives, which will be much easier." A panting voice came from outside, and then a sweaty man walked in slowly. The person who came in was not someone else, it was Roger who had driven more than 20 kilometers away by using instantaneous technique. In order to prevent Tony from having any accidents, he dared not stay the slightest, and used dozens of instantaneous spells one after another along the way, and then he rushed over just before Lazar's shot. After coming in, he didn't even have time to kill Raza directly, so he could only stop Raza from firing a gun with the hold technique. "Who are you?" Tony didn't have the fixation technique. He was the only person in this cave who had the ability to speak, except for Roger. "My name is Roger and I am a private investigator. As for why I am here, the reason is very simple, because someone entrusted me to come here to rescue you." While answering Tony's question, Rog found a bottle of unopened mineral water in the cave, and poured a few mouthfuls into his mouth, so that his throat, which was about to be on fire, calmed down again. After helping Tony untie the rope on his body, Rog took off the pistol in Raz's hand and threw it to Tony, who was moving his wrist very casually. "The people here are still alive, apart from me and you, only a few of them are left. As for how to deal with it, you decide for yourself." After speaking, Roger left the cave and ignored the rest of the matter. After hitting his hold technique, Raza and others could not have any resistance, so there was no need to worry about Tony's accident. After waiting for a few minutes in a messy valley outside, gunfire came from the cave, and an explosion sounded from the cave 10 seconds later. Tony walked out of the cave with a serious face, and asked Rog, "Who asked you to save me, Colonel Rod?" "It's not him, it's someone you don't know yet. He is driving over now. You can see him later." After waiting in the valley for nearly half an hour, Collison, who was driving a super-aged off-road vehicle, finally came to the valley, and then went straight to Tony, and extended his right hand to Tony. "Hello Mr. Stark, my name is Collison and I am an agent of the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support." Tony shook hands with Collison with a puzzled look. He was quite sure that he did not know Collison, let alone the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. "Okay, let's just wait here for self-introduction. Collison, now you can give me the commissioned reward. Are you so anxious?" Although Collison didn't know why Rog had to commission the remuneration now, he still took out his customized mobile phone and transferred $50,000 to Rog's bank account. At the moment Collison completed the transfer, the order in the system was also changed to a completed state, and 10 nin coins were sent to Roger as soon as possible. "Nin coins not consumed, 305. The commission has been formally completed, so you will take care of the rest slowly." After speaking, Rog began to perceive the God of Thunder in his home in New York. "Because I had already had a super long-distance perception, the second perception was much easier." After establishing a connection with the God of Thunder at his home in New York, Roger directly cast the God of Thunder, and his whole person instantly disappeared in front of Collison and Tony. He disappeared. Seeing Rog's entire body disappear in an instant, an unbelievable look appeared on Tony's face. To be precise, he didn't disappear, he returned to New York. Coulson answered silently. After returning to his home in New York, Rog did not make the exchange immediately. Instead, he took a leisurely bath, changed into clean clothes, and ate a fairly rich supper. After doing all this, he came to the remodeled gym and opened the system's redemption page. "Does it cost 300 ninja coins to exchange for 3 Gojade writing round eyes?" "Yes." At the moment he made the confirmation, an inexplicable force gathered in his eyes and completed the transformation in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he saw his already identical eyes in the mirror in the gym. "Blood red, 3 Gojade. The blood of the Uchiha clan has finally arrived. Writing round eyes, with the ability to observe, copy, hypnotize, etc., can give the holder an insight beyond ordinary people, can observe the flow of chakras, can apply and see through illusions, and can also copy body art and non-blood ninjutsu. This is the genuine Shaolunyan, or in other words, the ability of Shaolunyan in the Naruto world. Because Rog's current world is not the Naruto world, but the Marvel world, so the system has also made some minor adjustments to the blood succession boundary of Shailunyan. The ability to observe the flow of chakras has been changed to the ability to observe the flow of energy, the ability to replicate non-blood ninjutsu, and the ability to replicate non-gene mutations, and the extraordinary ability conferred by ethnic descent. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 10, Follow-up of Commission. Rog was not surprised that the system adjusted its ability to write round eyes. He had already experienced it once before when he was redeeming the chakra perception of the second generation of Naruto Jianshao. And the system will replicate the ability of non-blood succession-bound ninjutsu, and adjust it to replicate the extraordinary ability conferred by non-gene mutations and racial lineage, which is also a good thing. In this world, with chakra and ninjutsu, he is the only one, he can never copy his own ninjutsu. So he was quite satisfied with this adjustment of the system. Replicating the extraordinary abilities conferred by non-gene mutations and racial descent means that he cannot replicate the abilities of Spider-Man, Groot and others. As for whether he can replicate Thor's ability to summon lightning and the magic of Doctor Strange, he is still not sure for the time being. After getting used to the 3 Gojade writing round eyes that he had just obtained, Roger opened his attribute panel. Host, Roger. Occupation, Ninja. Talent, No Seal Caste, 7 Attribute Chakra. Blood Succession Boundary, 3 Gojade writing round eyes. Ninjutsu, Avatar, Instantaneous, Hold Body, Shadow Clone, Thunder God, Chakra Perception. Thunder Dun, Chidori. Fire Escape, Extinguish the Fire. Water Escape, The Art of Water Iron Cannon. Illusion, Dark Walk. Chakra Amount, 5 cards. Nin Coins Not Consumed, 5. There is an extra Sangu Jade writing round eyes in the attribute, the other attributes have not changed, and the chakra amount has not increased. The only thing he cares a little about now is that the number of nin coins is now a bit pitiful. 5 ninja coins, even the most basic ninjutsu cannot be exchanged. The only things that can be exchanged are some conventional ninjas and system-specific commissioned scrolls. The commission scroll used by Roger to accept commissions was not made by himself, but exchanged from the system. 1 ninja coin is exchanged for 1 scroll. The reason why he chose the commission carefully is because the commission scroll also needs to consume nin coin. If the commission is written on the scroll, but it does not pass the system's judgment, it means that he wasted a ninja coin. Therefore, before deciding whether to accept the commission, he would ask the principal to describe the content of the commission, and judge for himself whether the commission may pass the system judgment, instead of writing all commissions on the scroll. Of course, his judgment may not be accurate. In the end, only the system can decide whether the commission can pass the judgment. The next thing is to exchange the kaleidoscope for writing round eyes, or exchange the wooden escape between the 1000 hands column. It is really a bit tangled question. Whether it is a kaleidoscope writing round eyes or a wooden escape, it is the ability that Roger is very longing for. But the prices of these two abilities are not cheap. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes requires 200 ninja coins, and Mudun needs 500 nin coins. From the price point of view, the kaleidoscope writing wheel is much cheaper, but the exchange price is based on the existing 3 Gojade writing wheel. If there is no 3 Gojade writing round eyes, the exchange price of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes is 500 nin coins, which is the same price as Mudun. Forget it, I don't want to have that much. I only have 5 ninja coins. No matter which one is exchanged, it will take a long time. I will be thinking about it then. After getting acquainted with Sanguyu writing round eyes in the remodeled gym, Roger returned to the bedroom and began his interrupted sleep. New York, in a secret base of Shaohui. It is now certain that the person who slaughtered more than 100 of our ninjas was the private detective named Roger. Murakami, one of the 5 fingers of the handmate, said while wiping the samurai sword. I propose to use all the strength of the organization to kill this brave boy with thunder. The dignity of the hand-to-hand association will not allow anyone to trample on it. Suwanda, who was sitting on the right hand of Murakami, said in a nearly roaring tone, and patted the table in front of him with both hands. I agree. The blogger opposite Suwanda agreed with Suwanda. Simply speaking, you haven't seen the battle scene in the warehouse and the scars on the corpse. You too can resist that amazing flame attack and artistic killing method. Alexander next to the blogger pole said disdainfully. We still have hundreds of fearless ninjas, and we still have Black Sky. Suwanda retorted fiercely. Looking at Suwanda, who was getting more and more excited, Mrs. Gao, who had not spoken, slowly said, even if He Kong makes a move, she may not be able to kill that Roger. And I suspect that Roger is from the Holy Society. The bait thrown out is for us to come out. After hearing the name of the Holy Society, even the most irritable Suwanda couldn't help being silent. There are not many organizations that can care about Shaohui, and the Holy Society, which is also a ninja organization, is the one they value most. The Sacred Society and Shaohui are like two sides of the same coin. They have fought each other for hundreds of years, but they have not destroyed each other. If Rog really has something to do with the Holy Society, then what happened this time is no longer a simple act of revenge. Even if Rog has something to do with the Holy Society, we can't do nothing. Once the hand-to-hand club is no longer feared, then the hand-to-hand club is no longer a hand-to-hand club. Murakami put down the katana in his hand and said very seriously. As a ninja killer organization, the reason why Shaohui can become famous in this world is because they are cruel enough and enough. A hand union that is no longer feared is a poisonous snake that has lost its fangs. First inquire about the recent actions of the Holy Society. During this period, let the police in New York go to him for trouble. After all, New York is still a legal society. Mrs. Gao's proposal was finally approved by Murakami and others. When Mrs. Gao and others discussed how to deal with Roger, they returned to the U.S. military base safely, and after a detailed physical examination, Tony found Collison and asked about Roger. That Roger, who is it? Private detective, didn't he tell you? Collison replied casually. After sending Tony back to the U.S. military base, he also began to return to New York accurately. Private detective? I watched him disappear in front of me, and he also magically immobilized the terrorists, so that the terrorists could not even move a finger. This is simply not what a private detective can do. No, this is simply not something a human can do. Tony was very dissatisfied with Collison's answer, and his tone became a little impatient. Mr. Stark, this world is not exactly the same as the world you understand, and science is not all of this world. If you really want to know who he is, you can find the answer yourself. After speaking, Collison took out a piece of paper with the address of Rog's office and bank account number, and handed it to Tony in front of him. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 11, Daredevil Matt. After handing the paper to Tony, Collison said nothing, and went straight to the plane about to take off. When Collison's figure completely disappeared from the plane, Tony still recalled Collison's words. For a genius inventor, science is all the truth he believes in. But now, Tony began to doubt whether his beliefs were really correct. After a comfortable sleep, Rog planned to go directly to the office with Thunder God. But he hesitated for a few seconds after seeing his pair of blood-red Sangujade writing wheels. With his current chakra volume, even if the writing wheel is open 24 hours a day, it will not affect him. And if you keep writing round eyes open, the whole person will look handsome. Whether to be handsome or to be low-key is a question. After serious consideration for several seconds, Rog finally made a decision. Being handsome is a lifetime thing. So before going to the office, he closed the writing wheel and changed back to the normal appearance before. When he came to his very simple decorated office through Flying Thunder, he found a man in a dark grey suit and dark red sunglasses sitting on the sofa of the office. In front of this man, there was a cup of steaming coffee, and to his right, there was a blind stick. Rog is no stranger to this person. In other words, he is no stranger to another identity of this person. The person sitting on the sofa, his identity was a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock, and behind his back, he also had an identity called Daredevil. Roger had met this Daredevil when he was executing a commission in Hell's Kitchen before. But it was only confined to the encounter, and they had not had any dealings between them. "Hello, I am Matt Murdock, a lawyer." After being transmitted to the office, Roger didn't make any sound, but Matt still sensed his arrival. Although Matt didn't know exactly how Roger appeared, he heard Roger's heartbeat slowly beating. "Rog, private detective." After speaking, Rog came to his desk and sat on the specially customized sofa chair. He did not take the initiative to ask Matt's plan, but silently waited for Matt to speak. As time passed, the office fell into a strange atmosphere of silence. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After more than 20 minutes, they still did not speak. However, their silent confrontation was finally interrupted. It was not the other client who interrupted them, but the 2 New York police officers. "Hello, are you Mr. Rog?" the white male police officer in the lead asked Rog very politely. The black partner next to him was taken aback by the attitude of the white male police officer, but he quickly reacted. It is said that the Roger in front of him is a perverted murderer who slaughtered 115 gangsters. After thinking of this, the black police officer unconsciously placed his right hand on the pistol on his waist. "Yes, I am Roger." Although the actions of the black police officer were small, they did not escape Rog's eyes. After seeing this scene, several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Will appear at this time, and with such a polite and vigilant attitude. If he guessed correctly, the 2 policemen should have come for the warehouse case. Rog is very sure that he has absolutely no evidence left in the warehouse, whether it is fingerprints or clothes fibers, he has absolutely nothing left. And before leaving the warehouse, he also confirmed that there are no surveillance cameras or the like in the warehouse. Then why these 2 policemen appeared here? The answer is ready to come. Knowing that he killed those people in the warehouse, besides himself, there are only people from Jinhui. It is impossible for him to report himself, so the only person who reported the news to the New York police was Jinhui. Rog's guess is generally correct. The only difference is that instead of reporting the news to the police, King completely publicized the news. So now, not only the police, but also the hands-on associations know the news. 2 days ago, there was a gang fight in a warehouse next to the Hudson River. 115 gangsters died at the scene, so we hope that Mr. Rog will return to the police station with us to help investigate this case. Of course, if it's convenient for you. The white police officer used mild words as much as possible. Although there is currently no substantial evidence to prove that the case was done by Roger, he knew very well that the probability that Roger was the murderer reached more than 90%. At this time, the white police officer silently cursed his immediate boss in his heart. Didn't he just molested his sister-in-law? As for hating me so much, he arranged this kind of task to me. This white male police officer had seen that hell-like warehouse with his own eyes. He knew very well that if the harmless-looking Roger in front of him went crazy, he and his partner had absolutely no plans to leave alive. Those who died in the warehouse were not gangsters, they were ninjas with gangbang, and only those idiot reporters would treat killer ninjas as ordinary gangsters. "Police officer, what is your name?" Rog did not answer his question, but asked his name. "Jack, my name is Jack." When answering, Jack couldn't help but use the respectful tone of facing the director. "Officer Jack, I am a private investigator. I am personally happy to assist the police in investigating the case. After all, I am also a person who is willing to cooperate with the police and the people. But you see, I happen to have a client here right now, so. Rog didn't say it clearly, but he was sure that Jack understood what he meant. Understand, I understand. Since Mr. Rog is inconvenient for you now, then I won't bother you. If it's convenient for you, you can come directly to our police station. Then I won't interrupt your work and leave. After speaking, Jack bowed slightly to Rog, then took his partner out of the office as quickly as possible, and carefully closed the door of the office lightly. Since you admit that I am your client, can I make a commission now? When Jack and the two left, Matt, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and went straight to Roger. First talk about the content of your commission, and then I will decide whether to accept your commission. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 12, New Commission. I hope you can go with me to rescue my girlfriend Erica. When he heard the 3 words for girlfriend, Rog suddenly felt that he didn't really want to work today. However, after thinking of the 5 ninja coins he currently has, his endurance has also improved a lot. Make it clear, what is going on? I met Erica when we were in college. At that time, we were boyfriend and girlfriend, but then we broke up. This paragraph can be skipped. What's going on? Dog abuse is endless. I have a martial arts teacher, but then Erica became a student of my teacher without knowing why. She wanted to join an organization of my teacher but was rejected by my teacher. In order to prove her ability, she sneaked into Shaohui, hoping to eliminate it from the inside, so as to prove its ability. More than 10 days ago, I met her by chance in the Hell's Kitchen, but she attacked me with the ninja who didn't know me. I escaped by chance, and later I went to look for her several times, but she still doesn't recognize me, but keeps chasing me. I suspect that she was brainwashed by the Hand Healing Club, so I hope you can go with me to rescue her. I cannot do this with my own strength, but 2 days ago, I heard about you news, so I decided to come here for your help. After patiently listening to Matt's description, Rog roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. First of all, correct you. She is not your girlfriend, she is your ex-girlfriend. Or, you can treat her as your junior sister. You have to keep this in mind when you write the commission. In addition, your commission, I am still a little interested, but whether to accept your commission in the end, there is one final step. After speaking, Roger took out one of the only 2 scrolls in the drawer, and opened it on the desk. Write the content of the commission roughly, don't need to be too complicated, don't write the ins and outs, just write the characters, results, and commission rewards. Judging from Rog's past experience, the possibility of this commission passing the judgment is very high. Not only does it involve the hand-to-hand union, but also the Holy Society, Erica, and Daredevil Matt, so if there is no accident, there should be no problem in passing the judgment. Sure enough, as he expected, when Matt signed his name at the end of the commissioned scroll, a new commissioned task appeared in the commissioned column of the system. Delegated content: let Erica get out of the control of the Hands-On Association. Delegate status: incomplete. Delegate reward: 20 ninja coins. When he saw that the commissioned reward was 20 ninja coins, Roger was a little stunned. To rescue the kidnapped Tony, the system gave a reward of 10 nin coins. This system is a bit patriarchal. This is not good, very bad. When putting away the commission scroll, Rog glanced at Matt's commission pay. $500,000. No, didn't it mean Daredevil was poor? It didn't look like it. Or, all this is the power of love. After putting away the commission scroll, Rog said to Matt, the commission is paid within 12 hours after the commission is completed. This is okay. Rog is not worried that Matt will fall short, but it is a habit of him. Even if it was Jinhee's entrustment, it was the same time, although Jinhee was later reckless. No problem. Ma nodded his head, indicating that he had no problem. Then when do you want us to leave? Although I can do it anytime, I suggest to wait till evening. When describing the content of the commission just now, Matt had already planned to expose Daredevil's identity, so he knew very well why Rog would recommend acting at night. Assemble on the roof of my law firm at 10 this evening. Matt handed a business card to Rog with the full address of his law firm. When Matt left, Rog continued to lie on his sofa in a very lazy way, thinking about whether to visit his old friend Jin Bin now. But he finally gave up the idea. Although Jin Rong's deliberate leaking of the news was disgusting, his instinct told him that this might bring him an unexpected development, and maybe he could have a few more commissions. While he was idly waiting for the night to come, Tony returned to New York accompanied by Colonel Rhodes, and then held a press conference for the first time. I'm sober, I realize that besides weapons, I can contribute more to the world. Therefore, I decided to close the Stark Industrial Weapons Department, effective immediately. When Tony said this to the media, all the media at the press conference were boiling. Obadi Steiny also came to Tony's side for the first time and tactfully asked Tony to leave the podium. The focus of the press conference is that Tony is back and he is healthier than ever. We will discuss it further and give you the latest news. When Tony left the podium, Obadi tried to say a few words, and then hurriedly ended the press conference. It seems that you still intend to embark on the road of becoming Iron Man. Yes, this is great. After watching this press conference that was not much different from the one he remembered, Rog turned off the TV, went to the office window, and looked at the Stark Tower in the distance. Time flew by, and at 10 o'clock in the evening, Roger, who had put on a black combat uniform, appeared on the top of the Matt law firm on time. At this time, Matt was no longer dressed as the blind lawyer during the day, but changed into Daredevil's classic dark red suit, and the blind cane was replaced with a dark red multifunctional short stick. Let's go. When Rog arrived, Daredevil Matt didn't say much, and hurried directly to the base of the hand union where Erica was. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Matt did not choose the normal path, but led Roger to jump forward on the roof of Hell's Kitchen. Unlike Rog, who owns Chakra, when encountering a distance that cannot be crossed, the multifunctional short stick in Matt's hand will become two short sticks connected by a rope, and then the side with the hook will be thrown towards on the opposite side. He finally crossed the distance between buildings like Spider-Man. Looking at the exclusive weapon in Daredevil's hand, Roger couldn't help but think. Whether there is an exclusive weapon, it really is two different images. This also made him think about whether to redeem a special endurance device from the system to serve as an exclusive weapon. For example, Sasuke's Kusanara's sword, the decapitated broadsword, and Uchiha Madara's flame ball fan are pretty good. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 13, Simple and Crude Plan. Under the guidance of Daredevil Matt, Rog, and the two quickly came to the secret base of Shaohui in Hell's Kitchen. Looking at the base like the office building in front of him, Rog's mind came up with the scene of the ninja changing into a serious formal attire and checking in to go to work every day. When going out to perform the task, maybe you have to submit an application to the logistics department before you can get the ninja knife for cutting people. Are you sure it is here? After arriving on the roof next to the building, Roger used chakra perception to perceive the situation inside the building a bit, and found that there were not too many people inside, not even as many people as in the warehouse before. Okay, I have been investigating here for a long time. On the surface, this is the office base of a Japanese transportation company, but in fact, this is one of the most important bases for the Handmaid Association in Hell's Kitchen. Every time there is a large task, there will be many handmaid associations. Ninja. It seems that because it is night, Matt's feeling is completely different from that of the day, and even his personality has some obvious changes. Just confirm it. I don't want any oolong situation. Rog glanced at the front desk on the first floor of the building, and immediately had a bold plan. What are you going to do? Although Daredevil Matt had never fought Rog, he knew very well that the seemingly harmless man in front of him had strength far beyond his own. Matt even wondered whether he could survive for a minute with Rog getting serious. I have two plans now. You can choose the one you prefer. The first one, I will go in with you through the gate on the first floor of the building, and then chop when you see people, until you reach the top floor. This way, you can ensure that you will meet Erica halfway. Are you sure you want to do this? Although Matt hopes to rescue Erica from the hands of the Hand-to-Hand Association, he has never considered such a simple, straightforward, and crazy plan. This is not a plan at all, this is pure recklessness, simple and rude recklessness. It seems that you don't like the first plan very much. I have a second alternative. The second plan is, I go in from the first floor of the building, and then I chop when I see people, and I chop to the top floor. As for you, you can choose to enter from other places and look for Erica. With me in front of attracting attention, they should not find your presence, so you can look for Erica calmly. After listening to Rog's second plan, Matt began to wonder if it was a mistake to seek Rog's help. In Rog's thoughts, it seems that there is no such thing as sneaking into it, and he doesn't care how much impact it will cause. Looking at Matt with a tangled face, Roger did not urge him, but silently waited for him to make a decision. Customers are God. As a private investigator, Rog still respects his clients. Except for the kind that will fall back. Use the second plan. If you meet Erica, I hope you can keep her safe and don't hurt her. Matt and Erica have played against each other several times, so he knows exactly what strength Erica has, and naturally doesn't think Erica can hurt Roger. No problem, I will take care of your ex-girlfriend. As soon as the voice fell, Rog used the instantaneous technique and went directly to the first floor of the building, then opened the door and walked in with great care. The interior of the building is brightly lit, and the front desk lady on the first floor and the security guard next to the lobby are all wearing uniforms that they are supposed to play now. If it weren't for the obvious calluses on their hands, it would look like a normal office building. Hello sir, who do you look for? Rog hadn't walked a few steps, when a ninja in a security uniform walked over and stopped him. As a ninja, your ability to disguise is a little overkill. The moment he heard Roger's words, the face of the ninja suddenly changed, and his right hand stretched directly to the explosion-proof stick on his waist. However, before the right hand of this ninja touched the riot stick, he felt the tremendous power coming from his neck, and then instantly lost consciousness. After breaking the neck of the ninja with great ease, Rog moved his neck a little, and then opened his newly acquired 3-go jade writing wheel. At the moment when Sanguyu's writing wheel opened, the world in front of Roger also changed significantly. If the world before turning on the writing wheel was standard definition, then after turning on the writing wheel, the clarity of the world was upgraded to blue light, and the whole world was clearer than a little bit. However, this is just the super insight given by Xiao Lunyan. After strangling the first handmade ninja, Rog did not attack immediately, but gave the other handmade ninja time to come. It would be too much trouble to find them one by one. It would be better to wait for them to come by themselves and then catch them all. I have to say that the efficiency of the ninja is high. In less than a minute, more than 30 ninjas rushed over, and without exception, all of them were fully armed. Come on, you scumbags! Seeing the group of ninjas with vigilant faces and surprising killing intent, Roger silently stretched out his right hand, and then raised his middle finger. The vertical is always a provocative action that is simple and rude, and full of effect. This behavior of vertical even transcends the limitations of race, region, and culture. Sure enough, just as Roger expected, these ninjas who never seem to know what is called a sane hand-joined ninja, after seeing his arrogant vertical behavior, rushed up one by one, as if they rushed slowly now, there is no way to chop him a few times. Seeing that you have the name of a ninja anyway, let you experience what is true ninjutsu. As soon as his mind moved, Roger used the only illusion he had learned so far. Illusion darkness. At the moment when the dark walking technique was activated, all the light in the eyes of these ninjas completely disappeared, replaced by the endless pure darkness. After performing the dark journey, Rog didn't intend to speak provocatively, and walked straight towards the panicked ninjas, opening his own moment of killing. When Roger was killing him on the first floor of the building, Daredevil Matt also entered the building from a corner on the 5th floor. After entering the building, Matt pushed his surpassing human hearing to the limit. The whole person quickly passed through the building like a ghost, looking for Erica's trail. In the process of searching for Erica, Matt will also pay special attention to the situation in the lobby on the first floor from time to time. There is no too exciting fighting sound, indicating that the destruction and impact of the battle is not great. After discovering this, Matt breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Roger would still care about the impact. However, what Matt did not expect was that the first floor at this time was already full of blood and corpses. The reason why there was no violent sound was just because the screaming ninjas of the handmaids turned into corpses that never made any noise again. Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 14, Stand-in. In the office on the top floor of the building, Suwanda and Murakami looked extremely ugly. In front of them is the real-time monitoring screen of the lobby on the first floor. Seeing that the proud ninja of Shaohui was killed by Roger as quickly as a chicken, as the leader of Shaohui, they couldn't help but raise an uncontrollable anger. The only difference is that after seeing this picture, the grumpy Suwanda directly slapped the desk in front of him, while Murakami silently drew the samurai sword from his waist. This is not a level of battle at all. This method of death is a shame for a ninja. Although Suwanda and Murakami can see the real-time monitoring screen of the lobby on the first floor, they don't know what the ninjas experienced. In their eyes, these highly skilled and experienced ninjas seem to come to Rog's initiative one by one, and then pray for Rog to end their lives. This is something wrong, their behavior is abnormal. After watching carefully for a period of time, Murakami was sure that the ninja in the hall on the first floor was in an abnormal state. But what he couldn't be sure was what kind of anomaly this was. Let Haikong and Erica take action. If they can't work, we can only give up here. Murakami made the final decision. Suwanda, in a rage, gave Roger on the screen a fierce look, and then left the room. Suwanda came to a secret room on the top floor, and then roughly awakened a sleeping little boy. When the little boy opened his eyes, the grumpy Suwanda involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and then slowly said, "A powerful enemy has come here. Go and solve him. Bring his head back." After speaking, Suwanda quickly left the room, unwilling to stay in this room for a second. This little boy who seemed to be in his early 10 years was Haikong. He was the sharpest knife of the Shao Gang and the most powerful fighter of the Shao Gang. There was no one. At the moment Haikong opened his eyes, Roger, who was heading to the second floor, and Daredevil Matt, who was on the 5th floor, felt an inexplicable coldness for the first time. Interesting, it seems that tonight will not be too boring. Although Haikong's awakening brought a strange coldness to Roger, it did not cause him any worries. With Sanguyu writing round eyes, he is not afraid of any close combat. What's more, he also possesses ninjutsu including Flying Thunder God, Shunshu, Chidori, etc. Even if Haikong possesses power that surpasses ordinary people, he can't stop his determination to complete the commission. Unlike Rog's indifferent, after feeling Haikong's awakening, Daredevil Matt stopped his progress, instantly awakened his spirits, and silently clenched the multifunctional short stick in his hand. While Suwanda awakened the Black Sky, Murakami also gave an order to Erica on the top floor, asking Erica to destroy the invaders at any cost. "Your will is my mission." Erica, dressed in a tight red ninja suit, knelt down on one knee to Murakami, and then walked towards Roger on the second floor. Until this time, Suwanda and Murakami had not discovered that there was an intruder hidden on the 5th floor of the building. Perhaps it was because Rog left them too impressed, or it was because they didn't realize that Rog would have a companion. Daredevil Matt has not met anyone since he sneaked in. There was no fighting broke out in the hands of the ninja. The first floor of the building is a standard lobby, and the second floor is decorated like a normal office area. As far as you can see, there are common office cubicles. The only difference from the normal office area is that the people standing in these cubicles are not white-collar workers in formal clothes, but a group of ninjas holding katana. You are still working overtime so late, it seems that you really love this job. As soon as Roger finished speaking, the originally brightly lit second floor plunged into darkness. The ninja in the hand-in-hand association turned off all the lights on the second floor and actively created a dark environment, trying to use the darkness to kill the invading Roger. The idea is very good, but unfortunately, your strength can't keep up with your idea. What Russell held in his hand was a samurai sword he had snatched from the hands of the ninja on the first floor, and bright red blood dripped from the tip of the samurai sword. The ninjas on the second floor obviously did not intend to talk nonsense with Rog. While turning off the lights, they also threw out smoke bombs one after another, making the second floor that had fallen into darkness suddenly enveloped in smoke. For a normal person, the darkness of the environment plus smoke is enough to make him fall into an extremely unfavorable situation. It is a pity that these ninjas are not normal people. With the super insight given by Sanguyu's writing Wheel Eyes, the dark environment and smoke did not have much impact on Rog, and he could still clearly see the actions of these ninjas. I don't know if the higher the floor, the stronger the ninja will be. During the fight, Rog could clearly feel that the ninjas on the second floor were obviously stronger than those on the first floor. Although the number of them is not as large as on the first floor, their cooperation and attack methods are more sophisticated and vicious. Using the not spacious environment on the second floor and the tacit cooperation between each other, these hand-in-hand ninjas created the most favorable fighting situation so far. After fighting each other for a few minutes, Rog stopped suddenly, no longer chasing these ninjas jumping up and down, but staying in place abnormally. The moment Rog stopped moving forward, a fierce attack struck his neck like lightning, and the blade that radiated the gloom was only the last few centimeters away from his neck. The moment the blade was about to pass Rog's neck, Rog's figure flashed for an instant, and the blade crossed his neck in suspense, bringing out a poignant line of blood. Stand-in surgery. When he sensed the sudden attack behind him, Roger decisively used his avatar technique and instantly changed his position with a ninja not far in front of him. This ninja would never imagine that he would actually become a replacement target for Rog's substitute technique. He didn't have time to react, until the moment the blade slashed his neck, he didn't know what happened. Rog doesn't know much about ninjutsu, so he cherishes every one of his ninjutsu. For each ninjutsu, he spent a lot of time and energy honing to be familiar with, and promoted these ninjutsu to almost instinctive existence. For him, the level of ninjutsu is not the most important thing, the most important thing is how to use ninjutsu. Even an E-level ninjutsu, as long as it is performed properly, can still produce miraculous shocking effects. Ninja God Who Likes Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 15, Resolute Erica. None of the ninjas present at the scene expected that Roger would use such a magical way to avoid this mortal blow. The same ninja, the same ninjutsu. But their ninjutsu in front of Rog's ninjutsu is just as meaningless as a playhouse game in a kindergarten. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Erica. Although Roger did not look back, he knew very well that the person who attacked him just now was Erica, Daredevil Matt's ex-girlfriend. After Hei Kong woke up, he used chakra perception to re-perceive the situation in the building, so he knew very well who would attack him. In order to allow Erica to have a good assassination environment, he even deliberately left a hand in the battle, without using the momentum of thunder to quickly kill the ninjas on the second floor. Although Erica did not know exactly how Rog did it, she did not forcefully close her hand after discovering that the target of the attack was instantly replaced. Instead, she took advantage of the situation and killed the hapless ninja. Opportunity to readjust their posture. For the current Erika, the only people who need attention are the 5 fingers that join together. As for the ninjas of Xiaohui, they are completely unworthy of beings. Not to mention just killing a hand ninja by mistake, even if she killed all the hand ninjas on the 2nd floor, Erika would not care about it. Even though I promised someone not to hurt you, but looking at you like this, you won't be obediently arrested. Furthermore, I also want to see what kind of ability the students taught by the leader of the Holy Society, Gunsu, have. As soon as the voice fell, Rog struck at Erika like lightning. In order to let himself feel the pleasure brought by the battle, he did not use ninjutsu, even chakra did not use it. Although Erika had been taught by the stick man, after all, she was still just an ordinary person proficient in combat. When fighting with ordinary people, using ninjutsu or using chakra is just like turning on the cheat device directly in the game. Cheating devices can make people easily win, but they can't let people experience the pleasure of defeating the enemy. When Rog attacked herself, Erika did not advance and retreated, and also attacked Rog. Clang! The ninja sword in Roger's hand and the ninja sword in Erika's hand slammed together, making a clear metal crash. In the next second, Rog and Erika adjusted their stances at the same time, and the ninja sword in their hands attacked the opponent again. Clang! 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 In just 2 or 3 seconds, Roger and Erika fought 5 or 6 times, but neither of them succeeded in hitting each other. After seeing Rog and Erika fall into a short-term stalemate, the other hand-in-hand ninjas did not hesitate to attack Rog one after another, intending to kill Rog together with Erika. Position technique. After realizing that these handmade ninjas had thoughts that they shouldn't have, Rog instantly cast the hold technique, completely depriving these handmade ninjas of their ability to move. These ninjas with the hands-on ninjas were like being pressed the pause button, staying in place weirdly, maintaining a running stance. The annoying flies have been resolved, go ahead. After seeing the ninjas with their hands locked in place strangely, Erika quickly backed away and opened the distance with Roger. Although Erika was brainwashed by the hands-on association, it did not mean that she had no ability to think. Whether it was the previous substitution technique or the just fixation technique, Erika was instinctively aware of the danger. Although she has not personally experienced the power of these 2 ninjutsu, Erika knows very well that if she wins these 2 ninjutsu, her results will not be any better than those ninjas. After thinking for a few seconds, Erika resolutely gave up the plan to continue the attack, turned around without hesitation, and quickly disappeared from Rog's sight. This. Seeing Erika retreating quickly without looking back, Roger was stunned. Are current ninjas so decisive? Rog thought that even if Erika sensed the huge gap between them, she would not give up easily, but would do everything possible to complete the task of killing him. But the facts proved that his idea was wrong. Even if I am worried that I will perform ninjutsu, I don't have to run so fast. If you really kill you, whether it's Matt or the system, I can't explain it. Although he said that, in fact, he himself was not very clear about whether there would be any punishment on the system. In the past 3 years, he has never experienced a commission failure or a situation where he voluntarily abandons the commission, so he has no idea how the system will handle these situations. Although Erika disappeared from his sight, it was not so easy to get rid of him completely. Casting the chakra perception technique again, Roger quickly determined Erika's current location and the destination she planned to go to. However, his attention at this time was attracted by Daredevil Matt on the 5th floor. To be precise, he was attracted by the little boy in front of Matt. Is this Hey Kong? Sure enough, Xiaohui still has a bit of background. In Roger's perception, the Black Sky, who was fighting Daredevil Matt, exuded strange dark energy all over his body. This dark energy that the naked eye could not detect not only strengthened Hey Kong's physique to a terrifying level, but also gave Hey Kong an incredible combat skill. Just a little bit of the situation of the fight between Matt and Hey Kong, there was an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed on Roger's face. This kind of opponent, this kind of fighting skill, this is simply a super gift bag thrown down by the goddess of luck. Without any hesitation, Rog performed the instantaneous spell several times in a row, and came to the 5th floor of the building like lightning. When he had just arrived on the 5th floor the next second, a figure flew towards him quickly. After catching the figure that was knocked into the air like a volleyball, Rog fixed his gaze on the black sky a dozen meters away. The figure that was knocked into the air was no one else, but Daredevil Matt, who had just fought against the black sky. Although Daredevil Matt doesn't have any powerful extraordinary abilities, his training over the years has given him extremely good fighting abilities. But even so, he was still so vulnerable in front of Hei Kong. If Rog arrives a few seconds late, he might have his first commission failure due to the death of the client. Article 2 of the commission rules: the commission will only be considered complete if the commission is paid. If the principal dies, even if he completes the entrustment will eventually be judged as a failure because he cannot receive payment. This also made him suddenly realize that his previous service model has always been flawed. Complete the commission first and collect the payment, which seems to be no problem. However, because of the second clause of the delegation rule, this model may directly lead to the final failure of the delegation. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 16, Ninja Fighting Style. In the future, the commission will be collected first to avoid any accidents. Rog quickly made a decision. After seeing Rog taking Matt down, Hei Kong did not immediately attack Rog, but looked at Rog with his prey eyes. From the outside, Hei Kong was a child in his early 10 years old, and there was nothing strange about it. But in Rog's perception, the black sky standing in front of him was a demon from another world, a demon with a strange shape. Don't die, you haven't paid yet. By the way, I just met Erica, but she ran away soon, and she should be heading to the top floor of the building now. After hearing Roger's words, Matt quickly wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth, struggled to stand up, and planned to go to the top floor of the building to find Erica. But before he took a few steps, the whole person fell forward uncontrollably, and then vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Don't hold on to it, just as you are now, a ninja can easily kill you with a hand-in-hand ninja. If you still want to see Erica, stay here obediently. After I solve the guy in front of me, I will complete your commission. After speaking, Rog stopped paying attention to Matt, and walked straight towards Hei Kong. After fighting with Erica several times, there were several gaps in the ninja sword in Roger's hand, but he didn't care about it, and danced a few swords while walking. The distance between Rog and Hei Kong is getting shorter and shorter. In front of people like them, this short distance of a few meters can be almost instantaneous. But even so, they did not launch an attack. When Roger came 1 meter in front of Hei Kong finally moved. Hei Kong jumped up and grabbed Roger's throat with his right hand like a sharp claw. The speed of the black sky is as fast as lightning, and even has a tendency to exceed the limit of human eyes. Inferring from common sense, Hei Kong will tear Roger's neck without any suspense, completely taking his life away. But the problem is that the person Hei Kong faces this time is not an ordinary person. Rog has never been afraid of speed. Just when Hei Kong's right hand was about to touch Roger's neck, the ninja sword in Roger's hand had already struck his right hand first. The moment the ninja sword touched Hei Kong's skin, Rog found out that it was wrong, and without any hesitation, he instantly cast the instantaneous spell, flashing to the back of Hei Kong. Hei Kong's right hand did not tear Rog's neck, nor did Rog's ninja sword cut off Hei Kong's right hand. Actually strengthened the body to this point. Although there is only a momentary touch, Roger can be 100% sure that the ninja sword can't cut off Hei Kong's right hand. To be precise, he couldn't even really hurt Hei Kong. The steel body was originally just a description. But in Hei Kong, this is true. Can the power of the beast strengthen the human body to this level? Rog began to wonder if there were errors or omissions in his previous memories. However, he quickly threw this question into his mind. Even if the beast can really strengthen the human body to the strength of steel, he won't have the slightest fear. Even if it is real steel, I can cut it off. After the attack failed, the black sky in midair adjusted his posture in an unbelievable way and attacked Rog again. Hei Kong's attack speed is not unpleasant, but in front of Rog, this speed is far from the point where he can't fight back. Hei Kong was like a real beast, constantly attacking Rog with his hands and feet, and even generated afterimages. Daredevil Matt tried to perceive the battle between Roger and Hei Kong with his super hearing in the distance, but he could not perceive anything. The only thing he can be sure of right now is that the speed displayed by Roger and Hei Kong has completely exceeded his perception limit. Matt originally thought that when Hei Kong was fighting with him, he had already used all his strength, so he seemed to have no resistance. But judging from the current situation, the strength that Hei Kong had shown before was even half, no, even less than a total of Chengdu. There are so many monsters in this world. Matt sighed silently in a self-deprecating tone. At this time, Rog didn't realize that the battle between him and Hei Kong actually made Matt on the side so emotional. His attention now is completely on Hei Kong, and the excitement on his face is getting stronger and stronger. It is precisely because of this same inhuman opponent that it makes sense to become stronger. After using the ninja sword to fend off the attack of Hei Sora again, the ninja sword he casually took finally came to the end of his life. Hei Sora used his own hands to directly break this high-quality ninja sword. At the moment when the ninja sword was broken, Roger once again cast his instantaneous spell, opening the distance from Hei Kong. Throwing away only half of the ninja sword, Rog said with excitement to Hei Sora, "For the sake of your hard work, let you feel what is really a ninja battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Roger gathered chakra in his eyes. "Three Guyu right round eyes, open." At the moment Rog opened the three Guyu writing wheel eyes, the expressionless Hei Kong showed a solemn expression for the first time. The whole person fell on all fours like a beast, and at the same time he grinned and made waves. A deep roar. Shadow clone. With a thought in his heart, 4 shadow clones identical to Roger appeared at the same time. The second round now begins. 5 Rogers attacked the black air at the same time, and each Roger held the same kunao in his hand. Seeing the 5 identical Rogers in front of him, Hei Kong not only didn't back up, but he ran towards one of them. The distance of more than 10 meters was fleeting, and when Hei Kong was about to collide with this Roger, a sudden force suddenly enveloped him, causing his movements to stop instantly. Root surgery. This is another ninjutsu performed by Roger. The hold technique that can hold ordinary people for at least 30 minutes can only last a short period of 2 or 3 seconds on Hei Kong. But this short period of 2 or 3 seconds is completely enough. Roger in front of Hei Kong took this opportunity to pierce Kyo towards Hei Kong's right eye. It seemed that he sensed the breath of death, and a black mist burst out of the black sky whose movement was restricted. This black mist attacked Rog in front of him like a poisonous snake, trying to swallow Rog in front of him completely, thereby resolving the danger of piercing his right eye. At the moment when the black mist was about to engulf Roger, an office chair that could be seen everywhere replaced Roger. Stand-in surgery. Ninja God who likes Maman Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God who likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 17, Death of the Black Sky. Rog in front of Hei Kong used a substitute technique to exchange the position of the office chair and himself, turning the target that the black mist swallowed from himself into an office chair. The office chair swallowed by the black mist instantly vaporized as if it had encountered an indescribable high temperature. After seeing this scene, the other 4 Rogers instantly opened the distance between himself and Hei Kong to avoid being touched by the black mist. While pulling apart, 2 Rogers threw the kunao in his hands towards Hei Kong. When the 2 kunao were about to hit Hei Kong's body, a strange black mist gushed out of Hei Kong again, swallowing the 2 kunao. One of the kunao was instantly vaporized like an office chair, while the other kunao slightly pierced a small part of the black mist, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. After seeing this scene, one of Rog smiled and said silently, "It seems that there is no way to engage in close combat, but what the ninja can do is not just close combat. Illusion darkness." Talking Roger took the lead in performing ninjutsu. Unlike the fixation technique that deprives the ability to move, the dark walk technique is an illusion technique specifically aimed at vision. Although facing the black sky, the dark walk technique also has the possibility of weakening its effect, but this does not affect Roger's next plan. Although the black mist gushing out of Haikong can swallow matter, it can't stop the dark arts that directly target vision. When this Rog finished performing the dark walk technique, the other 4 Rog were not idle, and immediately adjusted their positions, reaching the 4 directions of Haikong: front, back, left, and right. Fire escape, extinguish the fire. 4 Rogers simultaneously put out their arrogance, and the surrounding black sky suddenly turned into a sea of flames. Although the extinguishing of the 4 fierce fires will not have 4 times the power, it can completely block all the avoidance of Haikong. The black mist gushing out of Haikong can perfectly defend against physical attacks, but the fierce fire is extinguished, but it is pure fire damage. The arrogant fires from 4 different locations were extinguished, without any suspense, hitting the black sky that temporarily lost sight, causing him at the center of the attack to make a fierce scream that was not human. While the other 4 Rogers were extinguishing the fierce fire, the Rog who first performed the dark walk technique did not sit idle, and threw the hold technique one after another on Haikong. Since a hold technique can only hold the black sky for 2 or 3 seconds, use more hold techniques to extend the hold time. After the effect of the first fixation technique disappeared, the second fixation technique fell on Haikong again. The effect of the second hold technique disappeared, and the third hold technique came again. Relying on the hold technique one after another, Haikong was forcibly held in place for more than 10 seconds, completely withstanding the full power of the 4 fierce fires. When the extinguished flames of the fierce fire dissipated, the black sky at the center of the attack turned into a skeleton in a disfigured state, supported by a faint black fog, and barely kept standing. All the damage. Control to death. At this point, Rog lifted his shadow clone, and the 4 Rog who used the arrogant fire to extinguish his bang turned into smoke and disappeared. When the black sky with only a broken skeleton fell to the ground, Roger silently summarized his previous battle. Used shadow clones to attract Haikong's attention with one of them. The deity used the fixation technique, and the shadow clone took the opportunity to attack Haikong's right eye. The shadow clone uses a stand-in technique to avoid the black fog, and Ben respects the newly formulated tactics. The deity and a shadow clone simultaneously threw out 2 kunao, 1 true and 1 false, to determine the nature of the black mist. After understanding the nature of the black mist, the deity used the technique of walking in darkness to deprive the black sky of vision, and the 4 shadow clones simultaneously displayed arrogance from 4 directions. The deity continued to use the fixation technique to force Haikong to control Haikong, allowing Haikong to consume the 4 violent fire extinguished damage. Although this set of combo moves is not so gorgeous, but the effect is very good, and quickly solves the black sky with the black mist guard. Seeing Haikong's remaining torn bones scattered on the ground, Roger sighed contentedly. This is the best battle he has enjoyed in the past 3 years. If it weren't for Haikong's ignorance of his ninjutsu, and he was so reckless, he might not be able to perform this set of tactics so smoothly. In any case, Haikong still let him enjoy the pleasure brought by the battle. Rog is in a good mood, but Suwanda and Murakami on the top floor of the building are in a bad mood. First Erika flees timidly, and then he died in the black air battle. Don't worry about Erika, after all, she is just an outsider, just a tool after being brainwashed by the hands. But Haikong is completely different. Haikong is the strongest weapon carefully crafted by the hand held. In a sense, Haikong is the strength ceiling of Shaohui. Otherwise, Suwanda, as one of the 5 fingers, has no need to be afraid of a child in his early 10 years. I can be sure now, he is definitely not the bait of the Holy Society. Murakami tried his best to calm his mood and said slowly. At the last meeting, they suspected that Rog was a bait thrown out by the Holy Society, so they temporarily put aside the revenge action against Rog. But now it seems that their suspicion is wrong. Even He Kong, possessed by the beast, was killed so simply and neatly. If Roger was really a member of the Holy Society, then he alone would be able to completely destroy the handheld society. With such power, there is no need to plan anything at all, just push it straight. Let's go, we can only abandon this base. Murakami turned to Suwanda and said. Suwanda did not answer him, nor did he leave his seat, as if he had not heard Murakami's words at all. Suwanda's temper is the most grumpy of the 5 fingers of the hand combination, but if he thinks that he is impulsive and brainless because of this, it is a big mistake. How could someone who can be favored by Kunlun be a brainless fool? Even if he is really an idiot, after hundreds of years of survival, he will become a thinking idiot. After watching the battle between Rog and He Kong from the monitor, Suwanda fell silent, and his brain began to work frantically. When Murakami was about to urge him again, he finally spoke. We don't leave, we don't have to give up this base. While talking, Suwanda stood up and looked at the Murakami in front of him seriously. What do you mean? Don't tell me you want to stop that monster. Yes, I will stop him, but not by fighting. Looking at Murakami, who was still puzzled, Suwanda spoke again. Do you know him before he killed our people in the warehouse? Murakami shook his head. Then have we offended him before? Murakami wanted to continue shaking his head, but in the end he said, this is not true. Maybe his friend or classmate died in the hands of Xiaohui. After hearing Suwanda's answer, Suwanda sighed helplessly. If Xiaohui really killed his friends and classmates, do you think he would do nothing? Ninja God Who Likes Maman Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 18, Suwanda and Number 039, S Decision. After listening to Suwanda, Murakami shook his head again. That's right. This shows that before the warehouse was attacked, we had no grievances with this Roger at all. According to the information we have so far, he is a private detective who suddenly appeared in New York 3 years ago and masters the magical ninjutsu. Although I still don't know why he attacked our warehouse and brought people here, I have a bold guess. He just accepted other people's entrustment, so he will be our enemy. Suwanda confidently expressed his judgment. Murakami seriously considered Suwanda's statement, and then had to admit that Suwanda's statement was very reasonable, and it was very likely that it was the truth. Then what are you going to do? Now that Suwanda has thought about this level, it means that he also has a countermeasure, so Murakami directly asked Suwanda. It's easy. Just give him what he wants. Since we have no real grudges with him, it means that as long as we are willing to take a step back, he will not continue to attack us. Unless the commission he accepts is to destroy us, he doesn't need to kill us all. In the face of such an invincible enemy, it is not a shame to take the initiative to step back. Although this will seriously affect the reputation of Xiaohui, compared with life, these are things that can be directly ignored. Are you sure you want to do this? In case we choose to regress, but he is still unwilling to stop, then I and you probably won't be able to leave here alive. Murakami does not oppose Suwanda's decision, but he is also unwilling to pin his right to live entirely on the benevolence of others. This is just my decision alone. You can leave here now. In case the commission he accepts really destroys us, it is better to die one person than two. Suwanda also had concerns in this regard, so he decided to take the risk alone. Well, it's so decided. If you really die in his hands, I will definitely find a way to avenge you. After speaking, Murakami left the room and walked towards the roof of the building. On the roof of the building, a private helicopter was parked. When Murakami left, Suwanda once again set his sights on the monitor screen. "You are the client this time." Suwanda left the room and found Erika, who had just fled back to the top floor of the building. "Are you still standing up?" Roger asked Daredevil Matt, who was still lying on the floor. "Yes. But there is no way to continue fighting next." Daredevil Matt struggled to get up, then walked towards the elevator. Seeing Matt's staggering figure, Roger sighed helplessly. This guy is really affectionate. Obviously, Matt still has no plans to leave here. Although he has no fighting ability now, he still has to look for Erika. Roger came to Matt's side, helped him who was crumbling, and then led him into the elevator. "Erika is on the top floor now, you can consider paying for it." After speaking, Roger pressed the number on the top floor and the elevator began to rise. The journey to the top floor went smoothly. Roger and Matt did not encounter any attacks, and came to the top floor of the building with ease. When the elevator door opened, a tall black man in a suit and Erika in a tight red ninja suit appeared in front of them. At the moment when he saw Erika, Matt wanted to rush out of the elevator directly, but Rog held his shoulders on his shoulders and stayed in the elevator helplessly. "Introduce myself. My name is Suwanda. I am one of the 5 fingers of the hand union. As for the one next to me, I don't think I need to introduce it." Suwanda introduced himself naturally, as if he didn't know what Roger and Matt had done before. The scene before him was beyond Rog's expectations. He had no idea that Suwanda and Erika would actually be waiting for them here, and they would behave so harmlessly. In his imagination, when they came to the top floor, they should be greeted by a large group of murderous ninjas. "It seems that you are not worried about your safety at all." After confirming it with chakra perception, Rog found that apart from the 4 of them, there were no ninjas on the top of the building. This was also unexpected. The scene before him was not a trap. "I was worried, but after hearing these words from Mr. Rog, I was completely relieved." As a human spirit who has lived for hundreds of years, Suwanda can now be 100% sure that his judgment is correct. Rog did not come here to seek revenge, and the commission he accepted was definitely not an extermination. After confirming this, Suwanda's expression became more confident, and he slowly said, "If you don't mind Mr. Rog, go to my office and talk." After arriving at Suwanda's office, Roger took a look at the environment in the office, and then sat down casually. Although he only glanced at it roughly, he was already sure that the picture displayed on the TV wall was the real-time monitoring picture on the 5th floor. When Roger and Matt sat down one after another, Suwanda sat on the sofa opposite them and asked calmly, "It's convenient to ask, Mr. Roger, is your purpose this time? If there is any place for me I can help, Mr. Rog, you can speak directly, and I will do it." Suwanda's performance at this time is not like the infamous leader of the Hand-Knit Society, but like an extremely friendly businessman. Is this service soft? From the performance of Suwanda, this possibility is very high. Thinking of this, Rog's evaluation of Suwanda couldn't help but rise a few points. Able to bend and stretch, the wind of a general. This evaluation came up in Rog's mind involuntarily. "Since you are so sincere, then I will just say it. She is our purpose here." "No problem, since you are here for Erika, Mr. Roger, from now on, Erika will be yours, Mr. Roger." For Roger's purpose, Suwanda did not have the slightest surprise. After recognizing Daredevil, he already understood why Roger and the others had come this time. Suwanda didn't know the true identity of Daredevil Matt, although Xiaohui was investigating Daredevil before, but they have never received any useful information. But after Erika was brainwashed by the Handheld Club, the Handheld Club easily learned the true identity of Daredevil Matt, as well as the things between Daredevil Matt, Erika, and the Holy Society. Ninja God Who Likes Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 19, Windfall. Rog did not have any surprises for Suwenda's answer. After discovering that Suwenda's service was weak, he knew that Suwenda would give Erica to himself. Rog looked calm, but Daredevil Matt sitting next to him and Erica standing next to Suwenda showed a look of surprise. Matt was surprised because he didn't expect that the infamous Hand Healing Club would be so kind. Even though the one sitting opposite him is Suwenda, who has one of the 5 fingers together, he still finds this weird. This is the Xiaohui, the Xiaohui that even the underworld Emperor Jin doesn't give much face. The Hand Union, which is famous for its cruelty and blood in the entire dark world, is so subdued? Matt began to wonder whether his previous persistence was meaningful. He risked his life to punish the evil, and the result was completely inferior to Roger's thunder killing. The so-called justice is not as good as the simplest method of using violence to control violence. Like Matt, after hearing that Suwenda handed herself over to Rog so easily, Erica, who was originally standing straight, trembled slightly involuntarily. After being brainwashed, hand healing will become the only remaining faith in Erica's heart. Knowing that she was not Roger's opponent at all, she violated Murakami's order and returned to the top floor of the building. She doesn't mind sacrificing for the Xiaohui, but she does not want the Xiaohui of her belief to suffer a huge loss here. She believes in Xiaohui, but she really cares about the 5 leaders of Xiaohui. She could die here, in Roger's hands. But Suwenda and Murakami must not be harmed, so even if she violates the order, she has to return to the top floor of the building. She wants Suwenda and Murakami to leave the building safely. After they are safe, she will stop or kill Roger at the cost of her life. But she never imagined that Suwenda, whom she regarded as a faith, would hand her to Roger so easily. It turns out that in their hearts, I am no different from those ninjas. Erica thought of the ninjas he used as a tool, and her attitude towards those ninjas. The more you care, the sadder. Although Erica was trying her best to control her trembling and her emotions, there were no ordinary people present, so her abnormality was quickly noticed by Roger and others. Rog didn't have any reaction to this. For him, it doesn't matter whether Erica's emotions are normal, the important thing is the system's judgment. Like Rog, Suwenda did not respond. It's just that he didn't respond, it just appeared on the surface. As for what he thought in his heart, it is estimated that only he himself would know. Among the 3, the most violent response was Daredevil Matt. After sensing Erica's abnormality, Matt ignored the pain from his body and quickly stood up, and immediately came to Erica, trying to comfort her. But he stopped when he raised his hands in the air, and he suddenly realized that the current Erica was not the Erica in his memory. And he doesn't know what identity he uses to comfort Erica now. Ex-boyfriend? Brother? University classmates? New York fellow? When Matt sat back on the sofa with a look of loneliness, Rog opened the System Commission page and glanced, and then saw the picture he wanted to see. Delegated content, let Erica get out of the control of the Hand-to-Hand Association, delegate status, completed, delegate reward, 20 ninja coins have been sent. Nin coins not consumed, 25. The quick arrival of the Nin coin made Rog's mood immediately happy. Since the system determines that the order has been completed, it means that Erica has made the final choice. As for how much of this choice is to obey orders and how much is more grief than death, only she herself knows. I accept the goodwill of the Hands-on Association. Actually, I personally don't have much opinion with the opponents. It's just work needs, so you understand. Reach out and don't hit the smiley person. Since Suwenda is so good at being a man, Rog doesn't mind selling him face. Understood, I can assure you, Mr. Rog, that Xiaohui will never take these things to heart. I have to say that people who have lived for hundreds of years are different. Seeing Suwenda's gentle face, Rog believes that he can't do it like this. I'm not an unreasonable person. These 2 jobs have indeed caused some losses to you, especially one of your important personnel. Let me express my apologies, if anything is suitable for you in the future I can consider accepting the commission. After hearing Roger's words, Suwanda and Matt were stunned at the same time. Suwanda did not expect that Rog would include his hand in the client list. When investigating Rog's identity, the Hand Healing Club took a lot of effort, including those who had been to Rog's office. So they know very well that Rog does not accept any commission. And more importantly, none of the commissions he took were left unfinished. Of course, the commissions that can be investigated by the Handheld Association are not all Rog's commissions, but the information revealed in them is already worthy of attention. Suwanda originally only hoped to use appropriate softness in exchange for Rog's end, but now it seems that Swanda will gain far more than he planned. Even if Rog is extremely picky about the commission, even if he only accepts one commission from the Shaohui in the end, it is a huge gain for the Shaohui. Unlike Suwanda's chuckle, Matt's mood has become extremely complicated. Although Matt knew from the beginning that Rog was not the so-called hero, he didn't want Rog to be entangled with Xiao Gang, assisting or even directly helping Xiao Gang. But Matt knew very well that he had no personal relationships with Rog. What Rog wants to do and what kind of commission he wants to accept is entirely his personal freedom, even if the client is a hands-on association. Rog himself didn't think so much. For him, there is nothing strange about putting the Hand Heavy Club on the customer list. He can even accept commissions from Jin Bin, not to mention the commissions of Shaohui. As long as the entrustment of the Shaohui can pass the system's judgment, the Shaohui can become his client. As for whether he will be called a hero or a villain, he doesn't care at all. The title superhero sounds good, but the price to pay is not low at all. After some chattering, Suwanda handed a bank card with $5 million to Rog with a smile on his face, and then personally sent them to the gate on the first floor of the building. As for the ninja corpses in the lobby on the first floor, when they talked, they had already been cleaned up by the hands of the gang, and there was not even a drop of blood left. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 20, The Punisher Arrives. Can you stop following me? I have said many times, you are free. Rog, who leaned back in his chair, said helplessly to Erica in front of him. Since they left the building of the Shaohui, he has told Erica clearly that she can go wherever she likes and do what she wants. But I don't know if he didn't express it clearly enough, or Erica didn't listen to him at all. After being relentlessly abandoned by Suwanda, Erica seemed to have made up his mind to follow Roger around. Even if he used Thunder God to directly throw away Erica and return to the office alone, Erica still found it according to the address. Erica didn't answer Rog, she just stood in front of Rog silently without saying a word. What made Rog helpless was that besides Erica, there was also Daredevil Matt who was seriously injured in his office. Matt also didn't say a word, as if Erica went wherever he went. Seeing Matt's increasingly pale face, Roger even wondered if Matt would suddenly die in his own office. I really served you too. No wonder you were able to become lovers before, you are simply. Rog thought about it for a while, but he didn't think of a suitable adjective to describe Erica and Matt. Forget it, do whatever you like. As soon as the voice fell, Roger disappeared in front of them and returned to his secret den of more than 500 square meters. As for Erica and Matt who stayed in the office, let them do whatever they like. He doesn't plan to go to the office anyway in the next few days. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, when Roger returned to his office, he still saw the face that made him helpless. Miss, what do you want? Logna's office, which was originally as simple as only a few pieces of furniture, is now organized. Not only that, but there are also a lot of furniture that he has no impression of. After seeing the wall paint and other materials stacked in the corner, he has good reason to suspect that if he comes back a few days later, maybe his office will be completely renovated. I will not let others throw away like trash without emotion. I don't know if it was because of changing back to normal clothes. After hearing Rog's question, Erica answered his question for the first time. Although some of the answers are not what was asked, it is also a good start. If you are willing to speak, it means you can communicate. Being able to communicate means that there is a possibility of persuading each other. Just when Rog was about to show her affection for Erica and tell her not to follow him, the door of the office was pushed open, and one was wearing a tight t-shirt with a t-shirt printed on it. A big European and American man with a white skull came in. This skull logo is a bit familiar. Before Rog recalled the information of the skull, the uninvited European and American man instantly took out 2 pistols from his waist, and shot Rog with a violent shot. Bang bang bang! Fierce gunfire sounded continuously, but none of these bullets hit the target and all hit the wall behind Roger. Punisher. This guy is the Punisher. When the Punisher drew out the pistol at his waist like lightning, Rog instantly recalled the skull and crossbones, and then decisively used the instant technique. Roger flashed generally to the right-hand side of the Punisher, and his right fist filled with chakra relentlessly hit the Punisher's abdomen, knocking him out completely. The Punisher who flew out slammed into the door of the office, overturned the door that was not so strong, and hit the wall of the aisle heavily. The moment it hit the wall of the aisle, the Punisher spit out a mouthful of bright red blood uncontrollably. Roger didn't use ninjutsu and kunao, but his right fist filled with chakra was equally powerful. Although the physique of the Punisher is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is still not enough under Roger's chakra fist. After relying on the wall to forcibly stabilize his figure, the Punisher did not hesitate to abandon the pistols with both hands decisively, then took out 2 grenades from the pockets of his pants and picked out the safety pin on the grenade with his thumb. Is this guy planning to die together? How can I always meet these lunatics? Root surgery. After sensing the dangerous thoughts of the Punisher, Roger had to use the hold technique to stop the Punisher, lest this guy blow up his office. At the moment the body was forcibly frozen, the Punisher instantly recalled the superpower incident he had heard of. But before he had time to think about it, his figure completely disappeared in the aisle, and instantly came to a dilapidated warehouse. In order to protect his originally not very high-end office, and to prevent the Punisher from causing greater movement, Roger directly took him to a dilapidated warehouse in Hell's Kitchen with Thunder God. After throwing away the grenade in the hand of the Punisher, and removing other weapons such as pistols, grenade, dagger, and neck wire from the Punisher, Roger removed the hold technique on the Punisher. When the effect of the hold to body technique completely disappeared, the Punisher did not immediately attack Rog, but quickly moved away from him, and looked at Rog with great vigilance. Only if you are guilty, you must die. In your eyes, I should be the kind of person who must die. It took only a few seconds from the time the Punisher launched the attack to when he was taken to this dilapidated warehouse. But in a short period of 2 or 3 seconds, the Punisher showed an extremely strong intent to kill, with an aura of not killing Rog. You. After being told by Roger the true thoughts in his heart, the Punisher was a bit shocked, but he quickly recovered and continued to look at Roger with vigilant eyes. Others may not know your identity, but I am different. I know your past, Captain Frank Custer. This is the benefit of the Traverser. It is a secret existence for others, and in front of the Traverser, it is no different from public information. You know me. The Punisher can now be 100% sure, and Roger really recognized him. But he remembered clearly that he had never seen Roger before. Of course, no one knows the famous Punisher. However, even if you are the Punisher, you can't shoot me without saying anything. Because it makes me very unhappy. Having said this, the aura on Roger's body has also changed, from a seemingly harmless young man to a tyrant who holds supreme power and slaughter countless creatures. Ninja God Who Likes Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 21, Cat Catch Mouse. Is this guy really human? After personally experiencing the astonishing aura exuded by Rog, even the well-informed Punisher swallowed involuntarily, and at the same time stepped back silently. As an anti-hero, the number of gang members and underworld overlords who died in the hands of the Punisher is unknown. But even if the aura of all of them were added together, it was not as good as 1/10 of Roger's aura at this time. Such momentum. This sense of oppression. This kind of obedience that makes the body want to kneel down involuntarily. The Punisher feels that what stands in front of him is not a human being, but a tyrant who controls the life and death of all things, a planetary ruler with the supreme power and power. In the face of this astonishing, unspeakable horror, the ninjutsu that Roger had just performed became extremely ordinary. The Punisher wanted to say something, but in the face of this kind of pressure like a god, he finally closed his mouth obediently, and even his eyes moved down silently, and he didn't dare to look at Roger anymore. Silhouette. After noticing the change of the Punisher, Roger finally recovered his indescribable astonishing aura and returned to the ordinary youth who seemed harmless to humans and animals. After coming to this world, he was so angry for the first time. I just gave myself a few days off, and then returned to my office happily, only to see Erica who made him helpless. Forget it, what really made him angry was the murderous surprise attack of the Punisher. Although the attacker's attack didn't really hurt him, it made his originally happy mood instantly sink to the bottom. If it weren't for his good self-control, he would even break the Punisher's neck directly. I don't know if you attacked me because I slaughtered too many ninjas in Shao Gang, or because of some other reason. But your attack made me very unhappy, but I don't want to kill people now, because killing people will make my mood worse. So I decided to give you a chance to make up for it. Become my subordinate, and I will no longer pursue the matter you just attacked me. Rog didn't have such thoughts, but after seeing the skull on the Punisher, he suddenly changed his mind. The Punisher's skill is very good, and his past is destined to have many amazing developments in him. Turning such a person into one of his own should have unexpected results, and maybe even more commissions can be obtained. No, I refuse. The Punisher knew what his choice meant, but he still answered decisively. Some things do not give up because of fear of death. Very good. Really good. But now I want you to surrender to my hands. Personality is better than no personality, and the skill of the Punisher is destined to be a very qualified subordinate, so Rog is more determined to subdue the Punisher. I am not afraid that you have a personality, I am afraid that you are not capable. I can't be your opponent, but I won't be your subordinate. It's impossible now, and absolutely impossible in the future. If you really intend to subdue me, I advise you to kill me more directly. The Punisher replied loudly, but Roger didn't take his words to heart. No matter which world you are in, there is an eternal law, an ultimate law that can transcend time and space. The law of true fragrance. The stronger the rejection now, the stronger the true fragrance law in the future. For someone like you, killing is a waste. Since your belief is that as long as you are guilty, you must die. Then I will give you the opportunity to carry out your belief, and give you 3 opportunities. Hearing this, the Punisher couldn't figure out exactly what Roger wanted to do. In the next month, I will stay in New York. You can attack me at any time and anywhere. As long as you can successfully injure me in 3 attacks, or escape once after launching an attack, I will give up my plan to subdue you, and I won't mind your attack this time. But, if you fail 3 times in a row, then you will become my subordinate, and the one you are willing to do. How about, are you interested in accepting this challenge? While speaking, Roger walked towards the Punisher as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he happened to be in front of the Punisher. Or is your belief just talking about it? Listening to Roger saying this in an almost mocking tone, the Punisher silently clenched his fist, then took a deep breath and replied in a gloomy tone, "Since you want to play, then I will play with you. However, if you lose, you will die. If you can do it, do it. I appreciate your confidence." After speaking, Roger patted the Punisher on the shoulder, and then returned directly to his office through Thunder God. When he returned to his office, Erica still appeared in front of him. It's just that Erica is now working hard to install the door that was smashed by the punished. Erica found Rog, but she didn't speak to Rog, and still installed the gate on her own, trying to restore the gate to its original state. Looking at Erica's back, Rog thought about it for a few seconds and then said, "If you really want to stay here, you can, provided that you become an assistant in the office." After hearing Roger's words, Erica stopped, and after a period of silence, she said without looking back, "No problem, as long as you pay my salary." Rog didn't answer Erica, just opened the desk drawer and took out the bank card that Suwanda gave him last night. "The money in it should be regarded as the expenses of the firm, and your salary and expenses of the firm will be spent from it." After throwing the bank card at Erica like a dart, Roger returned home with Thunder God, then turned on the PS4 and played the game. As for the challenge between him and the Punisher, he didn't care at all, because the Punisher was defeated. After the Punisher agreed to his casual challenge, he left the Thunder God technique on the Punisher's body, when he patted the Punisher's shoulder. With the Flying Thunder technique, the Punisher would never have a chance to escape smoothly, nor would he have the possibility of successfully attacking him. As long as he senses the Thunder God technique on the Punisher, he can clearly know the position of the Punisher and even appear directly in front of the Punisher. So this challenge was not a fair game from the beginning. Ninjas are not knights, so there is no need to foolishly pursue the so-called fairness. As long as he can accomplish the goal, he doesn't mind using some small means. Ninja God Who Likes Muminli, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Muminli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 22, Tony and Number 039, S Invitation. In the next few days, Rog will go to his office every day to see if there is a suitable commission that can be determined by the system. I don't know if the previous tasks ran out of his good fortune. Not only is the number of customers visiting these days not many, but the content of the commission is also difficult to explain. Looking for lost pet cats, looking for old classmates more than 10 years ago, protecting a group of rich second generations to visit the Amazon forest. For these clients, Rog was not even interested in answering them, and directly signaled Erica to let them leave. Is there no better commission? Lying on the sofa, Rog stared at the ceiling of the office boredly, holding a balloon filled with water in his right hand. The water in the balloon continued to bulge as if it was being boiled, causing the smooth surface of the balloon to continuously bulge small dots. Erica sitting on the other side looked curiously at the water polo in Rog's hand, and then asked suspiciously, "Is this your ninjutsu training method?" Erica is also a ninja, but she has never seen a ninja like Rog, and has never seen a ninja possessing Rog's ninjutsu. Erica was extremely impressed with Roger's ninjutsu, as well as a strong yearning. "It's not training, it's learning. I'm learning a new ninjutsu." Rog's original plan was to exchange ninjutsu helix pills directly in the system, but after having Sangyu Sholunyan, he changed his mind. The principle of the spiral pill is very simple, it is to concentrate the chakra on the hand, then control the chakra to flow in an irregular direction, and compress it, and finally form a palm-sized chakra ball. So if you want to master the spiral pill, in addition to the direct exchange from the system, you can also master it yourself through continuous practice. For chakras manipulation, Rog can be regarded as proficient. After all, in the past 3 years, the most practice he has done is the use and control of chakra. He had already mastered such things as walking on the water or hanging himself upside down from the ceiling a year or 2 ago. Even if he was asked to imitate Spider-Man climbing on the exterior wall or glass of the building, there would be no problem. Snapped. Not long after Rog finished answering Erica, the water ball in his hand boiled violently, and then cracked with a snap. After the water ball in his hand shattered, Roger sat up and took out a palm-sized ball from the desk drawer. In the first stage of learning helix pill, gathering chakra to the palm, and the second stage of water polo practice, for him, there is no difficulty. So after breaking the water polo in his hand, he immediately started the third stage of the ball practice. The ball is stronger than the water polo. If you want to break the ball, the continuous flow and compression of chakra is not enough. Only when the chakra ball in the hand is materialized can the ball be broken. After completing this stage, the prototype of the spiral pill is basically formed. After getting the ball, Rog returned to the sofa to lie down and started the ball practice of the spiral pill. A little bit of time passed, and although the ball in Rog's hand appeared boiling and swelling like a water polo, it remained intact and showed no signs of breaking. It seems to be a little bit difficult. The ball in his hand refused to break, the casual look on Rog's face finally disappeared, and the whole person began to become serious. When Rog started to get serious, Erica also focused all of his attention on the ball in his hand, hoping to see something from it. However, Rog's seriousness lasted less than 10 minutes before he was interrupted by a frivolous tone. Unexpectedly, "You are so old, you are still playing ball." Wearing a brand-name suit and dark brown sunglasses, Tony walked in with a grin, and then glanced at the ball in Rog's hand with curiosity. "At this time, you are not recovering at home, why are you suddenly free to come to my small office?" Rog was not surprised that Tony could find this place. He did not hide his identity when he rescued Tony. So no matter whether Tony is from Coelson or through his own channels, he can easily find here. "Your office is really small." Roger's office is only tens of square meters, not even a single room. If it hadn't been for Erica to decorate it a few days ago, the office would have been even more rudimentary. "But your assistant is pretty good." Tony didn't change the nature of Playboy, and carefully looked at Erica up and down. After discovering that Roger and Tony knew each other, Erica poured Tony a cup of coffee, and then gave Tony, who was still standing. "I don't like people handing me things." Tony shook his head, not intending to take the coffee from Erica at all. Let's just say, what is going on with the famous Tony Stark?" Rog doesn't hate Tony, but now he wants to practice the spiral pill ball quietly. "As my savior, your attitude towards me is really not ordinary, can't you be a little enthusiastic?" Tony came to Rog, said in an exaggerated tone, and then took the ball from his hand. "If there is nothing wrong with you." Before Roger had finished speaking, Tony went on to say, "I have built a new toy these days, and I want to invite you to enjoy it." Although Tony didn't say it explicitly, Rog quickly guessed what Tony called the new toy. Not surprisingly, Tony's new toy is the steel suit. "I just don't know if it is Mark II or Mark III. Tony Stark personally came to invite. If I didn't look at it, it would be too unreasonable." More than an hour later, Roger came to Tony's seaside mansion and saw the very familiar steel suit in his impression. "Red and gold color, Mark number 3. You've been back in New York less than a week ago. You finished your steel suit so quickly, it was very efficient." "Of course, I'm Tony Stark," Tony said confidently, and he liked the appreciative look in Rog's eyes. "As a creator, what I fear most is not being recognized for my work." So Rog's recognition of Mark III also made Tony feel satisfied and gratified. "Really good. This will be the beginning of an era." Looking at Mark III in front of him, Rog couldn't help but sigh. Tony didn't expect that Roger's evaluation of Mark III would be so high, and he felt like meeting his confidant right now. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 23, Tony and number 039, S Commission. "Fight with me, I want to see how strong the so-called ninja is." When Rog felt the cold metal texture from the Mark III with his right hand, Tony suddenly spoke. "No, I refuse." Rog didn't even turn his head, but directly rejected Tony, and continued to focus on Mark III. It has to be said that even with the extraordinary power of ninjutsu, the pinnacle product of mechanical technology like Mark III, it can still give Rog the desire to possess. "Why?" Tony asked directly next to Roger. "It's no good to fight with you, and it's a waste of energy, so I refuse. After observing the Mark III in detail, Rog gave his answer. Your new toy is really good. If you have nothing else, then I will go back. After satisfying his curiosity, Roger had no plans to stay here. Seeing that Roger was about to leave, a thought flashed in Tony's mind, and then he said very seriously, "You are a ninja who can accept a commission. I have a commission now. I don't know if you dare to accept it." Although it was clear that Tony was using the radical technique, after hearing Tony's words, Rog stopped the Thunder God who was about to use it. The content of the commission is very simple, that is, you fight with me wearing a battle suit. No matter you win or lose, I will give you a generous enough reward. How about it, do you want to pick it up? Or you are afraid of my Mark III, so you dare not fight with me? Tony deliberately said in a mocking tone, with an extremely confident look on his face. Seeing what Tony was like at this time, Roger shook his head helplessly, and then gave his own answer. I have no interest in money. But if you are so confident, I can give you a chance. As soon as the voice fell, Roger's figure disappeared in front of Tony. Although it was not the first time that Rog disappeared in an instant, Tony still had some fear of this magical ability. A few seconds later, Rog's figure reappeared in front of Tony, and he held a scroll in his hand. The scroll in his hand is the commission scroll necessary to accept the commission. I have a strong sense of ritual, so if you want to make a commission, you have to write down the content of the commission and remuneration first, and then I will give you the final answer. If you lose, I want a set of Mark III with its own arc reactor. After speaking, Rog pointed to the arc reactor on Tony's chest. No problem. Tony happily wrote down the content and payment of the commission on the commission scroll, and then threw the commission scroll back to Rog. When Tony signed the name on the scroll, there was an extra line of information on the commission page in the system. Delegated content: fight once with Tony Stark wearing Mark III, delegate status, incomplete, delegate reward, 5 nin coins. After seeing Tony's commission past the judgment, Roger's face also showed a satisfied look. Finally, nin coin will be credited again. Although there were only 5 ninja coins, no matter how small the mosquito legs were, it was meat, so Roger didn't mind. The difficulty of commissioning is very low, no time and effort are required, and a set of Mark III can be obtained as a trophy. This is a very good commission, and it even ranks in the top 3 of all commissions that Roger has executed. I took your request. When and where do you want to start this battle? Just now, the battlefield is here. Tony originally wanted to talk about playing here, but after taking a look at his garage, he decisively gave up the idea. You decide the battlefield. In this case, let's fight outside. Rog casually pointed out the window, and quickly set the battle location. Outside? It's the sea outside. Do you want to fight me in the sea? Tony asked with a puzzled look. No, not fighting with you in the sea, but fighting with you outside. You can fly in the air or potentially in the sea. It's your freedom. Looking at the sea outside, Tony didn't understand how Roger was going to fight in such a place, but he still agreed. Tony quickly finished dressing the Mark III, and then flew out of the garage and flew directly over the sea a few kilometers away. Just as Tony was about to look back to see how Roger came to this place, Roger's figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then fell quickly under the influence of gravity. Although Tony wearing the Mark III is not flying very high, he is still tens of meters away from sea level. Seeing Roger's rapidly falling figure, Tony wanted to fly over to rescue Roger, but he finally gave up the idea. He wanted to see how this ninja who mastered the mysterious ninjutsu would resolve the situation in front of him. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When Rog was about to fall into the sea, he seemed to have landed on the ground and stood firmly on the sea. If it weren't for the ripples on the sea under his feet, Tony would even wonder if it wasn't the sea. How did he do that? The scene before me is not scientific at all, very unscientific. For some reason, looking at Roger standing on the sea, Tony remembered certain myths. But he quickly put these strange ideas in his mind behind him, and prepared to let Roger see what the power of technology is. Without any hesitation or temptation, Tony flew directly towards Roger and started his own attack. Obviously, I can rely on flight superiority to attack from a distance, but I chose the simplest and rude melee combat. It seems I was underestimated. A distance of tens of meters, for Tony, who is flying at full speed, he can fly over in an instant. After arriving in front of Rog like lightning, Tony's right fist slammed fiercely and hit Rog's chest with a punch. Bang! Tony's right fist hit Roger without any suspense, but Roger turned into a cloud of smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. Before he could figure out what was going on, a heart-piercing pain came from his left shoulder. Pain! 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 Tony felt like he had been hit by a rifle directly in his left shoulder. Unbearable pain came from his entire left arm and shoulder. I was shot? This idea just surfaced, it was rejected by Tony. Wearing a Mark III, even if he was really hit by a rifle, he would never have pain at such a distance. Tony turned his head and glanced at his left shoulder, then he was stunned. The whole person maintained a flying posture as if he had lost his soul. Ninja God who likes Muminli, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Muminli is updated fastest. Chapter 24, The Art of Water Iron Cannon. I saw a finger-sized hole on Mark III's left shoulder. Inside the cavity, there were bursts of electric sparks from time to time. Mark III's left shoulder was directly penetrated. As the producer of Mark III, Tony knows exactly what defensive capabilities the Mark III possesses. The main material of the Mark III is gold titanium alloy, which has extremely high defense capabilities. Even if it is fired on a large scale by a 7.62 mm rifle bullet for a long time, it will not cause obvious damage. But it was such an enhanced composite armor with extremely high defensive capabilities that was pierced in an instant. Until now, Tony didn't know how he was hit, let alone what it was that hit him. Tony turned his head abruptly, and then saw Roger, who compared his fingers to a pistol. You lose. Rog pointed to Tony's forehead with his right index finger, indicating that the battle has been won. Tony wanted to rebut something, but the pain from his left shoulder made him silently shut his mouth, and then flew back to the garage without saying a word. Seeing Tony's fading figure, Roger sighed slightly. If Tony was not so careless, or a little serious, the battle could last a little longer. But obviously, Tony, who put on Mark III, did not do so. In this battle, Rog used a total of 3 types of ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clone, and the Water Escape and Water Iron Cannon art he rarely uses in battle. The technique of Water Iron Cannon is a secret ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation by the Ghost Lamp family, and it is also the only Water Escape ninjutsu that Roger currently knows. The liquid bullets fired by the art of Water Iron Cannon have extremely strong penetrating power, destructive power is very considerable, and can penetrate most objects. The liquid bullet that had just penetrated the left shoulder of Mark III was the liquid bullet shot by the technique of Water Iron Cannon. While observing Mark III in the garage, Rog left the Thunder God technique on the Mark III. Fly directly in front of Tony with Flying Thunder God, not the deity, but a shadow clone of Roger. If Tony used multiple different methods to scan, he might be able to find that Roger standing on the sea is not a real human being. But Tony didn't do this, but flew directly towards the shadow clone standing on the sea, and then broke the shadow clone with a punch. When Tony broke the shadow clone, the real Roger came to his back through the Thunder God, and then decisively used the Water Iron Cannon technique, directly piercing the left shoulder of Mark III. After returning to the garage, Tony immediately took off Mark III on his body, and then looked up his left shoulder. After seeing the injury on his left shoulder, Tony's face became more difficult to look. The liquid bullet fired by the Water Iron Cannon technique did not penetrate his left shoulder, but just past his left shoulder, leaving an extremely obvious scratch on his left shoulder. "It's just a bruise?" At the moment of injury, Tony thought his left shoulder was completely pierced, that's why there was pain at such a distance. But it turns out that this is only his wishful thinking. Rog deliberately avoided Tony's shoulders while performing the art of iron cannon. Let the liquid bullet of the water iron cannon technique just grazed Tony's shoulder instead of really piercing his shoulder. After all, if it really penetrates Tony's shoulders, the time for him to receive the trophy will be greatly delayed. Looking at the scar on his left shoulder, Tony sighed with great annoyance. If you understood this at the time, maybe you wouldn't lose so fast, and you still have a chance to fight back. But Tony quickly thought of the scene where Roger pointed his forehead with his right index finger. I want to tell me that if the target of the shot was my forehead, would I have died long ago? After a wry smile, Tony came to Mark III, unloaded the entire left shoulder of Mark III directly, and put it on his workbench. Just as Tony was about to study the hole on his left shoulder carefully, Roger's figure appeared in the garage. "It seems that your state has recovered. I thought you would be lost for a while." Seeing Tony, who was about to start researching, Roger said with some relief. "This time it's just that I was too impulsive. Next time I will never give you this opportunity again." Although Mark III did not resist Rog's attack, Tony knew very well that the real reason for the defeat was not Mark III, but his own care. "I hope so. By the way, remember to let me know after you have made the Mark III I want. I am still very interested in a steel suit like Mark III." After speaking, Roger's figure disappeared in front of Tony again, as if talking to him just now was just a phantom. "Next time I will definitely win. Technology is the strongest force," Tony said silently in his heart, and then returned his attention to Mark III's left shoulder. Although he still doesn't know what happened to Mark III's left shoulder, he is sure that he will be able to research the reason. This is the self-confidence of a genius and the self-confidence of a top inventor. Because Tony has not paid the reward, the task in the system is still in an unfinished state for the time being. Rog is confident in Tony's work efficiency. As long as there are no accidents, Tony will complete the commissioned payment soon. After returning to the office, Rog took out the ball again and started his spiral pill practice. Before practicing Helix Maru, he deliberately used chakra perception to perceive the current location of Frank the Punisher. Several days have passed since the day when the challenge was originally set, but during this time, not only did Frank the Punisher not launch any attacks, but also Rog's office was never approached. In the most recent time, Frank was several kilometers away from the office. Since Frank will show no sign of attacking for a while, Rog doesn't have to worry too much about what big scenes or moths Frank will make. After several hours of very serious practice, the ball in Roger's hand finally showed some signs of damage. Bang! Under Rog's continuous efforts, the ball in his right hand ushered in a breakdown, and a sound that was not loud but enough to make him pleased. When the ball broke, Rog did not rest, but directly began the fourth stage of practice. Because there was no obstruction, Erica on the side finally saw what Rog was holding. It was a chakra ball emitting a light blue light. Upon closer inspection, you could see the chakras flowing in irregular and different directions. "This is..." Looking at the chakra ball in Roger's hand, Erica asked suspiciously. "This is a chakra ball, an unfinished prototype of ninjutsu, and inside it is a kind of energy called chakra. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it." LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja God who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 25, Holy Ninja. Roger simply explained the chakra ball in his hand. He was not worried that Erica or others would understand the nature of ninjutsu or chakra from these simple descriptions. Knowing the source of a person's strength is completely different from whether he can resist the strength of that person. Like the future Iron Man, everyone knows that Tony relies on high-tech steel suits to have power beyond ordinary people. But those who can't beat him, even if they know this, still can't beat him. And Rog had no plan to hide his ability. "Even if you know that chakra is my source of strength, even if you know all the ninjutsu I know, even if you know the fighting style I am good at, so what? Rather than carefully concealing his abilities, he might as well think of ways to further enhance his strength. As long as you have a strong enough strength, why worry about the conspiracy and tricks of those ghosts? Flat push is king. Wushuan, is the profound meaning. Not long after Rog explained to Erika, the chakra ball in his hand dissipated into the air, turning into a stream of air. Compared with the previous 3 stages, the 4th stage of the spiral pill practice is the real highlight. It is not difficult to condense the chakras in the hands and flow irregularly at a high speed. The difficulty is how to maintain and solidify for a long time. A spiral pill that cannot be maintained and solidified for a long time is like a water polo. It breaks with a poke and does not have real combat value. Although Erika doesn't know what chakra is, let alone what helix pill is. But she saw something called power on this chakra ball called light blue. A ninja who owns a chakra is a real ninja. For some reason, Erika's mind suddenly had such an idea. Dissipate again and again, take shape over and over again. Every failure will consume part of Rog's chakra. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. Rog can't remember exactly how many times he has practiced. The only feeling he now has is that the chakra in his body is about to reach the final threshold. This is the first time he has felt that chakra is about to run out. Last time, no matter whether it is successful or not, today is over. Like the previous exercise, the last attempt failed without suspense, and no miracle was born because it was the last time. After moving his somewhat stiff body, Roger raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3:45 in the morning. When he was about to use the last chakra to display the Thunder God and return home, he vaguely heard the faint sound of fighting in the alley below the office. As a weapon master of cold weapons, although the fighting sound coming from is very weak, he can immediately hear that it is the sound produced by the impact of the katana. In a place like New York, it is not strange to hear gunshots. But in the middle of the night, people who would use katana to fight, in his impression, there are only those handmaids known for their crazy ninjas. Wouldn't they be crazy ninjas with hands together? Driven by curiosity, he came to the window and looked in the direction of the sound of fighting. It was indeed a ninja who was fighting in the alley below the office, but not the ninja he had imagined. One of the parties in the battle is no one else, but Erika, who has just become an assistant to the firm. At this time, Erika is still dressed as a working woman during the day, but what she is doing now has no similarities with working women. Erika, holding a katana in hand, is one enemy 3 and is fighting 3 enemies wearing ninja suits of different colors. Just watched randomly for 10 seconds, and Roger saw something was wrong. No matter it was Erika or the 3 unknown guys on the opposite side, although their offensives seemed to be extremely fierce, and their moves were all about to attack them, Roger did not see any killing intent on them. Although I don't know what is the relationship between Erika and the 3 guys opposite, as Erika's current boss, Rog feels he needs to go there. Erika, stop it. You are not the opponent of the 3 of us. If you are obsessed, don't blame us for being merciless. Erika, go back with us, we can solve the problems of hand-to-hand reunion slowly. As soon as Roger arrived in the small alley, he heard the words of the 3 ninjas and at the same time figured out the origin of the 3. There will be no other people who would say this to Erika except those of the Holy Order. Erika seemed to have not heard the words of the 3, and the attack became more fierce, while silently preparing to retreat. However, the 3 holy ninjas on the opposite side quickly realized Erika's plan, and no longer kept their hands at the moment, and immediately forced Erika to be defeated. When Erika was about to be defeated and then forcibly taken away, Roger, who had been in the shadow of the alley for a while, finally walked out. Will the holy people only bully more with less, and still bully a woman? Don't you feel ashamed? Although there are not many chakras left in the body right now, Roger still didn't pay attention to the 3 ninjas of the Holy Society. From the observation just now, he can be 100% sure that even if he doesn't use chakra, the three holy ninjas are not his opponents at all. Who are you? Since you know that we are members of the Holy Society, you dare to ridicule. One of the men in a dark yellow ninja suit said sternly. Who am I? I am Erika's boss. You are under my office and attacked my assistant. Your holiness is too arrogant. Rog said as he walked. When he finished speaking, he happened to be next to Erika and took the samurai sword in Erika's hand. If you want to take Erika away, I'll tell you if I win. Or do you guys in the Holy Society only dare to bully women when there are so many people? After being ridiculed by Rog one after another, even a person with no temper would inevitably be a little angry now. I don't know the brave boy, don't think that you can insult the Holy Society if you know how to fist. It was the guy in the dark yellow ninja who was talking. Boy, my name is... Just as he was about to sign up for himself, Rog interrupted him in time. I am not interested in knowing the names of some small characters. Your names are not worth my wasting any brain cells. You wanna die? It is estimated that this Holy Society ninja has never been ridiculed in this way. After hearing Roger's words, his already somewhat uncontrollable anger broke out completely. He saw his whole person rushing towards Roger like an angry beast, and the samurai sword in his hand was also slashed directly at Roger's head like lightning. There was a great momentum to stab Roger at the head. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 26, Old Man. Just when the katana of this holy ninja was about to hit Roger, the katana in Roger's hand came to him strangely, hitting his chest early. Bad. The moment Roger's katana pierced his skin, the holy ninja felt an extremely strong breath of death. Relying on the powerful control power he gained through years of hard training, he forcibly stopped the attack and retreated for the first time. Even so, a knife mark tens of centimeters long appeared on his chest very clearly, and bright red blood continued to gush from the huge wound. If he retreats a little bit more slowly, the katana in Roger's hand will pierce his throat without any suspense, completing a real one-hit kill. Rog's knife not only shocked the injured holy ninja, but also made the faces of the two ninjas behind them extremely solemn. As companions of the same organization, they knew very well what strength the injured ninja had. Among the three of them, this injured ninja has the strongest strength and the most impulsive character. You actually avoided it. It seems that you are a little bit better than the ninja. Those guys who join hands usually only need one sword. As for you, it's about 2 swords. Before he took the shot, the 3 holy ninjas would only think that he didn't know the sky and the earth. But at this time, not only did they not take the slightest contempt, but they would also regard him as the most dangerous kind of enemy, the kind of enemy that could take their lives at any time. This time we've confessed, but do you really want to be an enemy of Shenkai? Another Shengui ninja said in a calm tone. In fact, I always hate those guys who move out of the background if they can't win. They have already lost, so I have to save myself some face. Besides, you can't represent the Holy Society. The one behind you said this is almost the same. After speaking, Roger pointed at the dark alley behind them with the samurai sword still dripping blood in his hand. Erika and the 3 holy ninjas did not realize that there was a person hidden in the alley. After hearing Roger's words, they carefully observed the dark, dim, and faint sound of water droplets from time to time. A man wearing light green clothes and holding a long stick walked out under the gaze of Erika and others. Although it was late at night, he still wore a pair of sunglasses and a pale green hat that Roger wanted to complain about. This white-haired man is no one else, but the leader of the Holy Order and the master of Erika and Daredevil. Erika is a member of the Holy Society, no one can stop us from taking her back. After walking out of the dark alley, the old man went directly to a place more than 2 meters away from Roger, and said in an extremely certain tone. As long as Erika is unwilling, no one can force her away, I said. Although Gun Old Man is the world's super master fighting master, Roger's tone is as tough as ever. Just relying on the name of the Holy Society, I wanted to forcibly take Erica away from him, what a joke. Young man, you have a good skill. I now give you a chance. As long as you are willing to join the Holy Society, I can forgive your behavior just now. Seeing the stickman's natural expression, Roger even wondered if he had heard it wrong just now. As long as he joins the Holy Society, forgive him for what he did just now? Is this guy dementia? Where is his confidence? Forgive what I did just now? I want to see now, what if you don't forgive? Rog now has good reason to suspect that the guys who have been in these strange organizations for a long time have a little abnormal brain. In that case, go to and confess. As soon as the voice fell, the long stick in the hands of the old man came to Rog. Just as the long stick was about to hit Rog's head, a blood-stained samurai sword stood in front of the long stick, blocking the long stick of thunder. Bang! The violent impact sounded through the alley, and the strong wind pressure carried by the long stick swept through Rog like a hurricane, flying away the scattered paper and garbage bags around. The old man is worthy of being the world's super-class fighting master, and he has shown an invincible momentum with a simple sweep. However, Roger standing in front of the stick man is not an ordinary person. Almost at the moment when the old man attacked, he keenly noticed the attack of the old man and made a relative defense. After seeing Roger blocking his stick without changing his face, the vicissitudes of the stick sounded again. You guys leave this alley. The old man didn't explain the reason, and he didn't need to explain the reason. Everyone present has a wealth of fighting experience and knows what the old man wants to do. Clearance. The three ninjas of the Holy Society left the alley without any hesitation, and disappeared into the sight of Roger and others. Erica did not leave, she still stayed in the alley, but stepped back more than 10 meters silently. If she hadn't been brainwashed by the hands-on association, Erica would have followed the stickman's words without hesitation. But now she will not obey anyone's orders, but will only follow her own inner choice. Looking at Erica, the wrinkled face of the old man showed an undisguised expression of dissatisfaction. As the leader of the Holy Society, he is a unique existence in the Holy Society. No one can disobey his orders. In his opinion, Erica is still a member of the Holy Society, but now Erica blatantly violated his orders, which gave him a feeling of authority being challenged. Old guy, do you still want to fight? I don't have much time to waste with you. Just as the old man was considering how to punish Erica who violated his order, Roger's voice pulled him back to reality. Roger was not interested in knowing what the old man was thinking about. The reason why he was willing to cooperate with the old man to clear the field was nothing more than to see what this fighting master had. Rog's melee combat level is not weak, and can even be considered top. But he always wanted to know what level his fighting level had reached. Although he had thought of this for a long time, he had bad luck and had never met those real masters of fighting. However, the appearance of the old man made him see the hope of fulfilling his wish. Gunman's fighting level is definitely the world's top level, using him to test his fighting level is simply appropriate. Ninja God Who Likes Muminli, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Muminli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 27, Fighting in the Alley. Before the stickman could answer, Rog took the lead in attacking. Defense has never been something he likes to do. Fighting is the best defense. The distance of a few meters, for Roger, only takes a moment. Although Gunso couldn't see it, his fighting instinct as a fighting master immediately issued a warning. Bang! Rog's lightning-fast blade was blocked by the old man, but he did not hesitate, turning his wrist lightly, and the samurai sword attacked the old man from another angle. After blocking Roger's first knife, the old man knew that Roger's attack was definitely not limited to this. As a blind person, he can become the world's top fighting master. The old man has a talent far beyond ordinary people's imagination in close combat. Otherwise, he cannot become a master in the field of fighting without vision. When the katana in Roger's hand suddenly changed the trajectory of his attack, the old man took a step back and at the same time changed his double-handed stick to a single-handed stick. The stick man's right hand slid into the middle of the long stick with great accuracy, and the long stick that was not conducive to close combat was fought like a short stick. Rog's attack was once again blocked by the old man. But he didn't expect to hurt the old man within 1 or 2 swords. If the old man was cut by him so easily, it would be impossible for the old man to survive the attack of the Shaohui, let alone become the leader of the Holy Society. What Rog wanted at the beginning was not to injure the old man, but to force the old man to retreat with an attack. Even if the old man only took a step back, then the rhythm of the next battle would be controlled by him. When the stick man retreated a step because of defense, Roger's posture of holding the knife also changed, and it began to become unpredictable. If his initial posture of holding a sword was the most orthodox conventional way, then he now uses the samurai sword in his hand as a dagger. Poke, stab, stab, chop, chop. The katana in Rog's hand kept flying up and down, drawing a sharp or strange arc. The old man did not expect that Roger's fighting style would be so wild and unruly. At the center of Rog's attack, he was like a small fishing boat in a stormy sea, and he could be completely swallowed by waves that did not know where he came from. If it hadn't been for decades of rich combat experience, under Rog's swift and unreasonable attacks, the old man would have been hit by the katana time and time again. At this time, the old man had completely put away his contempt for Rog and regarded him as the most dangerous and terrifying opponent. Although he has not been injured yet, the old man knows very well that if he continues to stay within Rog's attack range, it won't be long before he will slow down due to the decline in physical strength, and he will no longer be able to stop Rog's attack. Although the old man wanted to pull the distance and put himself at the most suitable combat distance, Roger did not give him a chance. No matter how back he retreats, Rog will follow closely like a gangrene, and will not give him a chance to distance himself. After being attacked dozens of times by Roger like sandbags, the old man finally made up his mind. Even if you get a knife, I will get out of your attack range. With this idea, the stick man stopped defensively and began to try to counterattack. Rog noticed the old man's thoughts for the first time, but he still had no intention of slowing down the attack. Gunsu's thoughts are very beautiful, trying to get rid of his attack at the price of some small injuries. But his attack can't be avoided with a few small injuries. If the old man really has such an idea, he doesn't mind taking away the old man with a knife. Erica, who was on the other side of the alley, watched intently at the battle between Roger and the old man, her expression becoming more solemn. She always thought that the only difference between herself and Roger was that Roger had mastered ninjutsu. But after seeing the level of fighting displayed by Roger at this time, she realized that in the building of the hand-in-hand association, Roger did not use all his strength. If Roger at that time was the same as it is now, then it would be impossible for her to have so many moves with Roger. Under this kind of offensive, I guess I can't stop even 10 knives. No, it can only block 5 knives at most. As a student of the old man, Erica knows exactly what strength the old man has. But even the old man with a strength far surpassing her, was suppressed by Rog at this time and could not even counterattack, and had no choice but to choose defense. At first, Rog just wanted to test his fighting level through the stick man, but when the stick man blocked all his attacks with a dripping defense, he slowly became excited. This feeling is completely different from when Hei Kong fought. Although Hei Kong also has a human body, Hei Kong's fighting style is completely different from that of humans. When fighting Hei Kong, Rog didn't think he was fighting humans at all, he only felt that he was fighting a humanoid beast. However, it is completely different at this time. The old man is a completely human body, and the fighting skills displayed are completely actions that the human body can do. Therefore, when fighting the old man, Roger can also learn a lot of fighting skills from the old man that he hadn't thought about before. This kind of battle that can fully display your fighting skills is the most exciting game in the world for those who like to fight. In the past, Roger didn't quite understand why some people would become pure fighting freaks. But now, he not only fully understands it, but also has a tendency to develop in this direction. Regardless of the consequences, regardless of life and death. Bet your own life and do everything you can. Use everything you have to come to a vigorous peak battle. Even if you lose this kind of battle, you can walk into with a smile without regrets. This is the highest honor that belongs to the soldier. As Rog got more and more excited, the stick man opposite him became more and more shocked. The old man could clearly feel that his physical strength was declining rapidly. After a while, his physical strength would reach a critical point, and he would no longer be able to keep up with Roger's rhythm. But Roger, who was opposite him, seemed to have no consumption at all. Not only did the attack speed and frequency not drop in the slightest, but it was getting faster and stronger. If this continues, I will really die in the hands of this kid. The old man came to a conclusion that shocked him. Just as the old man was thinking about how to get out of here alive, a scene happened that they hadn't thought of. Clang! After slamming a knife forcefully, the katana in Roger's hand came to the brink of collapse and was hit by the long stick in the hands of the old man. This Ninja God Who Likes Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 28, Raise Nan. The old man, who had been waiting for a chance to fight back, didn't hesitate at this time, and immediately slammed a stick at Roger. There was no sign of the stick man's attack. Seeing that the long stick that had been chopped by the katana was about to hit Rog's head, the only half of the katana in his hand was blocked by the long stick. Attack trajectory. However, Roger did not feel any strength from the broken samurai sword. Although the old man launched a counterattack in the first place, it was just a false move. When Roger was about to use the broken katana against the long stick, the old man decisively retracted the long stick, and then quickly stepped back 5 or 6 meters. After experiencing the battle that almost couldn't keep up with his thoughts just now, the old man had already had a lot of psychological shadow on Roger. Therefore, he would rather give up the possible successful attack, but also take this opportunity to open the distance and give himself a distance suitable for playing the power of the long stick. Rog did not follow as closely as before. After the samurai sword broke, his increasingly excited fighting mood quickly cooled down, and he no longer had the same mood before. This feeling of being interrupted because of an accident is very uncomfortable, and Roger sighed helplessly. Some things, once interrupted, you can never get back the feelings you had before. So now he has no plans to continue fighting with the old man. Yuko, that's all for tonight. While talking, Rog threw the broken samurai sword in his hand casually, then turned around and left, not caring whether the old man would take the opportunity to attack him. If the old man does this, he will let the old man experience what is called the power of ninjutsu. Although a little unhappy with Roger's tone, the old man finally put away the long stick and disappeared at the end of the dark alley. If there is such a thing next time, you can tell me. How do you say you are a member of the firm, and if you are in trouble, you are looking for trouble in the firm? After speaking, Rog directly used Thunder God and disappeared in front of Erika. Although the battle with Gun Old Man did not last for a long time, it also consumed a lot of his physical strength. If he hadn't used chakra to strengthen his body before, he would have no way to maintain that kind of high-intensity and high-frequency attacks. After practicing the spiral pill for a day, he had consumed a lot of energy. Coupled with the battle with the old man, he is now in the weakest period in history. If the Punisher launches an attack now, then his day is really very fulfilling. To be on the safe side, he used the chakra sensation technique and silently sensed where the Punisher was now. It's okay not to perceive. After sensing the current location of the Punisher, a look of confusion appeared on his face. How did he go there? Frank the Punisher did not leave New York. He is now on the roof of a building, the Fisker building that he had just visited some time ago. Rog thought that the Punisher was going to attack Jinbin, but after sensing the situation inside the building, he found that Jinbin was not in the building at this time. As a professional, it is absolutely impossible for the Punisher to commit such low-level intelligence errors. Since Jin is not here, it means that the Punisher's goal at this time is not him. Although there are still many people in the Fisk mansion, Roger did not find any noteworthy existence in it. Maybe the Punisher just went to the top of the Fisk building to blow the air. Although this possibility is small, it does not mean that this situation will not happen. After waking up the next day, Rog did not go to the office, but stayed at home to continue the fourth phase of Helix Pill. Before Tony gave him the commission payment, he couldn't accept other commissions, so he didn't need to go to the office to stay. The fourth stage of practice is a little harder than he thought. After practicing for 2 consecutive days at home, he finally completed the practice at this stage and truly mastered this extremely growing Muji ninjutsu. The spiral pill is just a starting point, and what he wants is not just a spiral pill. After dispersing the spinning spiral pill in his hand, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Roger. Occupation, Ninja. Talent, No Seal Casting, 7 Attribute Chakra. Blood Succession Boundary, 3 Goyu Jade Writing Round Eyes. Ninjutsu, Avatar, Instantaneous, Hold Body, Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, Chakra Perception, Helix Pill, Self-Study. Thunder Dun, Chidori. Fire Escape, Extinguish the Fire. Water Escape, The Art of Water Iron Cannon. Illusion, Dark Walk. Chakra Amount, 5 cards. Nin coins not consumed, 25. There is an extra spiral pill in the property panel, because it is for self-study, so behind the spiral pill, the system also specifically noted the word self-study. However, Rog's attention did not stay in the attribute panel for long. He quickly opened the system's redemption page and found his goal from it. Daya Helix Pills Super Big Jade Helix Pills Feng Dun Helix Pills Feng Dun Spiral Shuriken Feng Dun Super Jade Helix Shuriken Huing Helix Pills Xianfa Helix Pills Xianfa Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. There are a series of ninjutsu about Helix Maru on the exchange page, and the exchange price is lower than before. Just as if you have a 3-go jade writing wheel, the price of a kaleidoscope writing wheel has dropped, and the system is still very fair in terms of exchange prices. As long as the preconditions are fulfilled, the subsequent exchange price will be adjusted accordingly. Although the ninjutsu on the redemption page made Rog quite excited, he didn't have much idea of redemption. The reason is simple, because he does not have enough nin coins now. And even if he has enough ninjutsu, he will not give priority to these spiral pills ninjutsu. Is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes not fragrant enough, or the wood escape between the 1,000 hands pillars is not strong enough? He would not consider using nin coins to directly exchange these spiral pills for ninjutsu unless there were too many ninja coins to be indifferent. The smooth mastery of Helix Pill allowed him to see another possibility, the possibility of developing ninjutsu on his own. When exchanging Chidori, the idea of developing and learning ninjutsu on my own was not particularly strong. But after successfully mastering Helix Pill through self-study, developing and learning ninjutsu by himself may become an important way for him to master the new ninjutsu in the future. As for ninja coins, they can be kept to exchange for those blood succession limits and existence that cannot be obtained through learning. For example, the wooden escape between 1,000-hand pillars, such as the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes, such as the 9-tailed chakra. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 29, Obity. Seeing the blood succession limits and abilities that could be equated with the opening, Roger sighed helplessly. He now has only 25 ninjutsu, and he can't even exchange for a higher level of ninjutsu, not to mention the blood succession limits and abilities that just need hundreds of ninjutsu. After training at random in his training room for a while, he played Fei Lei Shen and came to the office. Because he didn't understand the standards of ROG's acceptance of commissions, Erica recorded the client and the content of the commissions these days, organized into a detailed document and gave it to ROG. Tony has not given him the commissions payment, so ROG has no way to accept other commissions. However, in order to pass the time, he carefully browsed the files that Erica had organized. The commissions in it are similar to those of normal private detectives. They are basically commissions for tracing people or objects. There is nothing worth noting. Just when he thought that today was also a day of doing nothing, the door of the office was pushed open. Pushing the door came in was a bald man in his 50s and 60s with a clean beard on his face, a fat figure and an expensive custom suit. Although he kept a smile on his face, it gave people an invisible pressure. Just a glance at the man, Roger recognized his identity. The man who came in was no one else. It was Obadiah Steiny who planned the kidnapping of Tony. Obadiah is one of the veterans of Stark Industries. After the accidental death of Howard Stark, he was originally the person most promising to become the chairman of Stark Industries. But unfortunately, the Tony later turned his prodigal son back and returned to Stark Industries to inherit the position of his father, and showed unparalleled talent for invention. Since Tony took over Stark Industries, Obadiah has become a green leaf around Tony. Knowing that he could not achieve his ambitions through normal means, he began to consider other means to eliminate Tony, so the Tony kidnapping incident occurred. Although Obadiah hadn't said a word yet, Roger had already guessed his purpose. If nothing else, the purpose of Obadiah's trip must be to ask how Tony escaped from the 10 Commandments. Of course, Obadiah can't ask this question simply and straightforwardly, but he will definitely mention it in a roundabout way. This can be easily inferred from the fact that Obadiah didn't even bring the secretary and the driver. As Roger expected, after entering the office, Obadiah's face showed a very grateful look. He walked quickly to him and said in an extremely sincere tone, "You are Roger, sir, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Tony might." Obadiah did not continue to say, "If you only look at his current expression, most people would think that he really came to thank Roger." But ROG knew very well that Obadiah wouldn't have the slightest gratitude for him, and maybe he might even have plans to take out the pistol and destroy him. "Just to complete the commission, you don't need to be so polite." Roger's tone was very calm, as if calm without any emotion. Even so, Obadiah still looked so grateful, and sat down on the chair in front of Roger. If it weren't for figuring out how Tony escaped from the terrorists of the 10 Commandments, it would be impossible for Obadiah to be like a statusless private detective like Roger. On the day Tony returned to New York, Obadiah sent someone to Afghanistan to find out what happened. But unfortunately, when his people spent a great deal of effort in Afghanistan to find the cave where Reza and others were stationed, all they saw were corpses in one place and a messy battlefield. Although they did not find the answer they wanted, they eventually found a bombed steel suit in the cave where Reza died. When Obadiah saw the bombed Mark I in his secret warehouse, he immediately realized that it was a cross-age weapon built by Tony himself. After the wreckage of Mark I was returned to New York, Obadiah sent people to start the reverse engineering to try to restore and upgrade Mark I. However, when the engineers in Obadiah were enthusiastically carrying out the reverse engineering of the Mark I, the subordinates he arranged to monitor Tony's whereabouts reported a piece of news to him. Tony went to meet a private detective, and brought the private detective back to the beach house. As an old fried dough stick who has been playing in the mall for decades, Obadiah immediately realized that this private investigator was the key person who rescued Tony. If this were not the case, then Tony's Mark I would not appear in the cave where Reza died, and was deliberately blown up. A few days ago, Obadiah had planned to visit Roger for a while. But before coming to the door, he asked his people to investigate Roger's past. As a result, the investigation took several days. After investigation, Obadiah became more and more sure that Roger was the one who rescued Tony, so he came to Roger's office alone today. Although he was the only one who entered the office, more than a dozen of his bodyguards were in the vicinity of the office at this time. If something happens to him, his bodyguards will come to the office and take him away as soon as possible. Anyway, you are the one who rescued Tony, so as Tony's elder, I must express my gratitude." After speaking, Obadi took out the checkbook from the pocket inside the suit, quickly wrote it, and put the check in front of Rog. $10 million. As a rich man, the way to express gratitude is simple and rude. Although Rog didn't like Obadi very much, he still accepted the check, and then threw the check that could withdraw $10 million at any time into the drawer of his desk. "Your thanks, I accept it." After Rog accepted the check, Obadi chatted with Rog for more than 10 minutes, and then he whispered about Afghanistan. Roger took the initiative to omit part of the information, and then told Obadi a half-truth. Combining the scars on the Mark I and the information brought back by his men, Obadi restored the scene at the time with the help of his brain. "A good talent like you, Mr. Rog, is too awkward to stay in this kind of place. If you don't mind, Stark Group now has a vacancy for a security officer. The salary is no less than $10 million per year. I wonder if Mr. Rog is interested. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it." LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 30, Strange Bomb. At the beginning, Rog thought Obadi was very generous, and he wrote a check for $10 million without thinking. But after hearing what Obadi said, he retracted his previous evaluation. $10 million a year, this salary is indeed a sky-high price that only exists in imagination for ordinary people. But for him, this price is simply an insult. So he didn't even have any interest in answering Obadiah, and shook his head very casually. When Obadi left, Rog handed the check in the drawer to Erica and said, "Go and exchange this check, and the money in it will be used for the operating expenses of the office." After hearing Roger's words, Erica was taken aback. A few days ago, Roger had just given her a $5 million bank card. Just a few days later, Rog gave her another check for $10 million. The reason was the same as before, the operating expenses of the firm. Although Erica doesn't know exactly what Rog thinks, one thing she can be sure of right now is that Rog is definitely not opening this firm to make money. After Erica left, Rog picked up a newspaper on the desk and looked through it boredly. The date of the newspaper is up to date. Obviously, it was prepared by Erica. Although Erica didn't have any assistant experience before, or even decent work experience, she still worked hard to learn how to become a qualified assistant. Of course, if the ninja is considered a profession, then her experience is quite rich. Rog originally planned to flip through the newspaper to pass the time, but a report in the newspaper attracted his attention. The Fisker Building biological laboratory was invaded late at night, and 15 security personnel died. Fisk Tower? Wouldn't this happen to be done by Frank the Punisher? Reminiscent of the scene where Frank the Punisher appeared in the Fisk Tower inexplicably last night, Rog became more certain that he did this invasion. After making 3 challenges with the Punisher, he has been waiting for the Punisher's action. However, the Punisher seemed to have completely forgotten about this incident. He had no intention of attacking him at all, and he didn't even have any interest in approaching the office. Although he didn't know what the Punisher was making, Roger didn't worry about his life. If he was really that easy to be attacked, he would have died in those strange revenges. Just when Rog was considering whether to let Erica bring some Chinese food back, the door of the office was pushed open again. It was not the entrusted customer who came in, but a courier in the uniform of a FedEx. "Are you Mr. Roger? Here is a copy of your express." It was a normal thing for a courier to deliver the courier home. But after hearing the words of the courier brother, Rog noticed something was wrong for the first time. There may be many people who know the address of his office, but they will send it by courier, none of them. Rog came to the courier brother like a flash, took the courier package directly, and then opened the courier with the kunao he carried with him. "Sir, you haven't signed for it yet, don't you?" The courier brother didn't finish his words. He saw the time bomb in the box that was counting down, a time bomb that was only 3 minutes away from the explosion. I won't be able to sign the name. If you don't want to, you can take it back. After hearing Roger's words, the shocked courier brother finally recovered, shook his head quickly, and then ran away without looking back. After seeing the time bomb, Rog's first reaction was that the bomb was sent by the Punisher. But then I thought about it and felt that the Punisher would not attack him in such an idiotic way. Just when he was about to take the bomb to ask the Punisher himself, he saw the newspaper he had left on the table at Will. An almost intuitive idea came to his mind for an instant. After sensing the Thunder God spell on the Punisher, Roger with the bomb directly appeared in front of him. Regarding Rog's arrival, the Punisher did not show any unexpected look, as if he had long anticipated his arrival. Seeing the bomb in Rog's hand that was only a few dozen seconds away from the explosion, the Punisher took out a remote control and pressed the red button on it. The moment the Punisher pressed the button, the timer on the bomb went to 0 instantly. There is no explosion, no flame, and only smoke like a prank. After the timer was reset to 0, white smoke sprayed out from the hidden holes on the bomb, and at the same time a Christmas song sounded. In the cheerful rhythm of the Christmas song, the Punisher stood up from his chair, came to Rog silently, and took the prank bomb in his hand. This is a prank bomb bought in a player's store. I want to send you this thing because I want you to come here in person. The Punisher's tone was calm, as if he was just joking with Rog. Roger did not speak, but silently looked at the somewhat abnormal Punisher in front of him. I have seriously considered your last proposal. I asked you to come over because I just wanted to tell you about my decision. The Punisher said as he walked. He went directly to the refrigerator in the corner of the room, took out 2 bottles of beer from inside, and threw a bottle to Roger. After receiving the beer thrown by the Punisher, Roger found a chair casually and sat down. He wanted to hear what decision the Punisher had made. The Punisher did not tell Rog directly, but sat on a camp bed not far from Rog. This is an abandoned freighter. The owner here was originally a Russian gangster. After punishing them, I thought it was pretty good here, so I made it a secret place for me. After speaking, the Punisher opened the beer in his hand, took a few sips in silence, and then continued, although the environment here is not very good, the advantage is that it is quiet and no one disturbs. The Punisher seemed to be remembering something, and when he said these words, a gentleness appeared on his face. Seeing what the Punisher looked like at this time, Rog didn't know what to say for a while, so he continued to play the audience. In the next few minutes, the Punisher continued to speak some words, but he never mentioned what his decision was. Not knowing if it was because it was a cargo ship cabin, Rog felt a slight sultry heat. In order to relieve the uncomfortable sultry heat, he had to open the cold beer in his hand and drank a few mouthfuls in silence. Ninja God Who Likes Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 31, Punisher and Number 039, S Attack. After seeing Roger finally open the beer and drink a few sips, an imperceptible smile appeared on the Punisher's face. I don't really want to interrupt you, but you haven't said what your decision is for so long. Go straight, what is your final decision? After speaking, Roger took another cold beer in his hand and took a few sips in silence. For some reason, even after drinking several sips in a row, and even almost finished drinking the beer in his hand, he still felt a strong sultry sensation. Well, since you are so anxious to know, then I'll just say it. The Punisher tossed the beer can that had been drunk in his hand, then stood up, came to Rog, and looked condescendingly at him who was sitting. My decision is, no. I will never be the subordinate of someone like you, and I will definitely take you to hell. The Punisher at this time exuded an extremely strong killing intent, and he was just 2 people. Really? In that case, the previous agreement seems to be invalidated. Facing the Punisher with strong killing intent, Rog still had a calm look, as if he hadn't noticed the Punisher's killing intent at all. Are you going to resist first, or do you obediently catch it? Although the final outcome of these two choices is the same, I don't mind giving you a chance to make the last choice. The Punisher had been so obvious, and Roger had completely abandoned his plan to subdue him. Although the Punisher's abilities are good and he is certainly useful as a subordinate, he does not need a subordinate who does not obey orders. Three-legged toads are hard to find, two-legged people are everywhere. The strength of the Punisher may be valuable to others. But in Rog's eyes, it was only slightly good. I know I am definitely not your opponent, but this does not mean that I can't drag you two together. I have done enough things in my life, and it's time to end, and I have nothing to regret if I can pull people like you into together. The Punisher didn't have any plans to attack Roger or escape, but came to the refrigerator again and took out a can of cold beer. For him, his attack has been completed. As for the rest, just hand it over to time. Oh. Seriously, I wasn't particularly surprised when you made this decision. Rog sighed helplessly, then continued, but what I didn't expect is that you would make such a rough plan. If I guessed correctly, you should have moved some hands and feet in the beer. You seem to remember the past, but your real purpose is to get me to drink the beer. I don't know if it was an illusion, the sultry feeling became stronger and stronger, and Roger even felt some obvious discomfort. Yes, I did move some hands and feet in the beer. However, beer is not the real point. If you drink beer, it is naturally better. After speaking, the Punisher who was leaning on the refrigerator suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain, and the whole person trembled uncontrollably. The time has come, it seems that I have to go one step ahead of you, no matter it doesn't matter, I will definitely wait for you in hell. The Punisher said loudly to Rog in a painful and crazy tone, and his eyes became blood red from the intense congestion. Beer is just a cover. 10 seconds after you came here, your ending is doomed. I want to kill someone like you, without paying the price. For this action, I specially modified the environment here. As long as you stay here for more than 10 seconds, you will definitely die, ha 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 ha. Looking at the Punisher who was in great pain but still laughing wildly, Rog shook his head helplessly again. In fact, before coming here, I knew you absolutely had another purpose this time. Roger changed his sitting position and continued, so, the person who came here is not actually me. After hearing Rog's words, a puzzled look appeared on the Punisher's painful face. Let me guess, there are actually 3 aspects to your preparation this time. If I guess wrong, you can correct me. First of all, it is a time bomb. It is normal that there is no explosive in the bomb, because if there is explosive, you can't send it out. However, this bomb is not your so-called prank toy. Although the gas ejected from it does not look strange, I guess it should be some kind of deadly gas. It is very likely that you are living from the Fisk mansion. Those robbed from the laboratory. Of course, you didn't expect this bomb to be effective, because there are too many uncontrollable factors. For example, it is damaged in the middle, delivery is delayed, or it is not delivered to me at all. This is all possible. If I can receive it in time, of course it's best. If you don't receive it, you will find a way to notify me again by other means, and finally make sure that I will come here. After saying this, Rog took a few deep breaths to relieve the uncomfortable feeling in the body, and then continued, when I came here, your 2 preparations began. This is a confined space. You modified it in advance. After I came here, you seemed to turn off the timer on the bomb, but I think this remote control signal should also turn on other devices, such as some kind of device that releases deadly poisonous gas. In this kind of confined space, as long as the setting is reasonable, poison gas can quickly envelope the entire space in a short time, so that the people in it can be poisoned unconsciously. You know that I have the ability to leave here at any time, so you must have a bait that is attractive enough to allow me to stay here enough time. In order to really kill me, you choose to use yourself as a bait. First, you can ensure that I won't leave in the first place, and second, you can watch me die under your poisonous gas attack. As for that can of beer, it doesn't really matter whether it is poisoned or not. Anyway, it is only a tool to cooperate with your acting, but in order to ensure the final effect, you still moved in it. After seeing the ability I demonstrated last time, you know that you can't kill me with a normal attack, so you can only take this more subtle attack. And you know very well that you can only do this once, because once I suspect it, I may not be in the mood to play games with you. Roger spoke unhurriedly, and there was no longer any crazy look on the Punisher's face. Ninja God Who Likes Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 32, Rebirth. The Punisher had an unbelievable look on his face. He couldn't understand why Rog knew his plan so clearly. Since Rog had guessed his plan, why did he take the risk? Thinking of this, the Punisher suddenly remembered what Roger had said before. The person who came here is not actually me. After recalling this sentence, the Punisher seemed to realize something, and his face became extremely difficult to look. It seems that you have also realized something, but before you die, let you see it. As soon as the voice fell, Roger, who was sitting not far in front of the Punisher, blew into smoke and quickly disappeared into the air. Seeing this completely unscientific scene in front of him, the Punisher smiled bitterly, then spit out a few bites of blood in pain. In order to keep Roger here, he did not hesitate to use his life as a bait, trying to take Roger to with him. But now, his efforts are no different from jokes. The poisonous gas he used was a semi-finished product he snatched from the biological laboratory in the Fisker building, a semi-finished product for which no antidote has yet been researched. So even if he wants to save himself now, there is no way. Just when the Punisher thought he would die painfully with this ironic ending, Roger's figure appeared in front of him again. Forgot to tell you, the ninjutsu just now, called the Shadow Clone, does it feel exactly like the deity? After speaking, Rog sat back in his previous chair again. By the way, I am still a Shadow Clone, and the deity is in the office now. For safety's sake, the deity didn't want to come by himself, so he let me come. In addition, the deity wanted to see what you would look like at the final moment of life. The deity also asked me to tell you something. Don't think you can be free when you die. Although the Punisher didn't know the true meaning of Rog's words, one thing he was sure of was that Rog was definitely not joking. Under the constant erosion of toxins, the Punisher eventually died, in an extremely painful way. When the Punisher died, the Shadow Clone came to the corpse of the Punisher and took away part of the body. Afterwards, the Shadow Clone cast Fei Lei Shen and left the cabin full of deadly poisonous gas. When the Shadow Clone appeared again, it was in an abandoned warehouse, and in front of him was Roger himself. After placing the corpse of the Punisher on the ground, the Shadow Clone turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Looking at the part of the corpse on the ground, Roger took a few deep breaths and then opened the system's exchange page. Quickly across the exchange page of ninjutsu and blood succession, Rog's gaze stayed on a special scroll. Scroll of Dirty Reincarnation. In the information bar, in addition to the name of the scroll, there is also a general introduction about the scroll. The Scroll of Dirty Rebirth. After the exchange, you can use the S-Class Forbidden Technique of Dirty Rebirth once. When exchanging the scrolls, a male body that is alive but unconscious and engraved with the control technique in advance is included. The original price is 100 nin coins, the novice experience price, only 20 nin coins. There are many weird scrolls in the system, and the reincarnation scroll is one of them. Because the reincarnation scroll has never been exchanged before, when redeeming this scroll, Roger only needs to pay the novice experience price of 20 nin coins. Without hesitation, Rog directly exchanged this filthy reincarnation scroll that only required a novice experience price, and got a male body that was engraved with the control technique in advance, alive and unconscious. The method of using the Scroll of Dirty Reincarnation is very simple, just enter the chakra to use it. After putting part of the corpse of the Punisher and the body used for reincarnation together, Roger opened the Dirty Earth reincarnation scroll in his hand and imported his chakra. After receiving Rog's chakra, the seemingly ordinary reincarnation scroll suddenly showed a formation filled with complicated spells, and then emitted a mysterious black light. Within a few seconds, the male body on the ground slowly stood up. A cloud of dust appeared around the male body that stood up, and under the shroud of dust gathered, this body began to transform into the appearance of a Punisher. The transformation process was very short, and a few seconds later, the Punisher with a dirty body appeared in front of Roger. "I came alive." The Punisher looked at his hands with a confused look, somewhat difficult to accept this fact. "Yes, you have come alive in another form." Rog is not in the mood to explain to the Punisher what it means to rebirth. In the Punisher's incredible look, his spirit is connected to the Punisher's control technique, which directly erases the Punisher's own emotion and will. What he wants is a subordinate who can obey orders 100%, not an enemy who wants to kill him all day. When his own emotions and will are erased, the Punisher's eyes change from confused to calm. Although he still retains the memories and experiences of the past, he does not have the emotions of the past, and he obeys Rog's orders 100%. Try this body to see how much of its previous ability is retained. After hearing Rog's instructions, the Punisher did not hesitate, and immediately moved his body and began to test his state. After more than 10 minutes of testing, the Punisher gave his own answer: "The strength, speed, and skill are all weaker than before, but the physical strength is far beyond the previous, and I don't feel tired at all. Moreover, there seem to be other abilities hidden in this body." As soon as the Punisher was reincarnated, Roger used the chakra perception technique to perceive him in detail. Although it was a dirty body, there was no chakra in the Punisher. Shoot yourself in the head and you will know what the hidden ability is. After speaking, Rog threw a pistol to the Punisher. After receiving the pistol thrown by Roger, the Punisher didn't hesitate to turn the muzzle to his temple, and then decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! After the gun was fired, a big hole appeared in the Punisher's head. But he did not fall down, and there was no blood flowing from the wound on his head. Just when the Punisher was puzzled, a cloud of dust appeared strangely and quickly gathered in the wound on his head, allowing the broken wound to quickly return to its original state. This is one of the benefits of a dirty body. Not only will you not be tired now, but you will also have a certain degree of immortality. You still have the possibility of death, but that can't be done by conventional means, so you don't have to worry too much. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 33, Mark 3. Because of the rebirth of the dirty soil, the Punisher's strength has declined somewhat. However, the regeneration and immortality ability conferred by the body of the filthy soil allows the Punisher to exert more strength. As a warrior with rich experience, the Punisher knows exactly how terrifying this almost immortal body is in battle. Your current appearance is very different from normal people, so I suggest that you usually consider wearing a mask or something. Of course, if you don't care about other people's opinions, it doesn't matter. Although the Punisher who reincarnated from the dirty soil was still the same as before, his eyes were completely different from those of normal people. The white of the eyes of a normal person is white, while the white of the eyes of a person who reincarnated from dirty soil is black. And there will be obvious cracks on the faces of people who reincarnated from the dirty soil, which looks like cracks on the muddy doll. I will pay attention to this. Although the Punisher hasn't seen him look like he is now, as long as it is Roger's suggestion, he will seriously consider it. As for what is different about this body, you need to explore it yourself. If necessary, I will contact you again. The things given by the system occasionally change, so Roger is not sure whether there will be any unexpected changes in the filthy body of the Punisher. After explaining the Punisher, Rog used the Thunder God to directly return to the office, and then glanced at his current attribute panel. Except for the number of unconsumed nin coins dropped from 25 to 5, and an additional column of psychic information, other information in the attribute panel has not changed. Psychic, Frank the Punisher, reincarnated state of Dirty Earth. Looking at the psychic column, Rog began to consider whether he should learn psychic skills in advance. But after seeing his only 5 nin coins left, he silently dismissed the idea. Although the exchange price for spiritism is not expensive, it only costs 30 ninja coins. But this is not something he can consider now. Even if Tony gave him the Mark III with its own arc reactor, his number of nin coins was only 10. Don't know when will you stop worrying about nin coin? Not long after Rog returned to the office, Erica, who went to the bank to exchange checks, returned to the office. Returning with her, there is also a man Rog is familiar with. I don't know if it was an illusion, Rog felt that Collison's hairline seemed to have moved back a little bit silently. What's wrong? Has Agent Coulson of the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Guarantee commissioned again? Rog retracted his gaze from Collison's hairline, and asked slightly jokingly. In the future, you may not call our National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. We now have a short name called SHIELD Bureau. This is definitely one of your smartest decisions this year. After hearing the familiar name of SHIELD, Rog gave a sincere compliment. Leave aside the name. We have a commission now. I want you to take over. The remuneration is $2 million. Collison directly stated the purpose of his trip. No answer. Roger also gave his answer directly. You don't even know the content of the commission, would it be too random? Collison did not expect Roger to give such a simple and rude answer. I plan to think about the meaning of life recently, so I don't plan to accept commissions. Before Tony delivered the Mark III, Rog couldn't accept the commission even if he wanted to, because the commission would never pass the system's judgment. Collison didn't believe a word of Rog's statement. But even so, he gave up his plan to persuade Rog, and instead told Rog another thing. If this time is convenient for you, our chief would like to make an appointment with you, privately. After speaking, Collison took out a business card with a phone number printed on it from the pocket of his shirt. You can just dial the above number directly when the time comes. Collison placed the business card in front of Rog, and then left the firm. Time flies, and 2 weeks after Rog transformed the Punisher into a state of rebirth, he received a call from Tony. The Mark III you want is ready, you can come over and get it anytime. For some reason, Tony's tone seemed a bit low and tired. After hanging up the phone, Rog didn't hesitate to use the Thunder God and came to Tony's garage. After seeing Rog's arrival, Tony didn't have any surprises, and casually pointed to the Mark III next to the garage. Rog didn't go to get his Mark III directly, but asked Tony in confusion, "Why are you like this ghost now?" Now Tony is like a depressed patient who has been insomnia for several days, and the whole person reveals an abnormal downturn. I went to Gemira the other day. Do you know Gemira? That is Ethan's hometown. Speaking of this, Tony's sluggish aura became a little heavier. Ethan saved my life, but the people in his hometown were hurt by the weapon I invented. Isn't it ironic that Ethan saved an executioner who hurt the people in his hometown? Tony poured a few sips of spirits into his mouth, and beside him was a bottle of spirits that was about to be consumed by him. Roger did not speak, silently acting as an audience. There was a group of terrorists threatening them, so I wore the Mark III and gave those terrorists a severe lesson. I thought it would make them better, but I found that it was useless. The weapons produced by Stark Industries still appear in the hands of those terrorists, but I have no idea about it. When I first returned to New York, I also announced at a press conference that the Stark Industrial Weapons Department would be permanently closed, haha. Looking at Tony, who was drunk in front of him, Roger sighed. He thought Tony had suffered a major blow, but he didn't expect these things to happen. You are Tony Stark, a famous genius, you can't even handle these things, right? Even if you can't figure it out, don't you still have a Mark III? Wear it and you will find that the solution to the problem is very simple. Tony couldn't stop Stark Industries' weapons production. It was nothing but Obadi's use of normal commercial means to restrict his rights, causing him to lose control of the company. There are many ways to solve this situation. The easiest way is to just put on the Mark III and talk to Obadi. After speaking, Rog ignored Tony and went directly to the Mark III delivered by Tony. I don't know how it feels to perform ninjutsu wearing Mark III, so I can try it when I go back. Rog didn't really care about the combat power of Mark III. To him, Mark III was more like a souvenir than a weapon. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee is updated fastest. Chapter 34, Chidori Blade. Looking at the Mark III, which was full of mechanical beauty in front of him, Rog suddenly had a bold idea. After accepting Tony's commission, he can use the Mark series of uniforms as a reward. Although Tony may not be willing every time, it doesn't hurt to try. I'll accept the payment, but it's on your side for now, and I'll come to get it later. Wearing the Mark III requires a special mechanical device, which is currently only available to Tony, so even if he wears the Mark III now, he will not be able to take it off after returning to the office. It's up to you. I have already given you the reward you want anyway. At this time Tony did not pour wine into his mouth anymore. After hearing the advice given by Roger, he began to seriously think about how to regain control of the Stark Group. Putting on the Mark III to chat with Obadi is indeed a way. But Tony did not intend to do this. Obadi restricted his power in the company through the board of directors, which is a legitimate business method, which is why the members of the board of directors support him. If he threatened Obadi through the Mark III, he would not be able to regain control of the company. This behavior alone is not what he likes. Obadi's weakness must be found in order to regain control of the company through reasonable means. Thinking of this, Tony glanced at Roger, who was admiring Mark III. I have a commission now. I hope you can accept it. If you are paid, you can open it. Mark III can be a reward, so Tony would naturally not care about other things, saying with great pride. If your commission is for me to collect information on Obadi, then I advise you to give up. Rog can be 100% sure of this kind of commission, and it will definitely fail the system's judgment. Why? Are you not a ninja? Do ninjas still pick quests? Tony asked, very puzzled. I don't know what other ninjas are like, but I'm a principled ninja, so I don't accept any commission. Although a commission scroll only needs 1 ninja coin, the small mosquito legs are meat. This kind of commission that obviously cannot pass the system's judgment, there is no need to waste the scrolls. This is his experience using ninja coins in the past 3 years. If you have other tasks in the future, you can contact me again. As soon as the voice fell, Rog's figure disappeared in front of Tony and instantly returned to the office. After receiving Mark III, the task status in the system was changed to the completed status as soon as possible. Delegated content: fight once with Tony Stark wearing Mark III, delegate status, completed, delegate reward, 5 nin coins have been sent. After completing Tony's commission, Roger's number of nin coins has also increased from 5 to 10. However, in the next second, his unconsumed number of nin coins changed back to 5. 4 commissioned scrolls and 1 psychic scroll. When receiving Tony's commission, Roger used up the last commissioned scroll. If he plans to continue accepting commissions, he can only redeem the commissioned scrolls. As for the psychic scroll, he intends to store Mark III in the future. But because he hasn't learned Spiritism yet, so even if he exchanges for the psychic scroll now, he can only put Mark III into the different space in the scroll, but he can't channel Mark III from it. Come out. The exchange price of Spiritism is not expensive, as long as 20 nin coins. If it goes well, he will have enough ninja coins to exchange for another task. When Rog left, Tony thought of a suitable candidate, someone who could help him detect Obadiah's weakness. Little Pepper pause. There are not many people Tony can trust now, and Pepper is one of them. And Xiao Qiao's identity is destined to be the most suitable candidate. You do something for me, you go to my office to hack the host computer and get back all the recent load lists. This should work. Tony didn't tell Little Pepper the reason, and directly handed Little Pepper a U-disk with the intrusion program set up. It may be in the administrative file. If not, it is in the hidden disk. You can find the one with the smallest number. Looking at the USB flash drive in his hand, Little Chili asked Tony, "If I take it back, what are you going to do?" "It's still the same. As long as it is a secret transaction, I will stop it, find my weapon and destroy it." Little Pepper had seen Tony when he came back from Gemira last time, so she knew exactly what Tony called the set. "Tony, you know that I am willing to do anything for you. If you are still messing around like last time, I can't help you. I don't want to show off to anyone, nor for money, nor for any contract, but I want to do this, nothing more. That's it. Then I resign." Little Chili smiled bitterly, then threw the USB flash drive in his hand on the table. "You have been by my side for so many years, when I made money by destroying others, you were there. Today I want to save those threatened by my weapons, but you are leaving me." Little Pepper stopped leaving, turned to Tony and said, "You will die, I don't want to help you hurt yourself. Without this belief, I would have died long ago. Potts, I am not crazy, I just finally understand my mission. The voice in my heart tells me that this is the right thing to do." Little Chili walked back to the table slowly, and silently picked up the U-disk. In the private practice room he remodeled, Rog is considering how to teach himself Chidori Blade. Chidori Blade is an improved property change based on Chidori. Chakras with thunder properties are injected into the blade to increase the blade's lethality. Chidori Rog had learned it a long time ago, but he rarely used it in normal times, because he didn't write round eyes at the beginning and could not play the strength that Chidori should have. As for the thunder attribute chakra, there is no problem for him. The question now is how to add a change of nature to Chidori and attach others to the blade. To learn the Chidori blade, the best prop is better than the Kusanagi sword used by Suzuki. But the price of the Kusanagi sword was a bit high, and it was not something he could consider for the time being. So he can only take the second place and try it with an ordinary katana first. If it really doesn't work, then exchange that Kusanagi sword again. For Rog, there is no difficulty in releasing and consolidating chakra. But when he tried to attach the thunder chakra to the samurai sword in his hand, he felt an extremely obvious resistance. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 35, 1000 Birds. When chakra tries to attach to the samurai sword, just like the positive pole of the magnet meets the negative pole, there is an irresistible resistance between the two. After trying several times in a row, Rog had to stop the useless work, and temporarily dispelled the idea of learning the Chidori blade by himself. And he doubted now, even if he exchanged the Chidori blade from the system. Before he found a suitable weapon, he also couldn't successfully use the thunder ninjutsu of Chidori blade. Looking at the Kusanagi sword priced at 80 ninja coins in the system, Roger sighed helplessly. Things like ninja coins are really never enough. Since there was no way to learn Chidori blade for the time being, Roger immediately set his sights on another Chidori ninjutsu Chidori sharp gun derived from Chidori. Unlike the Chidori blade, the Chidori sharp gun can be used without a weapon, which is especially suitable for him who is poor and white. Do as he says. Rog threw the katana in his hand to a corner of the practice room, and then with a thought, his right hand suddenly stretched out. The originally silent practice room suddenly became very noisy at the moment he used Chidori, as if 1,000 birds screamed in the practice room at the same time. Except for the chirping birds all around, a mass of white electric current appeared in his right hand, making his right hand look like lightning. Although Rog rarely uses Chidori, his mastery of this ninjutsu is not weak at all. After playing Chidori, he began to try to use chakra to guide Chidori to change its shape. Unlike the self-study spiral pill, which has a complete practice stage, he does not have a very complete idea for the study of Chidori. The only thing he can be sure of right now is that the Chidori rifle is a ninjutsu after the Chidori changed its form. The attack range is much longer than Chidori, but the attack power is not as good as Chidori. It is inferred from this point that the Chidori sharp gun is used to sacrifice part of its attack power to achieve the effect of extending the attack distance. Although he is not sure what the principle is, he has a very bold idea. In the short moment before the Chidori took shape, the Chidori was forced to change its shape by controlling the chakra, making the Chidori longer. Rog doesn't know if this method is useful, but it doesn't hurt to try it. Even if it fails, the worst result is that Chidori fails to perform successfully and wastes part of the chakra. After making up his mind, he lifted the formed Chidori in his right hand and prepared to perform it again. This time, he deliberately filled the speed of using Chidori. When the white electric current just appeared, he began to manipulate the chakra in his hand to slow down the formation of the Chidori, and tried to lengthen the Chidori. If it hadn't been for the practice of chakra that he hadn't slackened in the past, he would not be able to perform such subtle manipulation of chakra now. Under his careful control, the Chidori that should have been shrouded in his right hand began to grow slowly along the direction of the fingers. It really can. After discovering that the form of Chidori had changed, his heart couldn't help but get excited. Because of his excitement, the Chidori, which had already begun to grow slowly in his hand, suddenly became uncontrollable, and then disappeared amidst the chirping of birds. After seeing the white current in his right hand dissipate instantly, Rog not only showed no disappointment, but became even more excited. Although it may be a mistake, he found that he seemed to have mastered the knack of Chidori series ninjutsu. If Chidori is also divided into 4 stages like Helix Maru, then the difference between Chidori blade, Chidori sharp gun, Chidori ryu, Chidori chiban and other derivative ninjutsu is the nature of the last stage change or shape change. If Chidori gathers the high-intensity current generated by chakra in the right hand, it makes the right hand look like a sharp blade, thus possessing extremely strong penetration. Then the Chidori blade is to concentrate the current on the weapon, thereby enhancing the weapon's lethality. It's just that the current of the Chidori blade is no longer attached to the ninja's body, so it needs a suitable weapon to use it. In the same way, ninjutsu such as Chidori sharp gun, Chidori flow, Chidori chiban, etc. is only the 4th stage of changing Chidori, so as to achieve the effect of launching electric current or covering the whole body. The specific operation will definitely be different in details, but the general principle should be like this. After clarifying this point, Rog did not hesitate to start learning the Chidori sharp gun again. There is a long distance between knowing the principle of a thing and whether it can be done. After consuming all the chakras in his body, he still failed to successfully complete the study of the Chidori rifle. His only result of this day was to extend the Chidori in his hand by about 1 meter. When the extended distance reached about 1 meter, no matter how hard he tried, he could not continue to extend this length. The Chidori, which is only 1 meter in length, is definitely not a Chidori razor, at best it can be regarded as a Chidori razor. Rog wanted to try other methods to see if he could extend this short 1 meter distance a little bit, but the exhausted chakra in his body dispelled this idea. After changing a chakra control method, the length of Chidori changed from 1 meter to 1.5 meters, and then he once again consumed the chakra in his body. After recovering chakra, he didn't even eat breakfast and started his own practice again. Because of the attempts in the first 2 days, he can now use less chakras to achieve the purpose of extending the Chidori, and the extended distance has been further improved, from 1.5 meters to more than 2 meters. Just when he was planning to extend the distance to 3 meters in one effort, he raised his head and glanced out the window. In the dark night sky, he saw 2 people who were rising fast. To be precise, I saw 2 steel suits that were blasting off rapidly. This is, Iron Man fought with Iron Lord? After seeing this scene, he decisively gave up his plan to continue practicing, and Shizan Fei Lishan disappeared in the practice room. In the next second, his figure appeared on the top floor of the factory where the prototype of the arc reactor was placed. He left hundreds of the God of Thunder in New York, in order to be able to get to the scene in time at critical moments, such as this time. Not long after he arrived on the top floor of the factory, he saw a giant steel suit falling from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky. Just when he thought that Iron Overlord would come into close contact with the ground like a real meteorite, Iron Overlord regained his flight power, then stumbled and landed on the ground without any risk. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 36, Iron Overlord. Not long after Iron Overlord stumbled to the ground, Tony wearing Mark III also landed on the roof of the factory. To be precise, he fell on the roof of the factory. After standing up, Tony immediately saw Roger standing not far away, and then roared angrily, "I called you more than 20 calls, but you didn't answer any of them." "Yes, why don't I know?" Roger never took his cell phone home, and he didn't think anyone would come to him for personal matters. As for official business, just settle it directly at the office. You. Just when Tony wanted to continue to complain, the Iron Lord descended from the sky and quickly came behind him and threw a thunderous punch at him. Tony couldn't dodge for a while, and the whole person was knocked out by the Iron Overlord, and a scratch with sparks was made on the ground. At the moment Iron Overlord appeared, Rog instantly stepped back more than 10 meters, actively avoiding the fighting area between Tony and Iron Overlord. After knocking down Tony, Obadiah in the steel suit immediately saw Roger not far away, and then without thinking about it, he raised his left hand towards Roger. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The Gatling gun in the Iron Overlord's left hand spun frantically, and countless bullets flew towards Roger lightning. When the first bullet hit Rog, his bang turned into a cloud of smoke and quickly disappeared into the air. Shadow Clone. The only thing that was hit by the bullet was the shadow clone left by Roger. As for him, he was standing like a crow on a lightning rod antenna dozens of meters away. "I just came to watch a play. As for being so directed at me," Rog murmured silently. Although Obadi in the steel suit could not hear him, after seeing his figure, he raised his left hand again without hesitation. Rog did not intend to participate in the battle between Tony and Obadi, but Obadi would not think so. At this time, as long as he appeared here, he would be considered Tony's helper. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The Gatling gun in the left hand of the Iron Overlord fired again frantically, but this time, no bullets hit Roger. He is not a shadow clone now, he doesn't want to experience the feeling of being shot in person. Through the instantaneous technique, Rog escaped the attack of Obadi. However, he hadn't come to do anything yet, but Tony, who was hit by Obadiah, came to the Iron Overlord with a sprint and jump, and then gave Iron Overlord a hard punch in the head. Tony himself is not good at fighting, but with the help of Mark III, he hits an uppercut that combines beauty and strength. Then, this punch did not cause any damage to Obadi in the suit. Unlike the Mark III, the Iron Overlord worn by Obadi is not only loaded with many heavy weapons, but also has a larger body and thicker armor. After being hit by Tony, Obadiah controlled the Iron Lord and gave Tony a fatal hug. Tony struggled hard, but because of the huge size and strength gap, he couldn't get rid of Iron Overlord's embrace while wearing Mark III. The defensive armor of Mark III also began to deform and shatter under tremendous pressure. The energy gun has failed. The missile has failed. The auxiliary system in the Mark III gave a warning that the weapon failed. Seeing Tony's struggle getting weaker and weaker, Obadi in the battle suit showed an extremely cruel look. He intends to strangle Tony alive and this damned playboy. Just when he was going to implement this idea himself, a fault alarm sounded from the left arm of Iron Overlord. The art of water iron cannon. Rog didn't intend to participate in this battle, because even if he didn't make a move, Tony would eventually defeat Obadi smoothly. But after watching by the side for a while, he found that the development of things was different from what he remembered. Tony, who was hugged by the Iron Overlord, seemed really unable to break free. Although Roger was not familiar with Tony, he was unwilling to watch Tony being strangled to death. Moreover, Obadi used Gatling machine guns to shoot him twice in a row, which made him very unhappy. So he finally participated in the war, and the first shot was the water iron cannon technique that once penetrated the left shoulder of Mark III. When facing Mark III, the liquid bullet fired by the water iron cannon technique penetrated Mark III's left shoulder without any suspense. When the target was changed to the Iron Overlord with a larger body and thicker armor, the liquid bullet fired by the water iron cannon did not penetrate the Iron Overlord's armor, but left a finger-sized wound on the Iron Overlord's left arm, and caused some mechanical failures. Although the technique of the water iron cannon did not penetrate the Iron Overlord's left arm smoothly, Tony took advantage of the mechanical failure of the Iron Overlord's left arm to break free, so that he could avoid being strangled to death. After finally breaking free of Iron Overlord's arms, Tony did not attack again, but quickly came to Rog. "You wait for me here, I'll be right back." As soon as the voice fell, Roger disappeared in front of Tony and Obadiah. After returning to the office through the Thunder God, Roger took out a commission scroll and a signature pen from the drawer. Just as he was about to return to Tony, he glanced at his phone on the table. 22 missed calls. Tony actually made more than 20 calls to him, and the call time was all tonight. Without further wasting time, Roger returned to the roof of the factory once again with the use of Thunder God. During the few seconds he was away, Tony was hit by the Iron Overlord and jumped up and down, constantly avoiding the bullets and small missiles fired by the Iron Overlord. "Now make the commission immediately, and write the remuneration in US dollars. You decide the amount by yourself. After you finish writing, sign your name." Rog didn't explain much to Tony, and Obadiah would not give them so much time. Tony didn't know why Roger did this at this time, but he took the scroll and signature pen in Roger's hand for the first time. As for the quirk of never picking up things from others, you can roll as far as you can now. When Rog entangled Obadi, Tony quickly wrote on the commission scroll, and finally signed his name. After seeing Tony signing his name, Roger immediately opened the system's commission page. Delegated content: defeated Obadi, delegated status: incomplete, delegated reward: 20 ninja coins. When the commission information appeared on the commission page of the system, a smile appeared on Roger's face. Finally, Nincoin will be credited again. Rog's instantaneous body instantly opened the distance, moved his hands and feet, and his breath also changed. "Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it." LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 37, Commission in Progress. Roger at this time no longer had that indifferent attitude, but became extremely serious. Both Tony and Obadi could clearly perceive these changes in him, but their thoughts at this time were completely different. What Tony thought was that he could finally take a break. Obadiah wanted to kill Roger in front of him. After a few brief encounters with Roger, Obadi found that he seemed to have underestimated the private detective in front of him. Although he had sent someone to investigate Rog before, the information he investigated was far less true than what he had seen with his own eyes. How many strange abilities does this guy have? Obadiah did not immediately attack Rog, but adjusted the radar and scanning system in the suit to the maximum power, and continuously scanned Rog. "You leave here right now. If you die before paying, I will be very upset. Little Pepper and Collison are downstairs right now, you can go directly to them." After speaking, Rog didn't care about Tony anymore, but instead focused on the Iron Overlord in front of him. Although the Iron Overlord, like a steel giant, lacks mobility, its heavy armor gives it unimaginable defenses. In the ninjutsu he currently masters, the ninjutsu that can smoothly destroy the armor of the Iron Overlord and harm Obadi does not seem to exist. The water iron cannon technique has been tried, and it is temporarily unable to penetrate such a thick armor. Chidori's penetration is also good, but he does not intend to use his right hand to collide with Iron Overlord's armor. It's okay to be able to penetrate, but if it can't, a Chidori may simply scrap his right hand. He would definitely not do this kind of extremely risky thing. The art of water iron cannon and Chidori are not good, so the other ninjutsu is definitely not good. The spiral pill may penetrate or damage the armor of the Iron Overlord, but the possibility is not high. Since frontal combat doesn't work, it can only use some detours from the side. It just so happens that he is quite good at this aspect. After quickly formulating the tactics, 4 clouds of smoke suddenly appeared next to Roger, and 4 identical him appeared out of thin air. After seeing this scene, Obidi even wondered if he had hallucinations. But the radar and scanning system reminded him that 4 Rogers appeared out of nowhere. How is this going? On the display screen of the battle suit, the 5 Rogers are all alive, without any difference. Really hell? After putting on the Iron Overlord, Obidi felt that he had the most powerful force in the world. But now, he began to suspect that in addition to technology, there are other magical powers in this world that are not weaker than technology. Just as Obidi was thinking about it, the 5 Rogers in front of him suddenly rushed towards him. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 5 Rogers. Before he could react, a strange and irresistible mysterious force suddenly enveloped him, depriving him of the ability to act. Root surgery. Rog planned to reproduce the treatment that Haikong had enjoyed on Obidi, but he soon discovered that this tactic could not take effect on Obidi. Even Haikong, after hitting his hold spell, there will inevitably be a few seconds of inaction. However, Obidi, who was far inferior to Haikong's physical fitness, regained his ability to move more than a second after receiving the fixation technique. Will there be such a big impact behind the steel suit? Rog has also used hold techniques in some abnormal situations before, such as holding a target sitting in a car next to him. But the fixation technique at that time still played its due role, holding the goal for more than 10 minutes. Just the barrier of steel, it is absolutely impossible to weaken the effect of the hold technique to this level. Without any hesitation, Roger decisively used chakra perception and began to perceive the situation in Obidi. Unlike the hold-down technique, the chakra perception technique was not affected at all, and completely sensed the life strength of Obidi and the energy strength of the Iron Overlord's chest reactor. That's it. Through the chakra perception technique, Rog finally figured out the reason why the effect of the hold technique was weakened. The reason why Obidi was able to return to normal in just over a second was not because he had a body stronger than Haikong, but because Iron Overlord provided him with an invisible energy field protection. With the arc reactor on the chest of the Iron Overlord as the core, an energy field that cannot be detected by the naked eye is generated around the Iron Overlord. This energy field does not affect the surrounding environment, but it inexplicably fits the energy frequency of the fixation technique, causing the energy of the fixation technique to be assimilated and absorbed, most of it when it reaches Obadiah. Although the fixation technique cannot produce the power it should, even if the time is short, it is the time to be controlled. Since one fixation technique can only last more than 1 second, then 10 fixation techniques have more than 10 seconds, and 100 fixation techniques have more than 100 seconds. If the quality is not enough, then the quantity will be collected. At the sign of Rog's deity, his 4 shadow avatars did not hesitate in the slightest, and they began to use the fixation technique. With the chakra reserve in the shadow clone, each of them can only perform more than 10 hold techniques at most, and the total time is more than 40 seconds. This time may not seem long, but for Rog, it is completely enough. When the shadow avatars threw the fixation technique on Obadiah one by one, Roger compared his right hand into a pistol shape, and pointed his right index finger at the arc reactor on the chest of Iron Overlord. If you can't get through once, I'll fight a few more times. In the next period of time, Rog continued to use the water iron cannon technique at the speed of almost 1 shot per second. Although Obadi's ability to act has been fixed by successive fixations, his ability to think is still there. Although he is not a scientist, he knows very well that once the arc reactor of the Iron Overlord is destroyed, the amazing Iron Overlord will become a pile of inoperable scrap iron. No, this will never work. Obadiah tried to control the Iron Overlord, but he couldn't even move a finger. Just when he desperately thought that he would die here in such an aggrieved way, he suddenly thought of a hidden function on the Iron Overlord. Under normal circumstances, the Iron Overlord is just a steel suit, controlled by the controller inside the suit. However, when upgrading the Iron Overlord, Obadi suddenly thought of an extreme situation, that is, when the controller loses consciousness or loses the ability to act, how the Iron Overlord will take the controller out of the battlefield or continue to fight. With this idea, he asked those engineers to add a control mode called Cold-Blooded to the Iron Overlord's system. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 38, Cold Blood Mode. If not necessary, Obadi will never have plans to activate the cold-blooded mode. But he knew very well that if he didn't start, he would never have a chance again. While the Iron Overlord could not move, Roger continued to use the water iron cannon technique, intending to forcibly smash the strongest armor on the Iron Overlord's chest. Only by destroying the defensive armor of the Iron Overlord's chest can the arc reactor on the Iron Overlord's chest be destroyed, and the steel-forged giant completely loses the ability to act. Looking at the screen in front of him constantly updating the damage data, Obadi felt regretful for the first time. Just when he thought he could only watch the arc reactor being destroyed, he suddenly realized that he had recovered some mobility for a short time. However, this state only lasted for a short second before disappearing completely, and he was deprived of the ability to act again. But this discovery immediately rekindled the fire of hope for him. As long as he did it again, even if it was only a second, he could successfully activate the cold-blooded mode. Under his prayer, the effect of the fixation technique appeared again. Without any hesitation, Obadiah decisively pressed the start button of the cold-blood mode. Cold-blooded mode is activated. Autonomous mode is activated. Weapon system check. Defense system check. Energy system check. Driver's life status check. Check the surrounding environment. Lock down the attacker. Autonomous attack, start. When the Iron Overlord's suit system quickly checked the current status, the suit system immediately issued an order to attack independently. Because the driver's vital signs are good, the suit system directly excludes the option of leaving the battlefield. Under the control of the suit system, the Iron Overlord attacked Rog like a behemoth of steel, and his small missiles and machine guns simultaneously locked the surrounding 4 shadow clones. As soon as it entered the autonomous attack state, the Iron Overlord turned on its firepower and activated all the weapons on his body. When the Iron Overlord reacted, Roger stopped the water iron cannon technique, and several instantaneous spells in succession, instantly opened the distance. While Rog evaded the attack of the Iron Overlord, his 4 shadow clones also performed instantaneous spells, trying to avoid the attacks of small missiles and bullets. Although these shadow avatars escaped the direct attack of small missiles and bullets, the air waves from the explosion still hit them, making them disappear into smoke. With just 1 round of fire with all weapons, Iron Overlord smoothly cleared all of Roger's shadow clones. But Rog himself was not surprised. The shadow clone's anti-strike ability is inherently weak, and a slightly stronger fist can make them disappear directly, not to mention the blast caused by the missile explosion. Unless these shadow clones can truly avoid injury, it will only be a matter of time before they are eliminated. What's more, the roof of the factory is not a very good fighting environment. In this environment, even if you want to distance yourself and avoid injury, it is not an easy task. When all the shadow clones disappeared, Rog didn't hesitate to use the shadow clones again, and he reappeared with 4 identical ones. When the second batch of shadow avatars appeared, Rog did not give them any more instructions to use the fixation technique, but let them all use the water iron cannon technique. Although Obadi had recovered his mobility at this time, he had no way to continue to control the Iron Overlord. Once the cold-blooded mode is activated, unless the suit system believes that all surrounding enemies have been wiped out, it cannot be stopped at all. Even the driver can only let the Iron Overlord act autonomously at this time. After detecting that 4 identical Rogers once again appeared around, the Iron Overlord did not shoot these shadow clones with full weapons as before. Although the Iron Overlord's clothing system did not have much wisdom, it had already determined that the key to solving these shadow clones was the real deity. As long as the deity is resolved, these shadow clones that look exactly like the deity will naturally disappear. Under this logical judgment, Iron Bawang directly ignored the surrounding 4 shadow clones and attacked Roger himself with the greatest power. The Iron Overlord's judgment cannot be said to be wrong, but it ignores a problem, that is, Roger's shadow clone also has offensive power. When the Iron Overlord attacked Rog's deity, the 4 shadow clones used the water iron cannon technique at the same time. Although the art of water iron cannon cannot penetrate the defensive armor of Iron Overlord at one time, as long as the liquid bullet of water iron cannon reaches a key part, the Iron Overlord will also experience mechanical failure. This point, Rog has proved with facts before. The 4 shadow avatars used the water iron cannon technique respectively aimed at the Iron Overlord's limbs. When the liquid bullet shot by the water iron cannon hit the Iron Overlord's limbs, the Iron Overlord who was running wild suddenly appeared to stagger. Iron Bawang's right leg and left arm had a mechanical failure at the same time, making it slightly out of balance. At this moment, the spiral pill shining with light blue light appeared on Roger's right hand. At this time, although Obadiah could not control the Iron Overlord, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger when he saw the spiral pill that was emitting a light blue light in Roger's hand. In the blink of an eye, Rog, who was still more than 10 meters away, came to the front of Iron Overlord in an instant, then slightly jumped up and pointed the spiral pill in his right hand at the arc reactor on Iron Overlord's chest. At the very beginning, the helix pill might indeed have no way to break through the defensive armor of the Iron Overlord's chest, thereby destroying the arc reactor inside. But now, the defensive armor of the Iron Overlord's chest has been destroyed 7 or 88 by successive water iron cannons, and the remaining defensive power is even less than 1/3 of the previous one. When Helix Maru touched the defensive armor of Iron Overlord's chest, Roger knew that the battle was over. Facing the sturdy defensive armor, the spiral pill continuously pushed inward at a constant speed. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Helix Pill penetrated the defensive armor of Iron Overlord's chest and touched the arc reactor inside. In the next second, the Iron Overlord, like a steel giant, was as if hit by the strongest tornado in the chest. His huge body was knocked into the air in an irregular spiral shape and flew upside down for tens of meters. The knocked-out Iron Overlord tried to rebalance its body by flying, but bursts of dazzling electric sparks continuously appeared around its body. Not only that, the limbs made of Iron Bawang steel also showed an abnormally twisted state at this time, just like a person's limbs were abruptly twisted. Ninja God Who Likes Mamanli, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Mamanli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 39, The Task of the Punisher. Although the Iron Overlord was trying to maintain a flying attitude, the severely damaged airframe could not faithfully fulfill the system's instructions. After swaying in the sky for a period of time, the Iron Overlord, several meters high, fell like a real meteorite onto the street, smashing an extremely obvious crater. Boom! The huge impact attracted the attention of everyone around, including Tony, Pepper and others who had not left at this time. Next to Tony and Pepper, is Agent Coulson with a slightly high hairline. Looking condescendingly on the top of the factory building, the Iron Overlord had been completely scrapped. Roger finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Helix Pill cannot successfully destroy Iron Overlord's arc reactor even when the defensive armor is destroyed, he can only compare with the arc reactor whose endurance is better. Although the Iron Overlord was destroyed, Obadi in the Iron Overlord did not receive too serious damage. When he opened the cockpit of Iron Overlord with all his hard work, the first person who appeared in front of him was Tony wearing Mark III. Tony wanted to teach Obadiah a good lesson, but before he did it, he finally gave up the idea. After discovering that Tony had no intention of venting, Collison motioned to the SHIELD agent behind him. After escorting Obadi into the car, these SHIELD agents returned. And this time, they drove a truck that was enough to hold the Iron Overlord. "What do you want to do?" Even though the reaction was slow, Tony realized that something was wrong and immediately stopped the SHIELD agents. Obadi is temporarily taken into custody by S.H.I.E.L.D. As for this steel suit, it is the most direct evidence that he threatens the safety of the public, so we need to take it back. Collison explained with a serious face. "You are fooling a 3-year-old. You can think of such a bad reason." When answering Collison, Tony quickly scanned the current state of the Iron Overlord suit using the Mark III scanning program. The damage level is 73%. The core energy is destroyed. The power system is destroyed. The body is seriously damaged, and the built-in weapons are at risk of losing control. It is recommended to stay away as soon as possible. After seeing the feedback from the system, Tony did not continue to block these SHIELD agents, but silently said, "If I were you, I would definitely stay away from that big guy." Although Tony didn't say it clearly, none of the people present were stupid, so he knew what he wanted to express. After making a perfect reminder, Tony came directly to Little Pepper, grabbed Little Pepper's waist, and flew away without looking back. When Tony and Pepper left, Collison was considering whether to arrange other professionals to deal with the severely damaged Iron Overlord. But he hadn't considered a result yet, and the severely damaged Iron Overlord made his own decision. Boom! 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 At this time, the missiles that had not yet fired on Iron Bawang exploded one after another. Amid the violent explosion and flames, Iron Bawang completed the whole process from damage to complete scrap. After confirming that the Iron Overlord had completely lost his ability to move, Roger directly used the Thunder God to return to the office, and then took a trip to the sofa. The battle with Iron Overlord did not make him feel any pleasure. The fight was fought and won, but I was not happy at all. When he was bored, Rog took out the commission scroll Tony had written, and wanted to see how much Tony had written in compensation. Although no matter how much US dollars, it will not affect the sending of Nin coins, but he still wants to see what price Tony will write. After opening the scroll, he saw a number that was not amazing, but definitely not a small number. $50 million. I don't know if Tony was deliberate or if he wrote it by hand. His commission payment this time was exactly 1,000 times the commission payment of Collison last time. $50,000 or $50 million. For him, they are all icing on the cake. If it weren't for Nin coin, who would be willing to make these hard money all day long in the wind and rain? Is it not fragrant to play games at home? Just when he put down the scroll in his hand, his mobile phone, which he almost never carried on his body, received a transfer message. The transfer amount is exactly $50 million US. When the transfer is completed, the entrusted tasks in the system are also updated instantly. Delegated content, defeat Obadi, delegate status, completed, delegate reward, 20 ninja coins. Roger's number of unconsumed Nin coins also changed back to 25 at this time. After the Nin coins arrived, he used the chakra perception technique to perceive the current location of the Punisher, and then used the Thunder God technique on the Punisher to directly teleport to him. This Thunder God technique was a new technique he left after the Punisher had completed the rebirth of the Dirty Earth. It is not a routine operation to leave the Thunder God technique on one of his psychics, but for the current Rog, this is the best way. Who would let him connect with Spiritism now? After reincarnating the Punisher from the dirty soil, Rog did not give him any tasks, but would check the state of the Punisher from time to time to see if there were any abnormalities in him or something he could not resist now. Exist. Although ninjutsu is amazing, there are many things in this world that are even more amazing than ninjutsu. Especially for the ninjutsu that involves life and death and soul, ghosts know whether it will cause a chain reaction. So he decisively followed the heart's choice and first reincarnated the Punisher from the dirty soil to explore the limelight. If there is not much influence, then he doesn't mind implementing his crazy plan. Judging from the situation in the past few days, the Punisher who was reincarnated from the dirty soil has not encountered any accidents, and everything seems very calm, at least it looks like this currently. Now give you a task. I want you to go to a country called Wakanda and bring 2 things out of this country. One is Wakanda's unique rare metal vibranium, and the other is a plant called heart-shaped grass. Of these 2 things, vibrating gold is necessary, and the weight should not be too small, at least to meet the weight of building a samurai sword. As for the heart-shaped grass, it depends on your own fate. If you can, bring the heart-shaped grass back. If you can't find the heart-shaped grass, only Genjin will do. Although Wakanda possesses high technology that is unknown to the outside world, Rog is not very worried about the safety of the Punisher. For the Punisher with a dirty body, Wakanda is at best a country with a little more advanced weapons. No problem. I'll start now. The Punisher quickly agreed to the order Rog gave. To be precise, there was no option to refuse in his mind. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 40, New Era. After arranging the task for the Punisher, Roger returned to his secret den through the Thunder God. I don't know whether the weapon created by Genjin can successfully use the Chidori blade. Rog was still very interested in the ninjutsu of Chidori blade. Let's not talk about the lethality of the Chidori blade, just the appearance is worth learning. As for whether the Punisher can successfully obtain vibrate from Wakanda, he is not particularly worried about this. Although Wakanda possesses ultra-high vibrating technology, this does not mean that they can keep vibrating from leaking. Even some mercenaries can some vibrancy from Wakanda. Punishers with filthy bodies should not be a problem. The only thing that needs to be concerned is whether the Punisher can bring back the heart-shaped grass that only King Wakanda is qualified to consume. No one would think that his physical fitness is too good, and Rog, as a ninja, naturally doesn't. And as his physical fitness improves, the chakra he can have will also increase. His total chakra was fixed long ago. If some other measures are not taken, it is estimated that his total chakra will not continue to grow. If you want to increase the total amount of chakras, the best way is to directly exchange for a fairy human body from the system. It's just that the exchange price of this immortal body is a bit high, even higher than the price of Mu done between the pillars. After all, it's because there are too few ninja coins. If you have enough ninja coins, you can stop worrying about these things. You can redeem whichever you want, even if it's a kaleidoscope, you can exchange one for another. Itaka's Amaterasu was tired of reading and playing, so he switched to the other gods of Zushui. Don't get bored with the gods, you can also exchange the power of the earth. With a good vision of the future, Rog ended the day of practice. What happened to Stark Industries last night has been issued a statement and delivered to you. Some witnesses said that they saw 2 steel fighters fighting last night. Rhodes on the TV spoke with a serious face, while Tony was in the next room doing the final finishing. In Tony's hand, holding a copy of the latest newspaper, the headline is impressively "Who is Iron Man?" Iron Man, this name is pretty catchy, but it's a bit inaccurate. To be precise, the main material of the suit is gold titanium alloy, but as a title, it is quite vivid. Tony read the newspaper while speaking to the little Pepper beside him. At this time, little Pepper is helping Tony deal with the image and make him look more energetic. All your excuses are here. Just when Pepper was going to help Tony finish the final makeup, Collison suddenly came to him. You were on the yacht, and Pepper took you to Avalon Island for one night. We had testimonies from 50 other people. In this rhetoric, except for the fact that he spent the night with Pepper, the others were made deliberately by S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it would be better to say that it is only me and Pepper. Tony looked at the speech prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. and expressed his opinion. Also, you just need to say the above content word by word. Collison didn't care about these small problems very much. Why isn't Theobadia here? After reading the speech in his hand carefully, Tony asked suspiciously. We handled it well. He went on holiday. The accident rate of small planes has been quite high. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. will not let Obadi leave for a while. Don't you think this is too much like a movie script? Say one of my bodyguards got a robot. Mr. Stark, this is not my priority. Just follow the statement and the matter will go down. Come on in 1.5 minutes. After the explanation, Collison left the room directly. Let's perform on stage. Pepper picked up Tony's suit jacket and helped him put it on. In fact, the name Iron Man is really good. I didn't even think of it. You are not Iron Man. I'm. You are not. I'm. Do you know that if I were Iron Man, the girlfriend who knew my identity would be happy and worried, but this kind of psychological struggle will only make her love me more and more. Tony made the final concluding speech. Colonel Rod, who was at the press conference, also said at this time, now, Mr. Stark is about to make a statement, he will not answer questions from reporters, thank you. After speaking, Colonel Rod gave way to the podium. The last press conference was a long time ago, so I'll just read it out. Tony took out the statement prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. Some people suspect that I was involved in the highway and the roof of the factory last night. Just as Tony spoke, a beautiful reporter sitting in the front row interrupted his speech. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Stark, you really think we will buy your account? One of your bodyguards suddenly appeared, and you still. I know this sounds mysterious. Of course you can question the official statement, but don't insinuate that I am a superhero. I didn't say you were a superhero. No? This sounds really sci-fi. I am not a hero. I have so many personality defects and cause so much trouble for everyone. Hearing this, Colonel Rod, who was standing next to Tony, couldn't help but approached him and whispered to him, according to the manuscript. Okay. Tony once again picked up the statement in his hand, took a serious look, and silently thought for a few seconds. I am Iron Man. Tony finally said the classic speech. The press conference suddenly became a sensation, and the live broadcast was then terminated because of Tony's departure. After watching Tony's classic speech, Roger turned off the TV and went to the practice room. He has decided that he will not go to the office again before he has mastered the Chidori rifle. Day by day passed, and after Tony publicly admitted that he was Iron Man, the whole world became a little different. Those who originally existed only in comics or novels began to emerge, and the other side of the whole world seemed to wake up. While Rog devoted himself to learning the Chidori sharp gun, the ninjas Hand Gang and Holy Guild became extremely active. Many citizens have witnessed the battle between them, and the word ninja began to make frequent newspaper headlines. In some neighborhoods, there is even a small trend of imitating ninjas. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 41, Commissioned by Hand. After spending a week in his secret den, Rog finally ended this day-to-day practice. After this period of practice, he successfully extended the attack range of the Chidori rifle to 5 meters, and after thoroughly mastering the Chidori rifle, he also took the opportunity to learn the Chidori Ryu. Therefore, in his attribute panel, he also succeeded in adding 2 thunder ninjutsu, the Chidori Razor and Chidori Ryu. The appearance of the Chidori rifle and Chidori Ryu did not significantly increase his strength, but it gave him more possibilities for fighting. After taking a comfortable bath, Roger came to the office through the Thunder God. Compared with a week ago, the current office has changed significantly. After buying this place and transforming it into an office, Rog has never done any decorations here. The entire office is a large studio of 60 or 70 square meters. And now, the office is separated from two different rooms. Inside is Rog's office, and outside is Erica's office and customer reception. Although the area is not large, there are already signs of formal offices. After pushing open the door to the reception desk outside, Roger saw Erica and the two men sitting on the sofa. One of them is no stranger to him. It is Suwanda, who just gave him $5 million a while ago. And the Asian man next to him had no impression at all. However, judging from the man's clothes and the aura that exudes from his body, he should be Murakami with one of the 5 fingers together. "Hello, Mr. Rog, it's been a long time, this is my partner Murakami." After seeing Roger coming out of the office, Suwanda immediately stood up and said with a smile on his face. If you only look at his current appearance, no one would have imagined that this man with a simple smile on his face in a black suit would be one of the notorious leaders of the Shaohui. "Actually, it's not very long, come into my office and talk." Although Rog still doesn't know what Suwanda and Murakami's purpose are, judging from Suwanda's performance at this time, it shouldn't be a bad thing. After entering Rog's office and seated one after another, Suwanda put an exquisite and high-end suitcase on the desk, and then said, "We're here this time to do a commission. If Mr. Rog is interested, what's inside is the reward this time." After speaking, Suwanda opened the suitcase and revealed the contents. Inside the suitcase are pieces of white bones, which look no different from ordinary animal bones. Although Suwanda hasn't spoken out yet, Rog has recognized the origin of these bones. The reason why the 5 fingers of the handmaid can survive for hundreds of years beyond the limit of the human body depends on the white bones and dragon bones in front of them. This is the dragon bone, the bone left by the legendary dragon after the death. After taking it in the correct way, you can get amazing vitality, greatly extend the lifespan, and even come back to life. Although these words of Suwanda sound very unreliable, what he said is really the truth. The keel does have the effect of prolonging life and reviving life. Although this resurrection has many restrictions, in general, it is still worthy of the title of resurrection. The pay is good. Tell me about the content of your commission. But I remind you in advance that letting you introduce the content of the commission does not mean that I will definitely accept your commission. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Roger introduced his own rules in advance. "No problem," Suwanda replied immediately. Although Murakami came to the office with Suwanda, it is clear that Suwanda is the main communication candidate this time. In fact, the content of the commission this time is very simple. We hope that Mr. Rog can help clear a secret stronghold of Golden Union. After hearing Suwanda's words, Rog froze for a while, and then said, "Are you people in the underground world now popular to hire people to fight your opponents? Your gameplay is very trendy. Those who are in the underground world don't do it themselves, so what is the underground world? We know that Jin has not commissioned tasks on your side, Mr. Rog, but after the commission is over, your previous cooperative relationship has ended. And I think, the last time Jin he deliberately leaked information about you, Mr. Rog, to make others mistakenly think that you are his subordinate, which makes you very unhappy." Regarding what Suwanda said, Rog didn't really care. How to put it, it feels a bit like, you have met someone once, and then that person starts to boast that you are his friend. To put it simply, before he crossed, he can often hear this kind of story about "I have a friend" or "I have a buddy. Even so, he used to be my client. So, got more money." If Suwanda and the others were paid in US dollars, Rog took it and took it. But they just took out the keel, a magical item that can increase vitality, so it's no wonder that he temporarily increased the price. Seeing Rog's solemn offer to increase the money, Suwanda was suddenly taken aback. No, things shouldn't be like this. Doesn't it mean that he rarely cares about the commission's reward? Why did you bring increased rewards? Suwanda was still full of confidence. After all, they took out rare items like keel bones. But the current development has completely exceeded his expectations. Just when Suwanda didn't know whether to agree to Rog, Murakami, who had been sitting next to him without speaking, suddenly spoke. No problem. How much do you want? One more box of keel. It is good. After listening to Rog's request, Murakami resolutely agreed, and then began to say nothing. I like generous customers like you. After speaking, Roger took out an unused commission scroll from the drawer. Write your commission and remuneration, and then sign your name. Although I don't know why Roger had such a request suddenly, Suwanda and Murakami wrote the content on the scroll and signed the name. Delegated content, clear the secret stronghold of Jinbin, delegate status, not completed, delegate reward, 20 ninja coins. The commission of the Shaohui passed the system's judgment smoothly, which made Rog's mood even better. Although he still doesn't know which of the Jinian strongholds that the Shaohui asked him to clear, even if the target of the Shao gang is the Fisk mansion of Jinan, it is not difficult for him. Ninja God who likes Maman Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 42, Chakra Volume Increase. The secret base of Jinbin is in Queens. This is the specific address. Suwanda handed Rog a business card with an address on it. The name of a person Rog did not know was written on the card, but his attention was focused on the company name on the card. Jester Institute of Paleontological History? What the is this place? Seeing Roger's puzzled look, Suwanda quickly explained, Jester Institute of Paleontological History is only a superficial name, but in fact, this is a secret place where Jin conducts some biological research. The Fisker building biological laboratory that was attacked some time ago is a type of existence. The Shaohui didn't know where it got the news, but judging from Suwanda's expression, they should have verified the authenticity of this information. What do you want me to do? Do you go in and kill or just destroy the place? Rog is still in a good mood, so I don't mind if Suwanda will have any additional requirements. We stole a batch of keel bones some time ago. According to our investigation, they are now in this research institute in Jinbin. If you can, we hope you can bring back their research results. Of course, if this is difficult, you can directly kill the researchers inside, or destroy the research facilities inside. Although Suwanda seemed to introduce the contents of the commission with a serious face, Rog instinctively felt that they had hidden something, but he did not specifically point it out. It is normal for organizations such as the Hand Union to have some ulterior secrets. As long as the things they conceal will not affect the commission, Rog will not bother to care about them. No problem. But before you start, I hope you can pay the reward first. Although the Shaohui didn't look like it would fall back on the bill, Rog decided to collect payment in advance. Of course this is fine, and the rest will be delivered tomorrow. After determining the time for payment, Suwanda and Murakami left the office directly. After returning to the car, Suwanda asked Murakami in a puzzled way, why did you agree to his fare increase? This is different from what we discussed before. If you don't increase the price, do you want to go to the institute yourself? Murakami asked rhetorically. But we don't have much keel left now. If we give more, we won't have much reserve left. It's just that there are not many reserves now. After hearing Murakami's answer, Suwanda finally fell silent. After Suwanda and Murakami left the office, Roger returned to his home with the keel bones, and then exchanged gadgets worth 1 ninja coin from the system. At the moment his unconsumed number of ninja coins changed from 25 to 24, a set of square instruments about the width of a suitcase and filled with various techniques appeared on the empty table in front of him out of thin air. Biological Tissue Energy Purification Separator No. 2. Inventor, Yuan. Rog is not sure whether this thing really exists in the Naruto world, but since the inventor is the #1 scientific madman Osaki pill in the Naruto world, the possibility of this set of things is still very high. When this separator #2 appeared, Rog put all the keel and brain into the separator, and then entered his chakra. With chakra's input, this set of separators filled with all sorts of strange techniques suddenly gleamed with bursts of non-glaring but slightly strange green light. After continuously inputting the chakra for more than 10 minutes, the oozing green light emitted from the separator finally disappeared, and a test tube containing the same color liquid emerged from the separator. Does this color look wrong? After picking up the thin finger-thick test tube on the separator and examining it for a few minutes, Roger still couldn't make up his mind to drink it directly. For a man, this color usually symbolizes ignorance. After struggling for a few minutes, he still raised the test tube and drank the liquid inside. If there is something wrong with the system, then he died in New York a few years ago. With this thought in mind, he drank the tube of liquid with green light. Although these things purified from the keel exuded a weird green light, they were no different from ordinary mineral water when they drank. He even wondered if he had drunk it just now. Just when he wondered if Suwanda had given a batch of fake keels, an indescribable vigorous vitality suddenly emerged. This vigorous and terrifying vitality ran around in his body uncontrollably, but every time this vitality flowed, he could clearly feel that his body became stronger. This situation only lasted for a few minutes before disappearing. When everything returned to calm, he opened his attribute panel for the first time, and then focused his attention on the chakra volume column. I saw that the number 5 in the chakra amount column kept changing, and began to gradually increase, until it reached 8. Chakra amount, 8 cards. This is the final evaluation given by the system. Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the chakra volume that had not changed for more than a year changed again. He had always worried that his chakra limit was 5 cards, but now he can rest assured. In fact, the amount of chakras with 5 cards is not too small, but no one would have too many chakras. If he can, he doesn't mind his chakra becoming a Kshatanra. But this kind of thing can only be thought of for now. The keel in a suitcase can be upgraded to 3 cards, and there will be another box tomorrow, which should add up to 11 cards. Since the Shaohui was willing to take out the keels of 2 suitcases for entrustment, it proved that they must have more keels in their hands. If all the keel bones in their hands are snatched, maybe they can. Rog suddenly felt that the ninja organization of Shaohui was very valuable. Although there are several unfriendly ideas in his mind that the opponents will reunite, all this will not be possible until he receives the second box of keel and completes the commission. The hand-joined keel delivered the keel on time, and he also drank the second tube of purified green liquid from the keel. I don't know if the system has corrected the bug or the body has developed anti-keel properties. After drinking the second tube of purified keel liquid, Rog's total chakra did not increase to 11 calories as planned, but stayed at 10 calories. This discovery immediately disappointed him a lot. Ninja God Who Likes Muminli, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Muminli is updated fastest. Chapter 43, Mr. Film. I thought that the amount of chakras could be increased quickly by relying on a large amount of keel, but according to the current situation, it can be increased a few times at most. Although the effect will be smaller and smaller, no matter what, the keel can slightly increase the chakra volume. So Rog decided to find a time to visit the Shaohui after completing this commission. When the night fell, Roger left the room and went directly to the top of a building in Queens. This is the closest flying thunder technique to the Jester Institute of Paleontological History. After being teleported here, he is only a few blocks away from the Jester Institute of Paleontological History. For the remaining distances, he planned to walk directly over. Queens is the largest district in New York and the second most populous district, so there are relatively more people using illegal means to make a living. Of course, the situation here cannot be compared with the regional kitchen. On the way to the institute, Rog did not walk on the brightly lit streets, and specially selected those dilapidated alleys with rare human traces. This kind of gloomy and dilapidated alley, even in the daytime, hardly many people will come, let alone at night. Alone, without a weapon, and his body didn't look particularly strong. At this time, Rog was like a fat sheep and took the initiative to walk into the hunting area of the wolf pack. As he expected, after he walked through these alleys for a few minutes, behind him appeared a group of gangsters who didn't look like good people. "Boss, this guy seems to be quite rich, why don't you just start here?" A small gangster not far behind Roger took the initiative to propose to his boss. "How many times have I told you that we are not robbers, we just borrowed some money from him?" The man who was more than 2 meters tall and full of tendons yelled at the proposed gangster. "Do you want to do it? There are still several groups of people waiting in front of you." Just when these little gangsters were about to take out their weapons to intimidate Roger and borrow a sum of money from him, Roger took the initiative to turn around and came to them. "Boy, I don't care who you are. Since you met us today, it can only show that your luck is not." When the man was in the normal scene, Rog didn't hesitate, and directly punched him in the chest, knocking him out. The total number of chakras has increased, but the speed of operation has not increased, and the degree of control is similar to before. After hitting this punch, Rog quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he deliberately chose these small alleys was to find these little gangsters to test whether the sudden increase in the amount of chakra would have any impact on the battle. After hitting the little boss directly, he spent a few more seconds to knock down the remaining little gangsters. Half an hour later, when he left these alleys, there were 6 groups of more than 50 punks from different gangs lying behind him. These battles, which are not even a warm-up, did not bring him any burden, but only allowed him to further adapt to the sudden increase in chakra. Looking at the plaque of the Jester Institute of Paleontological History in front of him, Roger used chakra perception to perceive the situation in the institute. The energy state of this person is very strange. Most of the people in the institute are in a normal life state, nothing more than strength of life. But one of them was shrouded in a strange energy he had never seen before. Interesting. Rog thought that the commission this time would be boring, but now it seems that there is a reason why the Handheld Association did not attack here personally. If this were not the case, the Hand Healing Association would not use the keel to entrust him. Gathering chakra on his feet and leaping gently, Roger crossed the several meters high wall of the institute and entered the institute with ease. When he came to the lobby on the first floor of the Research Institute, the security staff of the Research Institute finally noticed his arrival. Without any question, after seeing his figure, these security personnel took out their pistols for the first time and pulled the trigger without thinking. Does the strange visitor kill the first time? This level of alertness has far exceeded the defense level of a normal research institute. It seems that Jin does not attach great importance to this research institute. Performing the instantaneous technique to avoid the bullet attack, Roger did not spend much effort to solve the security personnel in the hall. At the moment the gunfire sounded, the entire institute seemed to be activated, and the harsh sirens sounded in every corner of the institute. At the same time, teams of heavily armed security personnel quickly rushed towards Rog's location. "There is an intruder outside, won't you solve it?" "A body has only 2 colors, black and white," as the man in the photo negative said to the man next to him. "My task is to prevent anyone from entering this laboratory. Other things are not within the scope of my task." The man who answered was wearing a blue tights with a bullseye-like circle logo on his helmet. If Roger was there, he would definitely recognize the man in the blue tights at a glance. This person is no one else, but Jinhee's chief assassin's bullseye. As for the man next to the bullseye that only has black and white colors, just like the person in the photo negative, he is the leader of the Demon Gang and is also one of the largest gang leaders in New York, Mr. Film. Although Mr. Negative is not as famous as Jin, he is also a heavyweight in the underground world of New York. More importantly, Mr. Film holds a unique negative energy that can instantly catalyze the negative emotions of the target, allowing the closest relatives, best friends, and favorite lovers to kill each other. The strange energy Rog had sensed before was the negative energy on Mr. Film. Rog didn't know this yet, and he was on his way to the negative first floor of the institute. After the alarm sounded, all elevators in the institute were completely locked, and all the electronically controlled doors were closed immediately. Roger didn't foolishly wait for the security personnel to arrive. After clarifying the structure of the institute, he quickly knocked down the security personnel blocking him and forcibly went to the negative first floor of the institute. The institute has 3 floors in total, 1 above ground and 2 underground. And Rog's destination at this time was a laboratory on the 2nd floor, the laboratory guarded by the Target Eye and Mr. Film. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee is updated fastest. Chapter 44, Mr. Film and Number 039, S Battle. Although the security personnel that Jin He arranged at the research institute were not bad, they were good only for ordinary people. Relying on superb speed, dazzling, or simple and rude fighting skills, Roger completely penetrated all the defensive forces on the negative first floor of the institute with only a handful of ordinary kunao, and successfully came to the institute. The negative 2nd floor. Compared with the negative first floor, the negative 2nd floor has not changed significantly. The only difference is that the combatants in the negative 2nd floor far outnumber the negative first floor. If this is not a research institute, Rog will even think that he has come to a secret base of terrorists. When his figure just appeared on the negative 2nd floor, various types of bullets flew towards him like lightning. Forget about automatic rifles and pistols. When avoiding the shooting of these security personnel, Rog even saw these security personnel take out the RPG bazooka that would only be used when destroying fortifications and armored vehicles. Are these guys crazy? Are you not afraid that the explosion will cause a chain reaction to bury the entire negative 2nd floor? Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive rockets hit the position where Roger was standing, and a huge explosion sounded through the entire 2nd floor. Rog didn't intend to perform ninjutsu on these ordinary security personnel, but these crazy guys made him have to change his mind. Continue to let these guys attack, and it will only be a matter of time before the negative 2nd floor is buried. Root surgery. Instantaneous surgery. There was hardly any interval. Rog instantly used the 2 ninjutsu, the fixed body and the instantaneous body. The whole person came to these security personnel who were bound to move like a bolt of lightning. The throats of these security personnel. When he shook off the blood stained on Kyo Swan, behind him were dozens of corpses scattered everywhere. Your people are about to die, don't you plan to shoot? Mr. Negative glanced at the monitoring screen next to him, and asked casually. They are not my people. My task is to prevent anyone from entering this laboratory. Other things have nothing to do with me. In front of the bullseye is a busy laboratory. This laboratory is like a completely different parallel time and space. No matter what happens outside, the researchers inside have not stopped the research. More than a dozen researchers wearing white lab coats were injecting the serum into one white mouse after another, and then observed the state of each white mouse. On a table in the laboratory, there are more than a dozen white bones, and beside these bones, there are bottles of liquids of different colors that have been numbered. Since you are not going to do it, let me go out and play. After speaking, Mr. Negative went out without looking back. The reason why he appeared here was only because of Jin Bin's invitation. As for what Jinwoo is doing here, he is not particularly concerned. He only cared about one thing, that is, Jin did not fulfill his promise to help him eliminate the Hammerhead gang. After clearing out the lunatic security personnel, Roger smoothly arrived at the core area of the 2nd floor, and then ran into Mr. Film who had just come out. When he first saw Mr. Negative, Rog was taken aback for a while. After serious recollection for several seconds, he finally remembered the memory of Mr. Film. Although Mr. Film is also a supervillain, he is a lesser-known villain. In Rog's memory, Mr. Negative was basically the same as an ordinary gang leader, except for a little feast with Spider-Man. After seeing Roger's figure, Mr. Film didn't say a word. He turned into an energy sword with negative energy, and then swung a few times towards Roger's location. Mr. Negative seems to be swinging his sword casually, but every time he swings his sword, a negative energy will be drawn towards Rog, just like the sword aura described in an Oriental martial arts novel. For Roger, who can dodge even bullets, it is not difficult to avoid these negative energy. Just as he easily avoided the attack of these negative energy, Mr. Negative suddenly burst out of a strong negative energy. This negative energy centered on Mr. Negative Film and quickly attacked the surroundings, forming a 360-degree all-round attack. The destructive power of this negative energy is not amazing, but it is extremely fast. Rog performed several instantaneous spells in succession before he could withdraw from the range of this negative energy attack. After discovering that the person in front of him was Mr. Negative, Roger kept paying attention to his every move. Turning negative energy into weapons is nothing. The real horror of Mr. Negative is that his negative energy can instantly catalyze the negative emotions of the target, turning a lawful and kind person into a chaotic and evil person in an instant. Although Rog doesn't think he is a good person, he doesn't want to be catalyzed by the negative energy of Mr. Negative. The art of water iron cannon. Without any hesitation, Roger directly raised his right hand and gave Mr. Film a shot. Although the negative energy is the finale ability of Mr. Negative, his own strength should not be underestimated. Faced with the water iron cannon technique that Rog suddenly used, Mr. Negative jumped forward regardless of his image, avoiding the liquid bullet fired by the water iron cannon technique, and at the same time swung several swords at Roger. Before the negative energy hit Rog, Rog's figure disappeared in the passage, and the negative energy hit the wall behind, leaving several extremely obvious cracks. Just when Mr. Film thought that Roger had chosen to retreat, Roger's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the passage, and then struck him like lightning. With the instantaneous technique, Rog instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and came to a place only 2 or 3 meters away from Mr. Film. But before he had time to move on, Mr. Film exploded with negative energy again. Bang! Rog, who was swept by the negative energy, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke, and then disappeared. Mr. Negative hadn't reacted yet, and another Roger rushed out from the end of the passage, and then also came to a place 2 or 3 meters in front of him. This time, Mr. Film did not continue to explode negative energy, but raised the negative energy longsword in his hand. Bang! Roger, who was hit by a longsword with negative energy, turned into smoke again and disappeared. Before he could take back the negative energy longsword, the third Roger rushed out of the tunnel again, and once again came to a place 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Mr. Negative didn't hesitate, and the negative energy on his body broke out again, causing this Roger to disappear into smoke. 2 consecutive bursts of negative energy in a short period of time made him tired immediately. However, at this moment, the fourth Roger rushed out of the passage again. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 45, Bullseye. After experiencing the previous Rog's attacks, Mr. Negative has roughly figured out Rog's tactics. Do you plan to use this method to consume the negative energy in my body? Is this a little too underestimating me? Facing the fourth rushing Roger, Mr. Negative did not explode the negative energy on his body, but raised the negative energy sword in his hand, intending to solve the rushing Roger by means of swordsmanship. Just when Mr. Film was about to cut this Roger into smoke with a sword like before, he suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. This is... Seeing that pair with 3 gouaches, completely different from the blood-red eyes that a normal human could have, Mr. Film suddenly found that Roger, who was rushing towards him, was missing. Not only that, the negative energy sword in his hand and all the negative energy on his body also disappeared. He changed back to a normal person in an instant. Just as Mr. Film was puzzled, he scanned the surroundings and found that he was not in the research institute of Jinbin now, but in the endless ocean. What the does this happen? Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the Jinshan cargo ship, which was slowly silent, and the bodies floating on the sea. Seeing this strange and familiar scene before him, Mr. Film felt as if he had changed back to the original Snakehead member, the Snakehead member without a name, ability, and dignity. On the second floor of Jinbin's research institute, Mr. Negative Film, holding a long sword with negative energy, seemed to have suddenly lost consciousness and stood motionless. Until Roger wiped his throat with the kunao in his hand, he failed to recover from that strange vision. Mr. Negative fell heavily to the ground. Black blood that was completely unlike humans came out of his throat. It wasn't until several minutes after his death that this gentleman with only black and white negatives regained his normal human appearance, and the blood on the ground turned into a human bright red. With the death of Mr. Film, the negative energy on his body disappeared, and everything about the negative energy was restored to its original appearance. It is a pity that Mr. Negative's negative energy was born from the comprehensive experiment of drugs. Otherwise, Roger could try to use the ability of Sangguyu to write round eyes to replicate the ability of his energy weapon. In order to avoid being catalyzed by the negative energy of Mr. Negative Film, he used the illusion ability of Shalia Lanyan for the first time in battle. Judging from the current usage, the illusion of writing round eyes is still very useful. Taking a look at Mr. Film, who had completely lost his life, Roger continued to walk towards his destination. Now there is only one bullseye left in front of him. As long as the bullseye is solved, and then this place is completely destroyed, the hand-to-hand association's commission can basically be declared complete. Through the surveillance screen in the room, the bullseye witnessed the complete killing of Mr. Negative by Roger. Seeing Mr. Negative standing motionless and letting Roger wipe his throat with Kyu, a solemn look appeared on the face of the bullseye. Although the bullseye had never fought Rog, he was no stranger to Rog, and he was even familiar with it. No one knows exactly how Roger appeared. The only thing that can be traced back is that he suddenly appeared in New York 3 years ago, and then began to accept various commissions as a private detective, but in fact a ninja. As an assassin, the bullseye saw the same kind of breath from Rog. It's just that Roger is different from him, he also masters all kinds of strange ninjutsu. The current resistance on the negative second floor has been wiped out by Roger. If no one stops him, he will be able to come to this laboratory soon. After serious consideration, the bullseye finally left the laboratory, and at the same time brought various weapons that he had prepared. Rather than allowing Roger to come here smoothly, he might as well take the initiative to choose the battlefield outside. In this case, even if it is lost, there will be more retreat routes. As for whether it can stop Roger, the bullseye does not have much confidence. However, after carefully watching the battle between Roger and Mr. Negative, the bullseye found that Roger was not very good at long-distance combat. If not, there is no need for him to sprint again and again with a strange clone. The long-range attack happens to be his best area. So before leaving the laboratory, the bullseye had already developed a tactic, which was to use his best throwing ability to solve Rog remotely. Just when Rog was about to reach the core laboratory on the second floor, several daggers struck him like lightning from a strange angle. The flying speed of these daggers can't be compared with bullets, but the accuracy is far better than those fired by security personnel. Clang! 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 Kumo in Rog's hand hit these daggers instantly and bounced them all away. However, just as these daggers flew off, another big push of various things flew towards him. These include daggers, darts, metal round bullets, irregular nails, and even a few playing cards. In terms of lethality, these things are completely incomparable with bullets. But the angle at which they strike is extremely tricky, and there is even a feeling of linking each other. Rog didn't try to bounce off these weapons, but directly cast his instantaneous spell to retreat back. With Rog's disappearance, these weapons either hit the floor or hit the wall. It seemed that Rog's retreat had been predicted, and when he had just stood firm, a few more daggers attacked where he was. Instantaneous surgery. Rog's figure disappeared again, but this time, he did not continue to back, but chose to move forward. Although the attacker hasn't appeared yet, Roger already knows who attacked him. With such a precise throwing ability, there will be no one other than the bullseye. After instantaneously crossing a distance of tens of meters through the instant technique, he finally saw the bullseye that was about to disappear at the corner of the passage. When he saw the bullseye also found him, and now several daggers were attacking him. After throwing out these daggers, the sight of the bullseye once again disappeared in front of Roger. After avoiding the dagger thrown by the bullseye, Rog did not hunt down the bullseye for the first time, but cast the shadow clone for the first time. After the shadow clone appeared, Rog first asked the shadow clone to chase the bullseye, while he himself took out a handful of Thunder God and inserted it on the ground, and then returned to the office through Flying Thunder God. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 46, Copy. After returning to the office, Rog pulled out a backpack he hadn't opened for a long time and took a look at the contents. In this backpack, there are 100 shurikens. These shurikens were specially made by him. But after it was made to order, he left it idle and never used it again. Today, after seeing the superb throwing ability of the bullseye, he suddenly had an idea. On the exchange page of the system, there is an exchange icon about the shuriken technology, but he has never exchanged this ability. Although the exchange from the system can save him a lot of practice time, the system's price for these skills is not lower than that of advanced ninjutsu, so he has not exchanged it. Kyo has already played well with the fire, but his shuriken skills are still in a mess. After picking up this backpack full of shurikens, he returned directly to the second floor of the Jester Institute of Paleontological History through the Thunder God. After putting away the God of Thunder on the ground, he used the chakra perception technique to sense the position of the bullseye, and then ran towards the bullseye. At this time, the bullseye was being pushed up and down by his shadow clone, and various weapons were continuously thrown out in his hands. With some preparation, it is not particularly difficult to avoid weapons thrown by the bullseye. The difficulty is how to avoid these weapons without being injured, and at the same time close the distance between the two sides. Although Roger's shadow clones possess the same fighting skills as him, these shadow clones are not him after all. Through several sequential attacks, the bullseye smoothly consumed Rog's 2 shadow clones. Just when he was planning to wipe out the remaining 2 shadow clones in one effort, he saw Roger himself carrying a backpack. Looking at the backpack on Roger, who didn't know where it came from, the bullseye had some bad intuitions. Before he could think about it, Rog removed the remaining 2 shadow clones and took out a few shurikens from his backpack. The bullseye didn't know Roger's purpose, but after seeing the shadow clone disappear, he threw a few daggers at Roger without hesitation. At this time, Roger had already opened his 3-Guyu Jade writing wheel, watching every move of the bullseye, including his throwing movements, his hard way, his throwing techniques. While observing the bullseye with the writing wheel, Rog did not forget to avoid the daggers. After avoiding these menacing daggers, he imitated the bullseye and threw the shuriken in his hand. At the moment Rog threw the shuriken, a strange feeling flashed through the eyes of the bullseye. But this feeling quickly disappeared. I saw the shuriken thrown by Roger flying towards the bullseye at an extremely fast speed, and then flying past the bullseye perfectly without causing any damage to him. The bullseye originally thought that Roger had the same extraordinary throwing skills as him, but it turned out that he thought more. This is completely a layman's technique. How can such a spinning dart be thrown like a dagger? This is simply mess. Just when the bullseye was about to mock Rog's throwing skills, he suddenly remembered something. This throwing technique. This hard way. This kind of attack trajectory. Isn't this what I did when I just threw the dagger? After thinking of this, the contempt on the bullseye's face suddenly disappeared. This is impossible. How could he learn my attack by just watching it once? This is absolutely impossible. As if to cheer himself up, and as if to prove that his attack technique could not be easily imitated, the bullseye took out a dart similar to a shuriken. Call out! Call out! Call out! Without any hesitation, the 3 darts in the bullseye hand struck Rog like lightning, hitting his forehead, throat, and heart respectively. Roger escaped the dart from the bullseye once again, and then also took out 3 shurikens. It was almost like history repeating itself. Rog threw 3 shurikens like lightning, which hit the forehead, throat, and heart of the bullseye. Seeing Roger's almost copy and paste movements and techniques, the bullseye's face was full of incredible expressions. Even so, he escaped the shuriken shot by Roger, and then ran away without looking back. Rog wouldn't just let the bullseye leave like this, and hurriedly used the instant technique to catch up. Although the bullseye did not look back, he could clearly perceive that Roger was not far behind him. Damn it! After sensing that Rog was getting closer, the bullseye finally gave up his intention to escape and once again took out the throwing weapon he prepared. This time, instead of deliberately choosing darts, he picked up a few weapons and threw them at Roger. Facing the bullseye's attack, Rog did not evade, but took out the same number of shurikens. He did not continue to imitate the movements of the bullseye, but instead threw out these shurikens according to the skills he had just mastered. Clang! 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 The shuriken and the weapon thrown by the bullseye collided fiercely, making a clear crash, and then each bounced off. Looking at the scene in front of him, the bullseye instantly understood why Jinhee stopped him from going to Rog the last time. With this terrifying ability to imitate, is this guy really human? The bullseye no longer knew how to describe Roger in front of him. He thought his innate talent for throwing was a gift from heaven. But he is now seriously skeptical of this. It only took a few fights to imitate his own throwing ability exactly the same, this talent. If it wasn't for a different position, the bullseye really wanted to ask Roger how he did it. Under Roger's intentional release, the bullseye was never caught up by him, but always maintained the situation where you chased me, you threw daggers and darts and I threw shurikens. When the bullseye threw the last dagger in his hand, he finally stopped and stopped running away. Clang! The dagger thrown by the bullseye hadn't flew far before it was easily hit by Rog's shuriken and bounced against the wall next to it. Finally finished. Rog was in a very good mood at this time, and it could even be considered very good. Under the selfless dedication of the bullseye, he quickly mastered the technique of throwing shuriken in a short and unreasonable time, and he also learned some very useful tips from the bullseye. For example, how to throw playing cards with the power to tear human necks. Stop talking nonsense, just let it go if you want to do it. The bullseye now didn't expect to be able to use a long-range attack to solve Rog, and pulled out his only melee weapon, a peculiar short knife. Ninja God Who Likes Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 47, End of Commission. Seeing the sight of the bullseye as he planned to fight melee, Roger put away the shuriken in his hand, and then threw the backpack aside. In order to thank you for your contribution, I decided to give you the treatment of a real soldier. As soon as the voice fell, a group of white electric currents resembling lightning appeared on Rog's right hand, and at the same time rang like 1,000 birds. Real fighter treatment? What does it mean? Although the bullseye didn't know what the real soldier treatment was in Roger's mouth, after seeing his right hand that seemed to have turned into a thunder, his heart couldn't help but a plan to escape immediately. However, he finally defeated the instinct to escape, holding the short knife in his hand tightly, watching Rog's every move with solemn eyes. Fleeing at this time would only die faster, so he decided to stay and fight for the invisible hope of victory. This ninjutsu is called Chidori. Since learning this ninjutsu surgery, I have never used this ninjutsu in combat. To be the first person to die in 1,000 birds, it should be serious enough for you. Listening to Roger's extremely calm words, the bullseye swallowed involuntarily. Who wants to be the first person to die in this ninjutsu? Don't impose your ideas on others. Just as the bullseye was watching Rog's every move, Rog suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Before the bullseye could react, Roger appeared in front of him instantly across a distance of more than 10 meters. After sensing the appearance of Roger, the bullseye instinctively wanted to raise the short knife in his hand and give Roger a vicious knife in front of him. But at this moment, he saw Rog's right hand, and saw the right hand that was inserted into his chest while shining with white electric current. When did he release his hand? The bullseye hadn't reached a conclusion yet, and a mouthful of blood poured into his throat. When the target eye was about to spit out the blood, Roger disappeared again and appeared 5 or 6 meters away from him. Puff! The bullseye spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then the whole person knelt to the ground weakly. Although he did not observe the wound on his body carefully, as a top assassin, the target eye was very clear. Roger's right hand, which was shining with white lightning, directly pierced his entire body. "You are really a monster." After speaking these words feebly, the bullseye seemed to have lost all its power, and fell heavily to the ground, completely losing his life. Taking a look at the bullseye that had completely lost his life, Roger picked up the backpack that had been thrown away, and then randomly found a laboratory to clean up the blood on his right hand. The only thing he was not satisfied with the ninjutsu of Chidori was that after killing people with Chidori, his right hand would inevitably be stained with the blood of the enemy. Wash your hands after killing, trouble. After silently cleaning the blood on his right hand, Roger came to the core laboratory on the second floor. When his figure appeared in the laboratory, the busy researchers froze for a moment, and then continued their work as if he hadn't appeared at all. It seems that these researchers regarded him as a golden man. In the next time, Rog cleaned up all the researchers in the laboratory, and then took away their unused keels and the bottles with their numbers. Of course, he also took a thick experimental research report. After doing all this, he came to the central control room of the institute, intending to study how to destroy it with the least effort. Just when he was considering whether to get some explosives back, he saw a button in the control room. Self-destruct program start button. Never touch it in non-emergency times. Above the button, there is a very intimate reminder, for fear that others will not know what this button does. After finding the key to turn on the button protection switch from a corpse in the control room, Roger decisively pressed the button. At the moment he pressed the self-destruct button, the entire research institute lit up with red alarm lights, and a 5-minute countdown also appeared on the screen of the central control room. "The commission is done, you can go back." Jinbin's sense of crisis saved Rog a lot of time, and after finally taking a look at the research institute, he used the Thunder God to return to the office. Because the Shower Huawei has paid the remuneration in advance, as long as the research institute blew up, the system will determine that the commission is complete and send him 20 nin coins. After waiting silently for 5 minutes, Rog opened the commission page of the system and got what he wanted to see. Delegated content, clear the secret stronghold of Jinbin, delegate status, completed, delegate reward, 20 ninja coins have been sent. Nin coins not consumed, 44. After retracting his gaze from the system, Rog picked up the document from the research institute and scanned it carefully. At the same time, Jinbin, who is located in a mansion in the suburbs of New York, received a call from his subordinates. The Jester Institute of Paleontological History was invaded and a self-destruct procedure was initiated. After a pause for a few seconds, the person on the other end of the phone continued, "The intruder is suspected to be Roger. Before the institute self-destructed, we received a related report. In addition, the Bullseye has lost contact with Mr. Negative, and it is suspected to be dead." After speaking, the person on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to speak out, silently waiting for Jinbin's answer. After listening to his report, Jin did not reply immediately. After the depressive atmosphere lasted for nearly a minute, Jin Heke finally said, "I see. From now on, send someone to follow the 5 guys of the Xiaohui 24 hours a day, while staring at all their bases. After speaking, Jin did directly smash the phone in his hand. He didn't say how to deal with Rog, because he is still not sure whether he really wants to fight Rog. In the face of people like Roger, unless he is absolutely sure to kill him, any action may cause him to resist fiercely. Thinking of this, Jin felt a faint tingling from his right hand. In New York, a secret base of the Shamrock Society, the 5 fingers of the Shamrock Society appeared together in a room. Rog has destroyed the Jester Institute of Paleontological History. We now have more time to arrange the previous plan, Suoanda said with a serious face. At the same time that Jinhe received the news, Xiaohui also received the news. This time will not be too long, Jinhe will find out sooner or later there, we must do it as soon as possible. Murakami also gave his own proposal. The problem now is that once we start to implement the plan, we can't continue to conceal the merger, and other organizations will not let us plan. It was Mrs. Gao who seemed to be kind. But those who really know her will know what kind of viciousness and horror are hidden under her kind appearance. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 48, Underground Keel. Even so, we can only take the risk of opening the seal. If we do nothing, Jin will be able to study the effect of the keel sooner or later, and then we will want to remove the keel, but it will be much more difficult than it is now. After hearing Mrs. Gao's words, Alexandra sitting next to her said silently. Even if we can't get all of the keels, as long as we can get most of them, it will be enough for us to use for many years. Batu also expressed his opinion. Then start voting now. If you agree to act immediately, raise your hand to indicate. After speaking, Suwanda took the lead in raising his right hand, and he also raised his right hand, Murakami, Alexandra, and Batu. Except for Mrs. Gao, the other 4 fingers of the hand joint all agreed to act immediately. Now that everyone agrees, let's arrange the next task. Jin Bin doesn't need to worry too much for the time being, he still doesn't know the true function of the keel, so even if we start the plan, he will not stop it for a while. The main thing to worry about now is the Holy Society, and Shield. When Suwanda talked about Shield, the entire conference room suddenly became silent. Although Xiaohui is a good ninja killer organization, they are still too weak compared with Shield. Not to mention, they are still in New York. Fighting against Shield in this place is not much different from attacking the headquarters of SHI. After a few minutes of silence, Mrs. Gao took the lead and said, I'll take care of it from the Holy Society, and Alexandra will be with me. Alexandra did not object to Mrs. Gao's proposal and nodded silently. Then the Holy Society, let me and the blogger, I just want to discuss with the old man. After Mrs. Gao and Alexandra took on the troubles on the side of the Holy Society, Murakami also spoke, and brought the blogger. The troubles between Jinping and the Sacred Society were all taken on their own initiative, and now only the most troublesome Shield was left. You are not going to let me fight Shield by myself. Although Suwanda is usually arrogant, he never thinks that he can resist Shield by himself. If he has this ability, he doesn't need to dig any keel, let alone be afraid of Jin and meet with the Holy. In the past, many organizations and forces in the world did not believe in evil and wanted to provoke Shield, but their fate was without exception. They were all delisted and became part of S.H.I.E.L.D's merits. Perhaps, you can go to Rog again and ask for his help with a commission. After a few minutes of silence, Mrs. Gao gave advice. Although they didn't know who Roger was, they knew that people like Roger would never be afraid of Shield. Even if he is not an opponent of Shield, blocking Shield is not a problem. And they believe that as long as the rewards they give are rich enough, Rog, a ninja who has mastered the mysterious ninjutsu, will definitely not refuse them. Are you sure you want to do this? He is not an easy person to dismiss, just to destroy the research institute of Jinbin, he wants 2 boxes of keel bones. If he were to stop SHIELD, the price might be incredible. As the person who has dealt with Rog the most, Su Wen-da is not as optimistic as Mrs. Gao. In the eyes of Mrs. Gao, Roger was nothing more than a ninja with good strength, just like the mercenaries who worked for money. Try it. If he doesn't accept your commission, we will think of other ways. Mrs. Gao made the final concluding speech. At this time, Roger was carefully browsing the documents brought out by the Research Institute in the office. Report on the effect of keel on the lifespan of mammals. The Energy Analysis Report of Keel. Research Report on the application of dragon bone energy. Research on the strengthening of dragon bone on mammals. Among the documents brought out by Roger, there are more than 10 research reports. After he read these reports one by one, he finally figured out what the Shaohui had concealed. According to Su Wen-da, Jin Bin snatched a batch of keel bones from them, so they commissioned him to clear Jin Bin's research institute. However, based on the feedback in the report, Su Wen-da only told part of the truth. It is true that Jin He snatched a batch of keel bones from them, but it was not only the keel bones that Jin He snatched from them. Along with the keel, there was also an ancient book about the suspected keel underneath New York. Jin and perhaps still don't know what exactly the keel has, but this secret can only be maintained for a short period of time at most. As long as there is a little progress in the Research Institute, Jin and Soon can only know the real function of the keel, and guess the real purpose of the hand healing. If the true effect of the keel is known by Jin and Jin, even if the hand union has the means to open the keel seal, they will not be able to take the keel out of New York. In this place of New York, Jin and is the well-deserved underground emperor. Although Jin Bin's strength cannot be compared with S.H.I.E.L.D., the problem is that S.H.I.E.L.D. will not just stare at the reunion. As long as the movement is not great, it is not impossible to hide from S.H.I.E.L.D. But Kim is not the same. New York is his base camp. Everything that happens here will attract his attention. Not to mention the goal that caused the movement, or the hand healing he had been paying attention to. Su Wen-da and the others don't know yet, and Jin He has now sent someone to follow their whereabouts for 24 hours. Not only them, but their ninja subordinates, and even their secret bases that are not known to others, are also being stared at by Jin Bin's subordinates. If it hadn't been for the opponent Hui to have enough knowledge, it would be impossible for Jin Bin to give such accurate information last time, and thus entrust Rog to destroy the base of the hand Hui. After putting down the report in his hand, Rog suddenly felt that Shaohui's recent luck was a bit bad. If it weren't for the ancient book materials to be stolen along with the keel, they could have waited until the Holy Association left New York, and when Jin lost interest in them, then secretly opened the seal and took away the keel buried in it. But they obviously can't have such an opportunity now. Jin may not have a way to open the keel seal, but he does not need to open the seal himself, he just needs to wait for others to open the seal. Jin is not very good at cracking the seal, but he is definitely an experienced veteran for grabbing things, especially from the hands of Shaohui. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 49, Ming Grab. Although Rog didn't know exactly what to do with the hands, he had already made a decision. That is to add some extra difficulty to the situation where the hand-to-hand association is not very smooth. The door-to-door extortion Shaohui, how can it be compared with the upright robber Shaohui? As for hand-to-hand association, he didn't care about it at all. He vaguely remembered that the keel hidden underground in New York seemed to be the corpse of a dragon. If this is true, it means that the number of keel bones dug up this time will reach an extremely terrifying point. Even if he now uses the keel every time, it will have the corresponding keel resistance, which causes the keel to increase the amount of chakra less and less. But as long as the dragon bone's effect on the increase of the chakra volume has not completely disappeared, he will not give up the demand for the dragon bone. It doesn't matter if the boost is low, even if there is only 0.01 card at a time. If the efficiency is not good, then use the quantity to make up. Early the next morning, when Roger was still asleep, Su and Da came to the office with 3 boxes of keels. It wasn't until 12 o'clock at noon that Roger returned to the office and saw Su and Da, who had been waiting for a morning in the office. Although Su and Da hasn't said anything yet, he can guess the purpose of his trip by just looking at the 3 suitcases that are exactly the same as last time. Come in and talk. In any case, Su and Da was still his last client, so Rog didn't drive the people directly, but let him come to his office. Mr. Rog, we were very satisfied with the last commission, so we want to commission you again. These 3 boxes of keels are the deposit for this commission. There are not many keels left in the Shaohui now, and these 3 boxes of keels are already very sincere to them. This time the shot is so generous, presumably it won't be easy to commission. Let's talk about it. What do you want to commission this time? After reading the reports in the Jinhe Research Institute, Rog knew very well what kind of situation the Shaohui is currently facing, so it is not surprising that the opponents have paid a lot of money for foreign aid. Since everyone is so familiar, then I will say it clearly. The keel is called the keel because it is the bone of a dragon. After our investigation, a whole Shenlong bone was buried underground in New York. We want to excavate the bones of this dragon, but during the excavation process, it may attract the attention of certain forces, so we hope that Mr. Rog can help block one of them. If you are willing to accept this commission, we are willing to pay 1/3 of the keel. Regarding 1/3 of the dragon's bones as a reward, this is not a decision to assemble the 5 fingers of the hand, but a personal decision of Su and Da. But as long as Rog agrees to accept the commission, he is sure to convince the other 4 people. No matter how many keels are underground, they must be dug out smoothly. 1/3 of the dragon bones of the entire dragon. You are really not ordinary and generous. But I'm sorry, I can't accept this kind of risky reward. The reward is indeed tempting, but Rog does not believe that the hand healing will have the ability to pay it. Because he was pretty sure that the hand Hui would not be able to get the bones of the dragon this time. Even if the Shaohui successfully opened the seal, they would not be able to take the keel away smoothly. I know that this reward is indeed uncertain, but as long as you are willing to help, the chance of success is still very high. Su and Da tried to persuade Roger, but he never thought that Roger sitting in front of him was the one who planned to the keel. I'm sorry, I still can't accept this commission from you. Unless you can now come up with that 1/3 of the keel. Although Rog didn't know how many keels were still in the hands of the hands, he was sure that there were definitely not many keels in the hands of the hands. If they still have so many keel bones, they don't need to go to the underground keel at this time. In that case, I can only say that this is a pity. After speaking, Su and Da stood up and planned to leave the office with the 3 boxes of keels. Wait a minute. Su and Da, who was about to pick up the 3 boxes of keel bones, was instantly happy when he heard Rog's opening, thinking that Rog had changed his mind. But then, he heard a word that he couldn't believe. You can leave, but you must stay with these 3 boxes of keels. After hearing Roger's words, Su and Da was stunned. Fuck, what is this unfolding? Before he could figure out anything, Rog said again, consultation fee, 3 boxes of keels. Although there is no difference from Ming Kaiu, there are still some excuses. Are you planning to steal it? Su and Da's expression became extremely serious. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, how could he not hear Roger's true meaning? Yes, I just intend to grab it. Why, you have an opinion. Anyway, he was about to have a bad relationship with Shaohui, so Roger didn't mind to advance this time a little bit. Okay, very good. This account will be taken down by hand. Seeing Roger with a casual look, Su and Da quickly made a decision and immediately gave up the 3 boxes of keel bones, and then left without looking back. Rog was not surprised by Su and Da's decisive decision. In this completely disadvantaged situation, even if Su and Da is unwilling, there is no way. Resistance, verbal or deed, will not change the outcome. In that case, it might as well give up immediately. Although this behavior may seem intimidating, it is currently the most reasonable and least costly method. If you don't do this, you might be left with more than 3 boxes of keels. After Suwanda left, Rog returned home with the 3 boxes of keel bones, and then threw these 3 boxes of keel bones, as well as the keel bones brought back from the institute last night, into the biological tissue energy made by Yuan. In the second purification separator. After drinking all the purified green liquid, his chakra volume was once again improved. Chakra amount, 12 calories. The keel of nearly 4 suitcases has increased the chakra volume of 2 calories, and the efficiency of the keel for increasing the chakra volume has been further reduced. But Rog didn't take this to heart. If he was right, the keel underground in New York could at least be filled with thousands of suitcases of the same style. After being snatched 3 boxes of keel bones by Rog aggressively, Suwanda returned to the secret base where they had a meeting last night without any hesitation, and informed the other 4 people about the news. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 50, Seal Open. After listening to Suwanda's news, the other 4 people in the Shaohui immediately realized that not only did they fail to get Roger to block Shield, they had added an additional enemy to themselves. Since Rog dared to the 3 boxes of keels so simply, it also meant that he was also eyeing the batch of keels underground. This is undoubtedly an even worse news for the already stressful Shaohui. But they had no other choice now. Even with the obstacles of Roger and Jin Bin, they could only venture to open the underground keel seal. If they don't do anything now and wait until the specific location of the underground keel in New York is exposed, they will completely lose their last advantage. The situation they need to face at that time will only be worse than it is now. After the chakra volume increased further, Rog did not go to the office again, but waited patiently at home. Although he didn't know when the Shaohui would open the seal of the underground keel, he was not in a hurry. Judging from the news disclosed by Suwanda, when the seal of the keel is opened, there will be obvious movements. If this is not the case, there is no need to worry about being blocked by others. A little bit of time passed, and after waiting patiently for a day at home, Roger didn't feel any strangeness. The 3rd day, the 4th day. After waiting silently for 5 days, Rog still didn't notice any strangeness. In these 5 days, although he has not left home, he will use chakra perception once every hour to sense the movement of the entire New York City. Even when he is sleeping, he will arrange the shadow clone to pay attention to the situation. These guys in Shaohui are really patient. In addition to Rog, Jin and is also paying close attention to every move to start the union. But like Roger, he didn't notice anything unusual. Just when Rog thought that today was also a peaceful day, he was about to sleep, and he used the chakra perception technique, and then he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Is this the energy fluctuation of the dragon bone seal? He is not very sure, because he is also the first time to perceive this type of energy fluctuation. But he decided to go over and take a look. If it was a misjudgment, it was a walk before going to bed. Through the previously arranged technique, he used flying thunder to come to the nearby street where the abnormal energy fluctuated, and then jumped continuously on the roof of the house, quickly rushing to the specific location of the abnormal energy fluctuation. However, when he arrived at the specific location, he did not see any abnormalities. In front of him is a street with few pedestrians. Except for the occasional passing vehicles, there are no unusual circumstances nearby, and there are not even a few shops with open doors. Cast the chakra perception technique again, but this time, his induction focused on humans. Every living creature has an obvious display of life energy. The only difference is that the intensity and form of life energy will be different. It turned out to be an old way of digging tunnels from other places, but very useful. By sensing the human life energy around him, he discovered a group of people who were active underground. Although he hadn't seen them yet, he was basically certain that the group of guys in the ground were hands-on people. Because in that group of people, he perceives Su and Da. Just when he used the movement trajectory of the members of the Shamrock Association to speculate on the specific entrance, a weak vibration suddenly came from the ground. This vibration only lasted a few seconds, and the intensity of the vibration was not large. But before long, the intensity of the vibration began to increase significantly, and the duration of the vibration began to become longer. This tremor, like a small earthquake, lasted for more than a minute before it slowly disappeared. Before the shock disappeared, Rog cast his instantaneous ability to rush towards the predicted underground entrance. The entrance of the underground passage was arranged in a warehouse. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion, Xiao Hui only sent a few ninjas in normal clothes to hold their hands to the warehouse door. These ninjas are not so much used to guard the entrance, as they are used as living alarms. After arriving at the warehouse gate, Rog did not waste time on these ninjas, using a speed that surpassed the human eye to catch the limit, quickly came to these ninjas, and then cut their throats with kunao. After finishing all this, he didn't stay at all, and immediately hurried towards the interior of the warehouse. At this moment, the third shock occurred. If the first two shocks can only make people feel a little shaking, then this one shock is a large earthquake that can destroy a house. Although the violent shaking lasted only a short period of 1 or 2 seconds, the damage caused was much greater than the previous two combined, and it attracted the attention of many organizations. Especially those organizations that were originally concerned about abnormal events, such as SHIELD. The specific location of the earthquake source has been determined, it is in Brooklyn, and the depth is only more than 60 meters. A researcher in a white coat told the exact location of the source of the earthquake to a female agent in front of him with red-brown curly hair, attractive appearance, bulging figure, and charm all over her body. After the report, the researcher returned to his job with a dismayed face, and when he turned around, he silently took a look at the female agent. Although this attractive female agent seems to be powerless, she is the best female agent in SHIELD, codenamed Black Widow. Natasha glanced at the specific address of the epicenter, without much surprise on her face. A few minutes later, the Black Widow left the base alone, driving a windy motorcycle toward the source of the earthquake. At the same time, Jin Bin, who was exceptionally strong, got on his own private helicopter and flew towards the source of the earthquake. Before Jin Bin and Black Widow Natasha came to the warehouse where the entrance was hidden, the old man took the lead and rushed to the warehouse with the ninja of the Holy Society, and among them, there was also a dark red battlesuit. Daredevil Matt with a short stick. SHIELD Bureau, Golden Union, and Holy Society, all appeared at this time. Rog, who had entered the underground passage, didn't worry too much about the things on the ground, and now he was rushing to the location of the kill seal at full speed. Just when Gunsuo and the others arrived near the warehouse, a group of ninjas in black ninja costumes suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Not many people came to the Holy Society at this time, even if Daredevil Matt was added, there were only 15 people. There are hundreds of ninjas surrounding them. Among these ninjas, Murakami and Hiroshi are among the 5 fingers of the ninja. Ninja God Who Likes Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 51, Underground Tunnel. Early in the morning, Murakami and Boss took people to ambush near the warehouse, just to wait for the arrival of the Holy Society and others. They witnessed the scene where Roger killed the ninjas in the warehouse, but they did not stop him. Their task is only to stop the holy people, as for Roger, that is the task of others. While sensing the entrance of the warehouse, Rog also sensed the existence of Murakami and the others, but he did not take them to heart. As long as they don't come out to stop him, Rog doesn't bother to pay attention to them. When the ninja of the Sacred Society appeared, the people of the Sacred Society did not say a word, and they directly took out their weapons and attacked the ninja of the Sacred Society, not caring about the disadvantage of numbers. The number of ninjas of the sacred society has always been lower than that of the Shaojiwai, but their individual strength is far stronger than the ninjas of the Shaojiwai. Even an ordinary member of the sacred society has the ability to fight against more than a dozen ninjas at the same time. As for the old man, he can fight dozens of ninjas at the same time. However, at this time, the stick man did not have the opponent's normal ninja to take action. Now he is fighting with Murakami holding a black katana. Like the old man, Daredevil Matt does not have an opponent with a regular ninja to make a shot. His opponent is one of the five-finger bloggers. While Murakami and the bloggers stopped the Holy Society, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra led people in an ambush in an intersection a few blocks away. There is a long distance from the warehouse entrance, but here is the only way to the warehouse entrance. The reason why they are lying in wait here is also very simple. They are waiting for people from Jin He. If Jin does mobilize manpower to go to the warehouse, then this is the most suitable ambush location. In order to allow Suwanda Underground to have sufficient time to open the seal and take away the keel, Mrs. Gao and Murakami and the others took away most of the power of the Shaohui. As for the underground ones, they are all weaker hand ninjas. And according to their plan, the ninjas in the underground do not need too strong strength, their existence has only two functions. One is to act as a porter to take away the keel, and the other is to stop Roger. Although this may seem unbelievable, they do have such a plan. In order to accomplish this goal, they even came up with a whole card that has never been used. Rog didn't know this at this time, and he was now moving fast in the underground passage. Although this underground passage to the keel seal was temporarily excavated, it was not crowded at all, but it was a bit open and unusual. According to common sense, as long as normal people can pass through this kind of underground passage, it does not need to spend extra energy to dig the passage bigger. However, the underground passage that appeared in front of Rog completely exceeded this standard, and even reached the point where ordinary trucks can pass. This is abnormal, and abnormal means ambush. After traveling in the underground passage for a while, Roger stopped and performed chakra sensation once again. It was not much different from the situation before. The group of ninjas in the underground was still busy, and there were no other people ambushing in the passage. The only difference was that the ninja on the ground fought with the Holy Society. Just as he was going to move on, the seal of the keel shook again. This time the intensity of the vibration was not very large, and the duration of the vibration was short, but after the vibration ended, Rog felt an incredible energy. He is no stranger to this type of energy. After all, he has relied on these energy to increase a lot of chakras these days. This is the energy of the dragon bone, which is huge enough to shock people. Even an ordinary person can clearly feel the existence of this energy. With the location of the keel as the center, everyone in the vicinity of a few kilometers felt the existence of this energy. Along with this energy, there is also a vast and ancient aura originating from the prehistoric period. Only the dragon after death, and the dragon who has been dead for so many years, can exude such an astonishing aura just by relying on its bones. If it is a living dragon, then Roger felt he needed to go to Kunlun in the future. At this time, the Holy Society and others who were fighting on the ground also felt the huge energy and amazing aura from the keel. Suddenly, the two warring parties involuntarily stopped the attack. Feeling the extremely huge energy of the keel, the old man showed a look of extremely eagerness, standing straight on the spot, taking a few deep and nervous breaths, as if doing so can the energy of the keel into his body. While the stick man took a deep and nervous breath, his opponent Murakami didn't waste any chance, and lightning struck at him. The black samurai sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake catching prey, and it hit the stick man's throat. Seeing Murakami's black katana about to hit the stick man's throat, the stick man, who had not moved much, finally moved. No one knows how the old man made the move. They only saw Murakami hit his chest with the long stick in the hands of the old man. The whole person was like a volleyball that was shot flying, nearly 10 meters away. Distance. Those who block me, Die. After hitting Murakami, the stick man said silently. Although his voice is not loud, everyone present can feel the amazing killing intent he exudes. Daredevil Matt was just a few meters away from the old man. After hearing the old man's words, he felt for the first time that he didn't know his master at all. At this time, the stick man obviously wouldn't pay attention to other people's opinions. After speaking, he took the long stick and walked forward unhurriedly. The ninjas in the stance would obviously not be frightened by Gunso's killing intent. After seeing Gunso walking towards Murakami, these ninjas immediately attacked Gunso without any hesitation. Faced with the attacks of these ninjas, the old man once again demonstrated his super strength as a fighting master. A long stick that is not surprising, in the hands of the stick man, is like a sharp weapon of a magic weapon, showing terrifying lethality. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the ninjas who attacked at the stick man turned into corpses lying on the ground. The stick man on the ground showed great power, while Roger in the underground passage looked at the ninja in his hand with a puzzled look. These hands-on ninjas didn't know why they gathered at the exit of the passage. On them, Roger felt the strange dark aura he had felt in Hei Kong. 77 hand ninjas stopped in front of him like this, and Roger did not see any weapons on them. Ninja God who likes Maman Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 52, Hand in Hand. With these people, you want to stop me? Is this a bit too small for me? After sensing the battle on the ground, Rog knew that he would arrange different plans for different enemies. It was a group of people who intercepted the Holy Society, and another group of people intercepted Jin. So he was pretty sure that these 77 ninjas were specially prepared for him by Hui. But there was one thing he didn't understand, and that was where the confidence of Hui came from, and he would think that these ninjas could stop him. So far, more than 200 hands and ninjas have died in his hands. Moreover, the comprehensive strength of those ninjas is stronger than the ninjas in front of him. Although it is not clear how Hui is considered for the time being, he does not intend to struggle with this issue. Fire escape, extinguish the fire. Without any hesitation, Roger decisively performed ninjutsu. I saw an astonishing flame spurting from his mouth, like an angry fire dragon, flying towards the ninja in his hands. Just flying a short distance, this flame has expanded to the point of covering the entire passage. Almost in the blink of an eye, these flames arrived in front of the hand and the ninja and swallowed them completely. These hands and ninjas did not perform any evasive actions, and there was absolutely no room to evade. An astonishing flame enveloped them, burning their bodies quickly. The intense pain caused them to scream involuntarily, and one after another screams resounded throughout the passage. Seeing these hands and ninjas standing stupidly in place like puppets to withstand the flame attack, Roger noticed something wrong. The huge and powerful flames disappeared after 5 or 6 seconds. The flames disappeared along with the lives of these hands and the ninja. However, within a few seconds, these hands and ninjas, which had become corpses, stood up again one by one. These hands and ninjas who were supposed to be lying on the ground at this time stood up strangely distorted like zombies in science fiction movies, and their eyes became pitch black. On their already severely burned bodies, there were continuous waves of black gas visible to the naked eye. These black gases are a bit familiar. Looking at the black gas, Rog couldn't help but remember the black fog he had seen in Hei Kong. However, the black gas gushing out of these ninjas is much thinner than the black mist of Hei Kong, and it looks far less strange than those black mist. He took out a shuriken and threw it at one of the ninjas. Rog wanted to see if the black gas had the ability to swallow like black mist. After imitating the bullseye's throwing skills, his shuriken skills have been upgraded from horrible to superb. As long as he wants, he can even hit the wings of a fly more than 10 meters away with a shuriken. I saw that the shuriken he threw out a beautiful arc, then passed through the black gas, and accurately hit the right eye of the ninja. Laugh. The shuriken successfully hit the target, but it did not produce the expected result. A shot in the eye, according to common sense, is enough to severely damage the enemy. But the ninja who was hit by the shuriken in his right eye seemed to be okay. Not only did he not change anything, he didn't even bother with the shuriken in his eyes, leaving the shuriken in his eyes. It seems that this shouldn't be resurrection, but just give the dead a certain degree of mobility. Rog quickly made a judgment and worked out the corresponding tactics. Although he doesn't know how to do it, according to the current situation, the preparations for the hand-to-hand club are still adequate. With the lives of 77 ninjas in exchange for time not to be interfered by him. Xiaohui didn't expect these 77 ninjas to defeat Rog, all they wanted was to hold Rog. After the death of the Black Air battle, the 5 fingers of the Hand Union were very clear that it was impossible to stop Roger with conventional combat power. That being the case, let's just use some unconventional methods. The reason why Heikong is strong is that Heikong is a container possessed by beasts, so Heikong can exert a strength far beyond ordinary people. The possession of the beast can greatly strengthen the power of the container, but there are not many people who are suitable to become the beast container. An inappropriate container will die within a short time after being possessed by the beast. Although the handheld society could not find a large number of people suitable for the container, they developed a method to borrow the power of the beast from the point that the possession of the beast would strengthen the power of the container. Since the inappropriate container will die within a short time after being possessed by the beast, it is better to provide some newly dead corpses directly to the beast, so that you don't have to worry about the life of the container. Anyway, they are all dead, so there is no need to care about lifespan. Through the grievances of the deceased before death, coupled with suitable black magic, a batch of temporary containers for the dead that can be possessed by the beast can be created. Although the temporary container manufactured by this method is far inferior to the black space, it occupies an absolute advantage in quantity. Moreover, it is already a container for the dead, and there will be no weaknesses in life. As long as the power of the beast does not disappear, as long as the corpse possessed by the beast has not completely collapsed, these temporary containers can continue to fight. If it weren't for the fact that there were not many black magic materials accumulated, there would be more than 77 ninjas standing in front of Rog. After these beast-possessed ninjas swayed for a few seconds, at the same time they placed their eyes on Rog's body and let out a beast-like roar. Afterwards, these ninjas rushed towards Roger, and rushed towards him like a pack of prey. Now it is not the original ninjas who control these bodies, but the fighting instincts in them that originate from beasts. Some of them ran with their legs upright like humans, and some ran wild on all fours like wild animals. But no matter which method they adopted, the speed they showed was far beyond when they were alive. At this time, Rog finally understood why the Xiaohui had dug these passages so wide. When digging the channel, the gang will have made plans to use this whole card, the only difference lies in which enemy it is used for. When these ninjas rushed to the last few meters, a 5-meter-long spear composed of electric current appeared in his right hand. Chidori sharp gun. The ninjas who rushed in the front were pierced by a Chidori sharp gun like a candied haw, and then their bodies were completely cut off. Ninja God who likes Li, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 53, All Appearances. After solving the first few Jujin ninjas in an instant, Rog waved his right hand to the right, and the Chidori sharp spear chopped off the bodies of several Jujin ninjas again. Although these ninjas have gained stronger power because of the beast's possession, their bodies have not been strengthened to the strength of the black sky. Even the shuriken can successfully inflict damage on them, not to mention the more powerful Chidori sharp gun. After cutting off the bodies of the few ninjas on the right, someone finally rushed to Rog and rushed towards him like a beast. Rog did not evade, but ended the Chidori sharp spear in his right hand, and then used another thunder ninjutsu. Chidori. A series of light blue electric currents visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, and then severely hit the ninjas who were leaping at him. Although Chidori's paralysis effect will not appear on these ninjas, the specific attack power of the current itself is enough to repel them. These ninjas who pounced on Roger flew upside down like a flying ball, and slammed into the ninja behind, causing the whole scene to become extremely chaotic. After solving these close ninjas, the Chidori sharp spear once again appeared in Rog's right hand. After he solved a few more people, these unreasonable ninjas finally got new moves. They no longer swarmed towards Rog, but began to try to attack Rog from different angles. Is there only one person bullying me? The plan of these ninjas can be seen at a glance. They just want to bully Roger and there is only one person. Attacks from different directions at the same time make it impossible for Rog to take into account defenses in all directions, thus creating exploitable defense loopholes. I have to say that with the current IQ levels of these ninjas, I can think of this tactic as a very good improvement. But they obviously underestimated Roger in front of him. After realizing the thoughts of these ninjas, Roger didn't let them down, and used the shadow clone technique. Bang! For exactly the same he appeared on the left and right sides of the deity. This sudden change instantly broke the fantasy of these ninjas. Was it a surprise? After these 4 shadow clones appeared, they also used the Chidori sharp spear like the deity. Although these ninjas possessed by beasts were much stronger than when they were alive, they even exceeded the average level of holy ninjas. But in front of Rog, they were still too weak. Weak to the point that a single attack can take away a few. If the 5 fingers of the mate knew this, they would never use this whole card on Rog. With more than a dozen holy ninjas, Gunsua dared to find trouble with Xiaohui, while Roger faced 77 opponents stronger than holy ninjas. From the perspective of Xiaohui, this is already a super high level of treatment. But it turns out that this is far from enough. Under the simultaneous attack of 5 Rogers, these beast-possessed ninjas didn't hold on for long, they were cleaned up, and fell scattered in various places in the passage. Although these cut-off ninjas still have the ability to move, they can't stand up without a complete body. They can only flop on the ground helplessly, like a fish leaving the water. Roger ignored these moving ninjas and walked directly over them towards the final seal location. When Rog ended the battle on the ground came to an end. The powerful stickman used an enemy and not only repelled the Murakami and boss among the 5 fingers of the hand mate, but also took away the lives of dozens of hand ninjas. Under the leadership of the old man, the other holy ninjas also burst out with amazing combat power, repelling or killing all the ninjas in front of them. Murakami and Batu retreated with only a few hand-joined ninjas left, while Gunsua and others entered the underground passage and rushed towards the seal location of the keel. When Gunsua was fighting with Murakami and others, Mrs. Gao and others ambushing on the other side finally waited for Jinbin's men. Because Jinbin himself was absent, and he still attacked, Mrs. Gao and others quickly took advantage and quickly killed Jinbin's men. Unlike the Sacred Society, Jin Nam's men are not ninjas. What they hold in their hands is a hot weapon. But even so, these guys still didn't get any advantage in front of the ninjas holding cold weapons. These subordinates of Jinbin, as well as the ninjas of Xiaohui, fully demonstrated what is called the gap between professional and amateur. These gangsters are good at bullying and bullying ordinary people. In front of the rigorously trained and killing ninjas, they are like a team of high school students entering the NBA arena. They have fully experienced what is meant by strength. Gap. When these gangsters were beaten up by the ninjas who held hands together and couldn't hold their heads up, Jin Niao himself led a team of 20 people to the warehouse where the underground passage was located. At this time, Jin Bin was still wearing an expensive suit, and beside him was a group of heavily armed mercenaries. This mercenary team is one of the ace forces that Jinhe has spent a lot of money to build. All the members inside have real battlefield experience and have undergone professional special forces training. Before joining the mercenary team of Jin Bin, they were members of the top special forces teams in various countries. For various reasons, they ended their military career ahead of schedule, and joined Jin Bin's mercenary team when they were still at their peak. Even in the face of the famous SEALs, they can have an absolute advantage with the same number of people. Jin did not expect those gangsters to be able to fight the ninjas of Xiaohui. Those guys were nothing more than a decoy he threw at Xiaohui. When the Holy Society was fighting with Xiaohui, Jin he brought people to the neighborhood and witnessed the whole process of the battle. But he didn't make a move, but waited patiently, waiting for the Holy to open up a path without enemies for them. After the Holy Society entered the underground passage, Jin Rong also led people into the passage, and at the same time planted several remote-controlled bombs in the passage. However, Jin did not expect that. Not long after he entered the underground passage, the Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. came to the warehouse and followed them. At this time, all the enemies expected by the hand knit will have appeared. The only difference is that the current situation is very different from what they planned. Su Wanda had just packed the first batch of keels taken out of the seal, and he heard a sound that was familiar but never wanted to hear. Just pack the keel and put it here. You don't need to worry about the rest. Ninja God who likes Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja God who likes Li is updated fastest. Chapter 54, Black Widow Natasha. If there is any voice in the world that Su Wanda wants to hear the least now, then the first one is definitely Rog's voice. I don't know if he did something wrong in his previous life. Su Wanda found that since meeting Rog, his luck began to worsen. It was the first time that Rog knew about Rog's existence and more than 100 of his men died. The first time I saw Rog, Hei Kong, his strongest combat force, died, and Erica was sent out. Although the first commission was successful, the price was temporarily increased and an extra box of keel was paid. Then came to the door again to entrust, but was robbed of 3 boxes of keel. In order to prevent him from interfering with the plan this time, even the secret hole cards were used, but he still appeared. Efforts to calm down for a while, Su Wanda turned to look at Rog, trying to control his tone, and silently said, "We found this place, and the seal was also opened by us. If you want to take away a part of the keel, I can also promise. But you can't ask for everything as soon as you speak. Even if you are strong, you can't be so unreasonable." If it weren't for defeating Roger, Su Wanda wouldn't even want to say a word, let alone speak in the current tone. "First of all, correct you, can I take away the keel? I don't need your consent. Secondly, I just don't make sense, so what? Finally, I will give you a warm reminder. Without the keel, you will just die later, but if you dare to stop me, you will die now." Rog ignored Su Wanda's anger and said casually. "It doesn't matter if Su Wanda wants it or not, it doesn't matter what kind of movement Chengui and Jin can make. He wouldn't hand over a piece of the keel here." At this time, the ninjas who were digging and carrying the keel also discovered the existence of Roger, and they all looked here. As long as Su Wanda gives an order, they will launch an attack as soon as possible. After listening to Rog's 3 sentences, Su Wanda's anger reached its highest point. Even so, he forcibly controlled his plan to do something. Rog's last sentence was right. Without these keels, he would at best be unable to extend his life in the future. But if he does it, he doesn't need to think about the future, he will die here today. Although he has lived for hundreds of years, he still cherishes his life very much. If not, they would not risk betraying Kunlun back then. Is there really no discussion at all? What do you say? If he is not alone, but the 5 fingers of the hand healing are all present, Su Wanda may try to resist. But in this situation, he didn't even have the capital to resist. Okay. I admit it. After speaking, Su Wanda turned and left, motioning the ninjas to put down the dragon bones in their hands. "You can go, they have to stay, they can leave after packing the keel. The keel has not been fully mined yet, and Roger is not willing to dig it himself. You stay and continue digging until you finish digging." Su Wanda said with suppressed anger, and then left here alone. As for where he went and where he left, Rog was not interested. The ninjas who were left behind watched Su Wanda leave, and then resumed the task in hand. I have to say that Xiaohui is really doing very well in terms of subordinate training. What is called a subordinate, this is it. Do what you say, and there is no nonsense. If the social animals under them all have the obedience of the ninja, the capitalists will wake up when they sleep. With the efforts of the Shaochui ninja, more and more dragon bones were excavated, and they soon piled up into a hill. Looking at these keels, Rog seemed to see the picture of his chakra volume rising. However, his beautiful imagination was quickly interrupted. All the dragon bones here belong to the Holy Society. Although the old man couldn't see it, he could clearly feel the energy emanating from the keel, the energy that made him eager to move. After seeing the coming of the Holy Society, the ninjas who were present immediately drew out their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. Don't stop, keep digging, Rog said dissatisfiedly. After hesitating for a few seconds, these ninjas finally recovered their weapons and continued the work of digging and packing. After hearing Roger's words, the old man's face suddenly became very difficult to look. Although he had only contacted Rog once, he remembered Rog's voice deeply and remembered this guy who used to beat him as a sparring. Just when the old man wanted to speak, Jin Bin's voice came from a distance. It's a big tone. Without my consent, you will not be able to take a piece of sacred bone. Although Jin Bin brought only 20 people over, if he really moved his hands, these ninjas of the Holy Society would really not be his opponents. Not long after Jin He arrived, a seductive figure appeared at the exit of the passage. Black Widow Natasha. After seeing her figure, Roger frowned slightly. Why is this woman here? Is there no one else in the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Roger is no stranger to Natasha, they have met before. S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent a special team to arrest him 3 times in a row. After 3 failures, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not give up in the first place, but launched a relatively soft plan. The plan executor that time was Black Widow Natasha. If he hadn't known about the existence of Black Widow Natasha early in the morning, he would have almost overturned that time. However, he eventually won, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely abandoned its plan to capture him after that plan. Natasha also saw Roger for the first time. Like Roger, she also frowned slightly. She originally thought that the inexplicable earthquake this time was just a movement made by these guys and Jin He. But now it is clear that Roger is also one of them. After seeing Roger, she finally understood why there were so many mutilated bodies at the end of the underground passage. Although Natasha was alone, after seeing the SHIELDELD logo on her uniform, Kim Hu put away his inner contempt and regarded her as the second biggest trouble. As for the biggest trouble, of course it was Roger not far away. After coming here, Natasha did not speak, but came to a relatively empty area, silently watching everyone present. Soon after, Suwanda, who had already left, returned here, and Murakami and Bato came back with him. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee is updated fastest. Chapter 55, Kill You All in 10 Seconds. In addition to Suwanda, Murakami, and Bato, there were also nearly 50 ninjas who came back with them. And the passage they came back was not the one Roger and the others entered, but the passage on the other side of the underground space. After returning to the underground space sealed with the keel, Suwanda did not fear Rog as before, but looked at him with a defiant look. Not long after they came here in Suwanda, Madame Gao and Alexandra also rushed over the other of the hand-joined ninja with more than 100 hand-joined ninjas. At this point, all the 5 fingers of the hand union appeared. In addition to the ninjas who originally stayed here to dig the dragon bones, the Sacred Society and the Jin Ninja, nearly 400 people gathered in this underground space about the size of 2 football fields. Of course, most of them are hands-on people. There are almost 350 people in the ninjas who are collaborating in their hands. For the keel this time, the hand combination will almost come out. Neither Gunsu nor Jin had imagined that Xiaohui would attach such importance to this action, and even bet on the fate of the entire organization. The number of people occupies an absolute advantage. Even if the 5 fingers of the Hand Confederate do not make a move, the ninjas of the Hand Confederate can also fight against the Holy Society and the Golden Union. As for Rog, the 5 fingers of the Hand Union decided to shoot himself. Suwanda knew very well that he was absolutely unable to fight Rog with his own strength. So in the face of Rog's persecution, he could only choose to endure again and again. But now, he will no longer have any tolerance. Since one-on-one is not your opponent, then 5 of us will play together. Suwanda and others were able to escape from Kunlun's pursuit smoothly, not because they were familiar with everything about Kunlun, but because the 5 of them were extremely good at fighting together. When the 5 of them fight together, the chi in their bodies will create a magical connection, allowing their strength to get a terrifying increase, and an incredible and amazing fighting power will erupt. If they hadn't possessed such a magical method, they would have died in the hunt of Kunlun hundreds of years ago, and there would have been no hand-to-hand associations in this world. For a long time, the outside world thought that Haikong was the pinnacle combat power of Shaohui. But only Suwanda and the others know that when the 5 of them are together, they are the true peak combat power of the Shaohui. Under the sign of Suwanda and others, the more than 350 hand-joined ninjas immediately attacked the Sacred Society, Jin Ning and the others, and even the Black Widow Natasha, who was alone, was shackled by more than a dozen hands. Will ninja besiege? The sound of gunshots, shouts, and collisions of swords continued to sound, making this originally quiet underground space suddenly become extremely noisy. At this time, Roger was still standing in place, as if he hadn't seen anything. He didn't even pay attention to the 5 Suwanda who were approaching him. Why do you have to do these useless work? Why are there these unrealistic fantasies? Can't you recognize your own strength? Rog lowered his head and said silently to himself. Then, he took a deep breath and calmed down his irritability. When he raised his head again, his eyes turned into 3 jade round eyes, and a breath of indifference that seemed like a of death emerged from him. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. As soon as the voice fell, 32 shadow clones identical to him appeared beside him out of thin air. He usually only creates 4 shadow clones, because the cooperation of the 4 shadow clones is enough to solve the battle. The limit of the number of his shadow clones has never been 4. The appearance of the 32 shadow avatars immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the surrounding fighting sound also dropped a lot. Under their gaze, the 32 shadow clones ran in different directions. In the process of marching, these shadow clones did not attack anyone, as if they were really just passing by. When the 32 shadow avatars arrived at different locations in the underground space, Roger took out 2 flying thunder god Qnao and held them in both hands. In 10 seconds, kill you all. Roger's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard his words very clearly. Killed nearly 400 people in 10 seconds. Although this sentence came from his mouth, most of the people present didn't think he could do it. It's not street gangsters and hooligans who appear here now. Everyone present has extremely rich combat experience and has the ability to easily kill ordinary people. Not to mention killing nearly 400 people in 10 seconds, even if it is 400 chickens, it is impossible to kill all of them in 10 seconds. Although most people think that Rog is ranting, the Black Widow Natasha doesn't think so. If he really says that, it means he can do it. So after hearing Roger's words, Natasha did not hesitate, and immediately ran in the direction of the underground passage. Not long after Natasha ran, Roger started his own timing. 1. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared. At the same time, dozens of people at different locations were instantly cut through their throats, and bright red blood shot out from their wounds, rendering a beautiful and cruel picture. 2. 3. Rog's voice will be heard in different places every second. Every time a sound is heard, dozens of people's throats or hearts are pierced. In just 3 seconds, the number of deaths exceeded 100. Since you don't believe it, I will prove it to you with facts. In 3 seconds, more than 100 corpses. Those who had doubted Roger before, not only had no doubt at all at this time, but also ran towards the direction of the underground passage. If you don't run, you really won't have a chance to run. That lunatic will really kill everyone here in 10 seconds. Enemies who were still fighting fiercely now become brothers and sisters running together. When these people ran to the underground passage one after another, Roger did not stop his killing. 4. 5s. 6. 7. After another 4 seconds, more than 100 people died in Roger's hands. Until now, they didn't know exactly how Roger did it. Killing dozens of people in 1 second, and all of them were killed with kunao, even if it would teleport, it was too late. 8. 9. 2 more seconds passed. At this time, there were only the last 10 people who were still alive in the underground space, except for Roger himself. Black Widow Natasha, Jinbin, and his 2 mercenary men, Stickman, Daredevil Matt, Unknown Ninja of the Holy Order, Murakami, Alexandra, and Suwanda. Ninja God Who Likes Li, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 56, Flying Thunder God Killing Array. Nearly 400 people, 9 seconds later, only the last 10 people were left dead. This efficient and terrifying killing efficiency shocked everyone who remained. It wasn't until then that they finally understood why Rog would say that word so confidently. In 10 seconds, kill you all. This is not an unrealistic fantasy, it is just a notice. Natasha, who first began to retreat, had already entered the underground passage. And Jinbin and Gunsu and others were only a short distance away from the underground passage. But none of them knew whether they could enter the passage alive at the last moment. Unlike Jinbai and Gunsu and the others who desperately went to the underground passage, Suwanda and Murakami and the others did not show any signs of retreat, but stayed silently, watching the scene in front of them incredibly. Hands together, it's over. Even if they can leave here alive, the hand-in-hand association cannot avoid being destroyed. For this action, they dispatched almost all hands they could mobilize. All ninjas in the organization died, and only the last 3 of the 5 fingers remained. Under such circumstances, even if they left alive, it would only delay the time of death a little bit later. If I knew the ending was like this, I shouldn't have the idea of playing here at the beginning. Suwanda closed his eyes in resignation, waiting for the call of death. Rog did not let him down. When Suwanda, Murakami, and others were ready to meet death, he told the last time. 10. Rog's voice sounded like a death call again. The moment he heard Rog's voice, Suwanda felt a cold sensation across his throat. Murakami and Alexandra shared the same feelings with him. Even the old man who was only the last distance from the underground passage and several others suffered similar encounters. It's just that what they greeted was not the feeling of kiwu crossing the neck, but the sharp pain of the heart being pierced. In the end, only 3 people entered the underground passage alive. Because Natasha was the first to react, she was the first to enter the passage. Although Daredevil Matt was a step slower, but with his own super perception ability and good speed, he also stepped into the underground passage at the last moment. And the last one to enter the underground passage was Jinbin. The quota that entered the passage alive originally belonged to a mercenary under Jinhe. But at the last moment, Jin took this lucky mercenary as his shield, and used the life of this mercenary in exchange for the chance to leave alive. When Natasha and the 3 entered the underground passage, Roger also stopped his killing and collected the blood-stained Fei Lei Shen Qiwu. In order to solve nearly 400 enemies in 10 seconds, he used a tactic he had already prepared but had never used in battle. Flying Thunder God Killing Array. 32 shadow clones are 32 Flying Thunder God coordinates. When the deity teleported and killed through the Thunder God coordinates on the shadow clone, the shadow clone also used the same method to teleport and attack. Every second, it is equivalent to 33 Rogers attacking at the same time. The transfer between the deity and the 32 shadow clones also provided more possibilities for the subsequent transfer and transmission, ultimately creating this terrifying killing efficiency. Now, in the huge underground space, only Rog and his shadow clone were still standing. All the enemies died, but instead of disarming the shadow clones, he gave them a new order. Pack and transport the keel. Although the ninjas of the Shaohui had already excavated and packed a part of the dragon bones, many of the dragon bones had not been excavated. He didn't plan to let go of the keel here. When Roger's shadow clone began to dig in an orderly manner and sent the packed keels home one by one, Daredevil Matt in the underground passage stayed in the passage with a complex expression on his face. Matt knew that Roger had nothing to do with good people in the traditional sense, but what he didn't expect was that Roger's attitude towards life was more indifferent than he thought. Nearly 400 people were killed when they said they were killed. And after the killing, there was no mood swing at all. It was as if what had just died in his hands was not a living human, but an ant. Although Matt felt a little sorry for the deaths of other people, it was only a pity. But the death of the old man made him unable to recover for a long time. Although he didn't agree with some of the methods of the old man, he was his master anyway, the one who taught him how to fight. His master was killed in this way. As an apprentice, if he didn't react at all, this would be abnormal. Matt, who was in a complicated mood, finally left the underground passage. As for whether he would avenge Rog in the future, only he himself knew. Unlike Matt, who was in a complicated mood, Jin did not have a very good mercenary team, but he was in a very good mood at this time. Although Jin Rong didn't even get a piece of keel bone, Rog's killing invisibly helped him solve a rather tricky enemy. The 5 fingers of Shaohui died, and most of the ninjas were also dead. Even if there are a few scattered ninjas outside, they can't make any waves. This also means that he can easily occupy everything left behind by his hands. He died of a team of mercenaries with good strength, and obtained all the assets and territory left by the Hand Union. No matter what the calculation, he made a profit. At the same time, Kim made a decision silently, and decided not to provoke Roger unless necessary. Natasha was the last one to leave. She originally planned to say a few words to Roger in the past, but she finally gave up this plan and began to return to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. After explaining the Shadow Clone, Rog returned to his home and asked the Shadow Clone to continuously put the keel brought back into the biological tissue energy purification separator number 2. After a night of continuous efforts, Rog harvested a large bucket of purified green liquid. Separator number 2, which had been working at a super high load all night, exploded in protest in front of him after purifying the last keel. Looking at the big bucket of green liquid in front of him, Rog sighed first, then took out the cup and filled it. It took more than 3 days before he finally drank all the green liquid purified from the keel, and at the same time made a silent decision. In the future, never drink green things. I hate green. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 57, Shattenla. After drinking all the green liquid purified from the underground keel, Roger could feel the increase in his chakra volume very clearly. Although the amount of improvement in the later period is getting less and less, but with the increase of a large amount of green liquid, his chakra amount has been improved like a qualitative change. In order to confirm the current level of his chakra, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Roger. Occupation, Ninja. Talent, No Seal Casting, 7 Attribute Chakra. Blood Succession Boundary, 3 Guyu Jade Writing Round Eyes. Ninjutsu, Avatar, Instantaneous, Hold Body, Shadow Clone, Thunder God, Chakra Perception, Helix Pill, Self-Study. Thunder Dun, Chidori, Chidori Rifle, Chidori Stream. Fire Escape, Extinguish the Fire. Water Escape, The Art of Water Iron Cannon. Illusion, Dark Walk. Chakra Amount, 99 cards. Nin Coins Not Consumed, 44. At the first glance, he thought the system had gone wrong, so he watched it again seriously. Chakra is 99 cards. The property panel clearly displays the number of 99 cards. Rog clearly remembered that the last time he saw it, the chakra amount was only 12 cards. However, after drinking a whole bucket of green liquid purified from the keel, his chakra amount soared from 12 calories to 99 calories. Seeing this terrifying increase, several crazy thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. To go to Kunlun, you must find a way to go to Kunlun. If there are 2 or 3 complete dragon bones, then the chakra in his body may be directly transformed into Shatanla. Shatanra, although this is just a joke. But just think about it, it's still exciting. To a certain extent, Shatanra can be directly equated with powerful. After all, that's what the ninja can do with just one shot of his hands. Thinking of this, he was even more excited. After calming down his excitement, he used Lei Shen to come to the office, intending to see if there were any commissions worth accepting recently. Although the hands-on meeting has come to an end, he does not intend to rest for a while. After having so many chakras, his desire for a certain ninjutsu has further escalated. So he decided to work hard to take on more tasks so that he could have more nin coins. Although he was eager to accept more commissions, he couldn't help frowning after reading the documents that Erica had compiled. There are indeed many commissions, and the number of commissions is quite large. The commissions are also very generous. But the content of the commission. Are there no normal people who came to commission recently? He had seen many strange commissions before, but today's commission did refresh his knowledge a bit. A well-known wealthy woman in New York City, through her personal butler, left a commission that was well paid and simple enough. Rog remembered vaguely that the age of the rich woman seemed not very big. When the husband of the rich woman died last year, an interesting headline appeared in the newspaper, saying that this was the third husband's funeral attended by the rich woman in less than 40. Is there something wrong with the reputation that has spread recently? How can such a commission occur? This is simply an insult to such a young and strong young man. Maybe many men don't mind this insult, but he does, because he is a person who likes to take the initiative to control the rhythm. Just when he was thinking about it, a woman with a bulging figure and a character came to the office. Hello, my name is Natasha. I am Roger's friend. Is he in the office now? Natasha asked Erica calmly on her face, but her heart was already full of doubts. Roger, when did he find such a female assistant? Although Erica is now wearing a common workplace suit, Natasha can tell at a glance that Erica is a fighter with rich combat experience. Erica did not directly answer Natasha, but went directly to the door of Rog's office, knocked on the door lightly, opened the door and walked in. Before opening the door, Erica didn't know if Roger had come, so she had to come here to confirm. A woman came out and said it was your friend. She said her name was Natasha. Just as Natasha saw at a glance that Erica was not an ordinary assistant, Erica immediately saw that Natasha was different. Let her in. Natasha would come to look for him at this time. He was not surprised at all. Because even if it wasn't Natasha, Shield would send others over. In SHIELD, there are only 2 people who have something to do with Roger. One is Collison, whose hairline is higher than that of ordinary people, and the other is Natasha, the Black Widow who sits in front of him and doesn't say a word. Speak directly, what can I do if you come to see me? If it were other men, being stared at by Natasha without saying a word with this kind of eyes, might have long been at a loss. But Rog wouldn't, after all, he had experienced these things long ago. I haven't seen you for so long, is this your first sentence? Natasha did not directly answer Rog's question, but said in a voice that easily made men lose their minds. Okay, just accept it when you see it. If you really do something, you will regret it. Seeing Roger's unchanged face, Natasha finally returned to her normal appearance, and said calmly, in the bureau, let me ask you if you can buy some keels from you, our researchers. Very interested in these keels. If you want, we can buy some at a high price. After listening to Natasha's words, Rog glanced at her and said silently, "It seems that the last legacy of Xiaohui was accepted by you. I thought it would be Jinhe who eats the last one of Xiaohui's legacy. We only took a small part of it, and most of the others were in Jinhe. The assets and sites of the Xiaohui have absolutely no meaning in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing worthy of S.H.I.E.L.D's concern is the little keel left by the Hand Healing Association. This is indeed in line with your style. You can go back and tell you that one-eyed chief, I won't hand over the keel, no matter it's a transaction or some other method. If he wants, he can dig it himself, maybe somewhere underground, there are other keel bones buried." Although he didn't even have a keel bone in his hand now, he still had to install it as he should. "I'll pass on your opinion. This is the case with the keel first. We have a commission. You should be interested." After speaking, Natasha took out a USB flash drive from her personal pocket and handed it directly to Roger. "Look at the content inside, I promise you will be interested. Ninja God Who Likes Li, please collect it." LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Li has the fastest update speed. Chapter 58, Bruce Banner. After receiving the USB flash drive from Natasha, Rog opened the files on his laptop that basically didn't turn on. There are not many files in the USB flash drive, but Roger took it seriously. After carefully reading the contents recorded inside, he closed the laptop screen and asked with a serious face to Natasha, "Tell me about the content you want to commission, I really feel very much about this thing." Interest. The content of the commission is very simple: find the person inside, and bring him back. It doesn't matter if it is alive or a dead body. The last time Collison came for a commission, you refused to accept it without even looking at it. The commission payment this time was $20 million, 10 times that of the last time. Moreover, if you need it, we can share the researched things with you. At this time, Natasha did not show her previous seductive posture, and answered seriously, "I don't care about what I have researched. I will be paid $100 million. If you agree, I can consider accepting this commission." "No problem." Natasha didn't even think about Roger's request for a higher salary, so she agreed directly. Anyway, for SHIELD, whether the reward is $20 million or $100 million, there is no essential difference. It's so capricious. Write the content of the commission and remuneration on it, and then I will give you the final reply. Roger took out an unused commission scroll from the drawer and placed it in front of Natasha. Natasha skillfully opened the scroll, wrote the entrusted content and remuneration, and signed her own name at the same time. The moment Natasha finished writing her name, Roger opened the commission page of the system and took a look. Delegated content: hand over Bruce Banner to SHIELD, life or death is unlimited. Delegation status: incomplete. Delegation reward: 100 ninja coins. After seeing the commissioned reward given by the system, Rog sighed silently in his heart. This commission reward is really high. It directly refreshed the past record and raised the upper limit of the reward to a 3-digit level. Entrust me to pick it up. But I want all the information you know now. No problem, we will deliver it later. After completing the commission, Natasha did not stay in the office too much, and left directly. The main reason is that Rog doesn't want to talk to her too much. Natasha is the same as her code name. If she is not careful, she will fall into the trap she prepared. When Natasha left, Rog turned on the computer screen and carefully scanned the data on the USB flash drive again. More than a year ago, the talented Dr. Bruce Banner accepted an invitation from the military to research a new technology for the military with his girlfriend, Dr. Ross. Dr. Banner thought he was conducting a research on anti-radiation, but in fact, it was a biotechnology enhancement experiment. Simply put, it is an experiment in creating super soldiers. But Dr. Banner didn't know this, and he was full of confidence in his own research, so he conducted human experiments on himself. As a result, a green monster was born. Comparing the birth process of the Hulk in his memory with the information recorded in the SHIELD data, Roger did not find any significant difference. The information provided by SHIELD is complete this time, and it seems that there is still a little sincerity. In Rog's memory, Dr. Banner was finally exposed in Brazil, but he did not know when the specific time of exposure was. From the current information, SHIELD does not know the specific location of Dr. Banner, otherwise they would not have to come to the door to commission. Of course, it does not rule out that SHIELD has found Dr. Banner, but they can't bring him back. But in either case, he didn't mind handing Dr. Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. A full 100 ninja coins. For him, this is a temptation greater than $1 billion. The commission reward given by the system is indeed very exciting, but it also means that in the judgment of the system, this is an extremely difficult task. Not long after Natasha left, a FedEx brother sent a document. After putting down the documents, the courier brother left the office at a speed of 100 meters, as if this is a battlefield where there is a risk of death at any time. If Rog was there, he might be able to recognize that the courier brother who sent the documents this time was the one who sent the bomb last time. After receiving the file from Erica, Rog looked through it carefully. As he guessed, the current SHIELD not only did not know the specific whereabouts of Dr. Banner, but the information in their hands was still second-hand. At the end of the document, S.H.I.E.L.D. wrote a line of remarks. The intelligence information about Dr. Bruce Banner all comes from the U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Ross. The relationship between SHIELD and the U.S. military has never been very good. SHIELD does not like the brutality of the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Army also hates the nonsense of SHIELD. If General Ross knew that his confidential documents appeared in the SHIELD database, he didn't know if he could not help visiting Nick Fury himself. Several months ago, General Rose lost the whereabouts of Dr. Banner, and now he is looking for Dr. Banner all over the world. Just when Rog was considering whether to go to Brazil now, he received a transfer message on his mobile phone, and the transfer amount was exactly $100 million. This is very efficient, I like it. Just glanced at the information on the phone screen, and Roger returned his attention to the file in his hand. He is now considering a question, that is, if he is now facing a punch from the Hulk, will he die on the spot? After careful and repeated calculations, he came to a not very good conclusion. If he is hit by the angry Hulk, the probability of his death on the spot is as high as 50%. The possibility of death on the spot is 50%, and the possibility of suffering death after a period of persistence is 40%, and only 10% of the possibility is serious or minor injury. The strengthened Bronski was just kicked randomly by Hulk, and he suffered a comminuted fracture all over his body, although the guy later recovered and turned into hatred in the end. But from him, Roger can roughly infer what he might encounter. Although his current body has been strengthened by Chakra, it is estimated to be similar to Bronski, who has been given the strengthening medicine. From this perspective, the difficulty of this commission is indeed very high. But if you think about it from another angle, the difficulty of commissioning may not be so high. You will be injured if you are hit, and you will not be injured if you are not hit. Fighting without injury, this seems very difficult. But for Roger, who has the God of Thunder, this is not impossible. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 59, Shake Money. In addition to fighting without injury, Rog actually has another backup plan. It's just that this plan will cause extremely tragic sequelae, so he did not regard this as the first choice. Perform illusions on Hulk, and then come out to subdue him when he is exhausted. Hulk in anger itself doesn't have much sense, which also means that the effect of using illusions on him will be unexpectedly good. The only question to consider is how much collateral damage will be caused by Hulk who loses his sanity. If it is in the wilderness, Rog doesn't mind doing this. But if it is done in a densely populated city, it is basically equivalent to detonating a large-yield nuclear bomb in the city, without radiation pollution. Unless the anti-Hulk armor is used to confront Hulk head-on, exhaust his physical strength and prevent him from expanding damage. Or, like a crazy titan, directly beat Menghuk with a set of domineering military punches. After thinking about it, Rog decided to solve Hulk in a way he was better at. Hulk's strength, endurance, and defense are all at the top level, but his speed is not very fast, and he can't fly. Although Rog himself can't fly, it is not impossible if he wants to fly in battle. He will not forget that he still has a mansion worth hundreds of millions in Tony's mansion. Don't know what it's like to cast ninjutsu wearing Mark III? Will you become a tech ninja? Just as Roger was thinking about it, the door of the office was pushed open, and a person who was significantly different from normal humans walked in. "Hello, you are?" Erica, an assistant, stood up and asked the identity of the visitor. However, the visitor hadn't spoken before Roger's voice came from the office. "Let him in." This visitor is no one else, but Frank the Punisher he sent to Wakanda half a month ago. After entering Rog's office, the Punisher placed the huge bag behind his back on the ground, and then said, "Junjin, bring it back." After speaking, the Punisher opened the huge bag large enough to fit a curled-up adult. What's in the bag is a pile of black ore emitting a deep blue light. Even people who don't know Junjin can know that these ores are extraordinary after seeing these strange ores. "I didn't find the heart-shaped grass. After I grabbed these vibrates, I was spotted by King Wakanda with the title of Black Panther. His combat ability is very good, and the combat uniform on his body also has a very outstanding defensive ability. He led a team to keep chasing me. I could only give up looking for the heart-shaped grass and left Wakanda with these vibrating ore." The Punisher simply recounted what happened to him in Wakanda. "Okay, hard work. You take a rest for a while, and when you need it, I will look for you again." The Punisher nodded silently, and then left Rog's office. After the Punisher left, Rog took out the phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Now that the Junjin ore is in hand, it is natural to find someone who can turn these ore into a weapon. And he happened to know such a person. After some communication that was neither complicated nor simple, Roger and the person on the other end of the phone happily reached an agreement. After hanging up the phone, he picked up the bag on the ground that was at least 30 or 40 kilograms, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in a garage full of luxury cars and put the bag in his hand on a metal workbench. "Hope these things are as good as you said." After speaking, Tony went directly to the workbench and opened the bag. Looking at the black ore exuding deep blue light in front of him, a long-lost curious look appeared on Tony's face. "These things are called vibrating gold. After being melted at high temperature, they will become indestructible if they are reforged. Of course, this is just the easiest way to use it. Vibrating gold's molecular structure is very special, which makes it possess unparalleled defense capabilities, and its molecules are in a relatively static state, so it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy. However, it can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. After fusion with other metals, the strength of vibrato will be further improved. But I don't know which metal it is and how it is fused. Although this thing does not conduct heat and kinetic energy, as far as I know, through a certain technology, the energy stored in it can be released at once. In this regard, you are an expert, so I believe you can work out how to release the energy inside." After listening to Roger's explanation, Tony frowned slightly, and then said, "These things you said remind me of a shield my father accidentally made. I believe you can surpass your father and create a better one." After speaking, Rog picked up a tablet and quickly drew on it. Before long, 3 patterns with different shapes and specific data appeared on the display of the tablet computer. "This kind of 3-pronged kunao, I want 10, and only one is required, that is, it is sufficiently hard. This katana with a straight blade, I want one, and it is the kind that can release stored energy. As for this fan, it must be the one that can store and release energy. The fan Rog said was drawn based on the appearance of Uchiha's fan, and even the 6 gujas on it were drawn in detail by him. Kunaukan katana, try to help me make it sharper. Of course, it is under the premise of ensuring that it is strong enough. As for the fan, as long as it is hard enough and can release energy. Kunao was drawn based on the image of Hirei Kunao, and the straight katana is based on Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Why do you want such a big fan, and this shape is not suitable for combat, right? Tony is not surprised that Roger wants kunao and katana. But he couldn't understand why Rog would want a gourd-shaped fan nearly 1 person tall. No matter from which point of view, this fan does not meet the standards of combat. Even if it is used as a shield, it will hinder the user. You don't understand, this is a kind of faith. If it wasn't for nincoins not enough, Roger didn't need Tony to build a vibrating version of Uchiha's fan. Although the original Uchiha fan is made of wood, it is not ordinary wood, but a part of the sacred tree. Not to mention that the original Uchiha group fan can absorb the opponent's attack and transform it into a wind attribute chakra to bounce back, and even the small tail beast Jade can bounce back. Ninja God who likes Mamanli, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Mamanli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 60, Sequelae of the Task. After explaining his needs, Rog returned to the office directly after using Felicien. With Tony's ability, it is only a matter of time to study how to use vibrato. After all, he is a top-notch genius who can make a time-space shuttle locator in a short time. The use of Genjin may be a problem for others, but it will definitely not be a problem for Tony. The only thing Rog needs to care about now is how much time it takes Tony to get the weapons he needs. If Tony could give him these weapons before Hulk appeared, then he wouldn't mind making gestures with Hulk at close range. Although the Genjin version of Uchiha's group fan can't be the same as the original one, it was created by Genjin anyway, and it is not a problem to resist Hulk's fist. After returning to the office, Rog turned on the computer and scanned the information of Dr. Rose, Banner's girlfriend. No one knows where Banner is, even professional institutions like S.H.I.E.L.D. According to common sense, it is impossible for a physicist to hide himself in such an obliterated manner. But Banner, a physicist, not only did it, but did a great job. Regardless of S.H.I.E.L.D., or the military, they can only wait for Banner to take the initiative to make a mistake and reveal his whereabouts. In searching for Banner, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military proved that conventional methods have no meaning. So Rog plans to use some less conventional methods, such as starting with Banner's girlfriend Betty Rose. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had plans in this regard. They spent a lot of time monitoring Betty's every move, hoping to get news of Banner from her. But without exception, the results were nothing. Although he couldn't get Banner's whereabouts from Betty, S.H.I.E.L.D. still sent her information. Betty Ross, Ph.D. in cell biology, currently teaches at Culver University in Virginia. Betty is not only Banner's colleague and girlfriend, but also the daughter of General Rose. Because of the existence of General Ross, Betty did not receive any unreasonable treatment after Banner's accident. Betty's Culver University is 600 to 700 kilometers away from New York, and Rog did not leave any thundering skills in Virginia. In order to save his time, mainly for being lazy, he planned to use a more tricky way to pass. Bang! With a thought in his heart, a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. You go to Culver University in Virginia, and then leave the thunder technique in the school. After doing all this, you can take the initiative to relieve it. Instead of wasting your own time, you might as well waste the time of the shadow clone. Anyway, the shadow avatar will not have any comments on this. After receiving the order, the shadow clone did not hesitate, and immediately jumped out of the office window. As for the way the shadow clone will pass, Rog doesn't mind very much. You can drive or fly, as long as you can get there. However, not long after his shadow clone left, he received the message that the shadow clone disappeared. Through the feedback from the shadow clone, he saw a man in a Black Panther suit and two black women with golden spears in their hands. The Punisher didn't get rid of Wakanda's people? Rog thought that the Punisher had escaped Wakanda's pursuit, so he could return to New York smoothly. But judging from the current situation, the Punisher did not completely get rid of Wakanda's pursuit, just a little bit earlier. Although Roger took a trip to Tony's mansion with the gold ore, he only stayed in Tony's mansion for less than 10 minutes. It was in this short span of less than 10 minutes that Wakanda's people came to his office and killed one of his shadow clones in a sneak attack. Judging from the decisiveness of the Black Panthers and the two black female fighters, they have clearly determined the relationship between the Punisher and Rog, that is why they made such a decisive shot. With such an obvious tale, the Punisher did not perform very well this time. With a silent rant in his heart, Roger also came to the window, and then jumped out of the window. Since others have come to visit on purpose, it is impossible not to go out to meet them. Your Majesty, this guy is not human. After killing Rog's shadow clone through a sneak attack, a black female soldier turned and said to the Black Panther behind her. The Panthers now are not T'Challa, who participated in the Civil War in the future, but his father T'Chaka. Although T'Chaka was in his 50s at this time, because of the heart-shaped grass, he still retains his middle-aged power and possesses power and speed that surpasses ordinary people. Because of this, he was able to lead the Royal Guard to hunt down the Punisher, and pursued all the way from Wakanda to New York. The reason why the Punisher can return to New York smoothly under his pursuit is also the result of his deliberate indulgence. The Punisher with a dirty body is indeed difficult to kill, but for Wakanda, who possesses super high-tech, it is not impossible to catch the Punisher before he returns to New York. The reason for allowing the Punisher to return to New York smoothly and handing over the vibration gold ore to Rog is purely because T'Chaka wanted to use the Punisher and Rog to find the Yu who had stolen a lot of vibration gold from Wakanda. Ulysses Crow. But T'Chaka never thought that this time things had nothing to do with Ulysses Crow. Moreover, the vibration gold robbed by the Punisher was also sent to Tony's garage by Roger. The King of Wakanda personally brought the Royal Guard to the door. It's really an honor for me. Just as T'Chaka was about to take off the helmet on the Panther suit, Roger's voice sounded not far behind him. Without any hesitation, the current Panther T'Chaka immediately turned around and was ready to attack at any time. Because of the Black Panther suit, T'Chaka had not considered defense at all. In his memory, the Black Panther suit represented indestructible. Genjin's Black Panther suit is indeed worthy of the words indestructible, but this does not mean that with the Black Panther suit on the body, there will be no harm. The moment he turned around, T'Chaka saw a pair of blood-red eyes, a pair of eyes he had never seen before, but instinctively sensed the danger. Then, under the gaze of the two black female fighters, Roger came to T'Chaka, who was motionless, and hit T'Chaka with a light blue spiral pill. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 61, Chika. Rog has always wanted to know what kind of experience it is like to hit Helix Pill on vibration. He originally thought he would have to wait until Tony made a vibrating version of Uchiha's fan to really know the answer. But what he didn't expect was that now he had a more suitable goal to be delivered by himself. With the Panther suit and the body strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, the Panther T'Chaka is simply the second suitable test target. As for the most suitable goal, of course, the next Panther T'Chara. Although it is strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, T'Chaka is now more than 50 years old, and he is not in his true peak state. But Roger didn't particularly mind this. It would be nice to have a test target that was delivered to your door actively, and what bikes are needed. Although the royal female warriors next to T'Chaka wanted to stop Rog, they couldn't keep up with Rog's speed. They could only watch Rog hit Helix Pill on T'Chaka. The moment Helix Maru touched the Panther suit, Rog immediately noticed the difference between vibrating gold and ordinary metal. The energy is absorbed. Although chakra is a special energy unique to Roger, in any case, chakra is also a kind of energy. The spiral pill composed entirely of chakras inevitably absorbed some of its power after touching the panther suit. However, this does not mean that helix pill cannot harm Chaka in the panther suit. Vibrating gold can indeed absorb energy, but there is a limit to the energy absorption efficiency of vibrating gold. As long as the absorption efficiency of vibration gold is exceeded, then vibration gold can only rely on its own firmness to resist damage. In less than a second, Roger calculated the loss of chakra. Then, simply increase the output of chakra. After increasing the output of chakra in an instant, the absorption of chakra by the panther suit suddenly became insignificant, and the power of Helix Maru began to show on the panther suit. At this time, Chaka was still under the control of the illusion of riding round eyes, standing motionless like a puppet, completely bearing the damage of the spiral pill. With the protection of the Black Panther suit, although Chaka will not be twisted and torn by the spiral pill like ordinary people, the impact of the spiral pill itself still knocks him out, rolling upside down. Tens of meters. The severe pain freed Chaka from the influence of the illusion of riding round eyes. To be precise, it was Roger who stopped the illusion of him. At this time, he had no time to make any movements, and his whole body hit the outer wall of a house heavily, blasting a big hole out of the outer wall of the house. Although he flew out Chaka, Rog knew very well that this time the spiral pill would not cause much damage to Chaka. The spiral pill is just a pure chakra ball, and it does not turn the wind attribute chakra into fine needles like wind-done spiral shuriken, directly attacking human cells. With the protection of the panther suit, the twisting, tearing and impact of Helix Maru were largely resolved. As for the remaining small part, Chaka can completely resist it with his own body. As Rog had predicted, within a few seconds, Chaka walked out of the hole in the wall. Except that the panther suit was stained with some dust, Chaka looked no different from before. However, this is only the perspective of the beholder. Chaka himself knew very well that if he hadn't been protected by a panther suit made by Genjin, the spiral pill just now would be enough to hurt himself seriously. Even if the battle suit resolved most of the damage, the remaining small part of the power almost made him unable to get up. Chaka felt like he had been hit by a fast-moving locomotive just now, and the locomotive was still rotating. This guy can break the defense of the suit. Although there were no gaps in the current Panther's uniform, Chaka still had such an idea in his mind. Chaka stayed where he was very vigilant, not daring to approach Rog rashly, for fear that he would hit the spiral pill again. Until now, Chaka still felt a little dizzy, and there was a tingling sensation in his body from time to time. Chaka did not launch an attack, but his two royal female soldiers did not have so much scruples. After seeing Chaka coming out of the hole in the wall, the two royal female warriors raised their golden spears and stabbed Roger fiercely. Just as the golden spears in the hands of the two royal female warriors were about to pierce Roger's body, they felt the cold touch from their necks at the same time. Afterwards, there was intense pain and endless darkness. At this time, Roger was still standing on the spot. After sensing the attack of the two royal female soldiers, he directly took out two shurikens and threw them at them very casually. After the selfless teaching of the bullseye, his current shuriken throwing technique has reached an incredible level. As long as he wants, he can make the shuriken shoot accurately at the enemy from any position and at any angle. After easily disposing of these two royal female warriors, Rog didn't even have the interest to glance at their corpses. He cast his instant technique and disappeared in place. At the moment Rog's figure disappeared, Chaka had a 12-point spirit, carrying Rog's attack. But his guarding didn't make any sense. When he saw Roger again, Roger had already appeared in front of him, and there was a spiral pill in his right hand that was several times larger than the one just now. Boom! Before he could do any defense, Chaka was knocked into the air by the spiral pill again. This time, when he flew out, he not only broke through a wall, but also passed through the entire house and flew out from the other side. He was knocked into the air again, and was still knocked into the air by a spiral pill that was several times larger. Even with the protection of the Black Panther suit, Tagaka still suffered heavy losses, involuntarily spitting a mouthful of blood into the helmet of the suit. Genjin is indeed very strong, but it does not mean that it cannot be destroyed. Since a certain crazy titan can smash Captain America's shield with a double-edged knife in the future, Rogue can also smash the Panther suit on Tagaka with a spiral pill today. Although Rogue is not the crazy titan, the Panther suit on Tagaka is not a shield in the hands of Captain America. In terms of defense, the shield in Captain America's hand is much stronger than the Panther suit on Bichaka. After hitting the spiral pill twice in a row, Tagaka had no intention of staying. Before he could send a signal, a strange-looking fighter took the initiative to fly over and fired a few shots at Rogue. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 62, Peaceful Solution. This kind of fighter, which is completely different from the normal form in appearance and inside, can be seen from a strange country like Wakanda that is both advanced and backward. When the strange fighter just fired its guns, Rogue moved his position through the instantaneous technique and easily avoided the fighter's energy cannon attack. When Rogue evaded the attack of the fighter plane, Tagaka, who fell on the ground, jumped up, and then ran toward the fighter plane. Want to go? How can it be so easy? Although Wakanda's strange fighter had locked his whereabouts, Roger did not take the fighter's attack at heart. From locking to firing, he has enough time to shift his position. After avoiding the energy shells fired by the Wakanda fighter once again, Rogue set out a shadow clone to contain the Wakanda fighter, and cast his instant technique to the back of Tagaka. Without giving Tagaka any reaction time, Rogue hit the third spiral pill on Tagaka. Boom! Tagaka, wearing a Black Panther suit, was knocked into the air again, and after smashing several houses in a row, he finally stopped. It wasn't until Tagaka was knocked off that the fighter pilot discovered that there were two identical Rogers on the ground. Before he could react, Roger's shadow clone attacked the fighter plane. Water escaped the art of water iron cannon. The peculiar liquid bullet hit the fighter at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, leaving a finger-sized hole in the shell of the fighter. The shell of the fighter is actually not vibrating? After discovering this, Rogue's shadow clone did not hesitate, and once again performed the art of water iron cannon. However, this time the liquid bullet did not cause any damage to the fighter. Although the outer shell of the fighter was not made entirely of vibrating gold, Wakanda's engineers wisely added vibrating on key parts that could cause serious damage. After all, there is output when you are alive. After being attacked twice by the shadow clone, the pilot of the fighter finally reacted and pressed the launch button of the energy cannon again. Boom! The energy shell hit the location of the shadow clone, but it did not pose any threat to the shadow clone. As soon as the muzzle of the fighter jet started to light up, the shadow clone left the spot by instantaneous spell. The energy shells hit only the ground. Although he pushed back Rogue's shadow clone, the pilot of the fighter plane found helplessly that he was now in a situation where he could not advance or retreat. To pick up King Tagaka on the ground, the fighter plane must keep hovering at a low altitude, otherwise Tagaka will never enter the fighter plane. But if you keep hovering low, you will be attacked. What's more troublesome is that from the moment the fighter plane was released from the stealth state, the fighter plane's signal appeared on the radar of the U.S. Army and SHIELD. The U.S. Army and SHIELD cannot leave the situation here alone. Not surprisingly, the U.S. Army and SHIELD fighter planes are now on their way out. The longer the delay, the worse the situation will become. In desperation, the fighter pilot had to choose a more extreme plan. Open all weapons and forcefully clear the field. Although this will threaten the lives of the surrounding civilians, the fighter pilots at this time can't think so much. The civilians around him are just a group of strange foreigners, and Chaka is his king. Sacrificing these people's lives to save Tagaka, in his opinion, is not wrong. Even if he would suffer severe punishment afterwards, he didn't care. Although Tagaka, who was knocked into flight, did not know the fighter pilot's thoughts, he immediately reacted after seeing the weapons loaded on the fighter aircraft were activated. After seeing this scene, Tagaka did not hesitate at all, and immediately activated the communicator on the suit he was wearing, and gave orders to the pilot in the fighter plane. "Stop attacking! Stop attacking now!" After speaking, Chaka stood up from the ground, took the initiative to take off the panther helmet, and said to Rog, who was not far in front of him, "This time the matter is a misunderstanding. I hope we can solve it in a peaceful way. This problem." After speaking, Chaka silently wiped the blood on the corners of his mouth. Things have developed to the present, and they have completely deviated from his plan. According to his original plan, they should be able to easily capture Roger, then get information about Ulysses Crow from Roger, and finally return to Wakanda with the intelligence and the stolen Genjin. But he never thought that Roger actually possessed a power far beyond his imagination. At the beginning, he thought the shadow clone was Roger, so he attacked the shadow clone along with the two royal female soldiers. Although their sneak attack was successful, the shadow clone that had been attacked turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. When they were puzzled, Rog rushed over, and then he sturdily suffered 3 spiral pills. After being attacked by Helix Maru 3 times in a row, he also roughly guessed Rog's plan. Rog used him to perform some kind of test. It might be testing the power of the light blue energy ball, or it might be testing the defensive ability of the panther suit. But no matter what the test is, it means that Roger has no intention of killing himself. As soon as he wanted to understand this, he saw that all the weapons on the fighter plane had been activated. So he had to take the initiative to remove the soft helmet and clothing to avoid things from developing in a worse direction. After taking a look at Chaka, Rog first dismissed the shadow clone, and then said, "Let's talk about it. What method do you plan to use to resolve this misunderstanding peacefully? Can we talk to another place?" Chaka pointed to the crowds around. Although the battle between them caused a lot of momentum, it was not the battle between them that really attracted these onlookers, but the strangely shaped Wakanda fighter in the air. 2 people fighting, how can UFO be attractive? And these people couldn't see the battle between Rog and Chaka at all. They could see, there was only a bang, the wall broke and the people fell. "Leave here with a fighter plane. Without my order, the invisibility state must not be lifted." After giving orders to the fighter pilot, Chaka and Rog returned to the office together. "Well, now you can talk about what you call a peaceful solution." Leaning back in the chair, Rog said casually, "To express my apology, I will give you a compensation. The specific content of the compensation is up to you. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you." As Rog envisioned, Tagaka's so-called peaceful solution is to spend money to eliminate disasters. As the king of a country, Chaka has enough confidence to say such a thing. However, he obviously underestimated Rog. "Really? Then I want a heart-shaped grass. Ninja God who likes Mamanli, please collect it." LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Mamanli has the fastest update speed. Chapter 63, Electric Fan. Chaka had been ready to open his mouth with Roger Lion, but after hearing what Roger said, he found that he still underestimated Roger. Heart-shaped grass, that is a magical plant that the king or successor of Wakanda is qualified to consume. For Wakanda, the heart-shaped grass is not only to ensure the existence of the king's power, but also a symbol of the king's legitimacy. Heart-shaped grass is absolutely impossible to give you, you can change it to compensate. Chaka worked hard to control his emotions, and kept admonishing himself in his heart not to be angry, and never to be angry. It seems that the king of Wakanda has no credibility. He just gave a promise, but now he regrets it. Wakanda can't do it, the integrity education has not kept up. Before making the request, Rog knew very well that Tagaka would never give him the heart-shaped grass. The reason for deliberately making such a request was to suppress Tkaka's arrogance. Even if you are the king of Wakanda, even if you have the extremely scarce vibranium, in front of me, you'd better let go of the so-called arrogance. You. Being humiliated face to face, and still being humiliated by someone far younger than himself, is undoubtedly a more difficult thing to accept than defeat for Chaka. But even so, Chaka still struggled to control his emotions, avoiding impulsive actions that he shouldn't do. Before making a promise, it's best to confirm if you can do it. Otherwise, the more handsome you are when you promise, the more embarrassing you will be when you can't. Rog ignored Chaka, who was getting darker and darker. In his opinion, Chaka's face had always been this way. It's because I didn't think well enough. I wonder if you can change your request now. Anyway, I was embarrassed to this point, and Tkaka didn't care whether he had any dignity, and asked silently in a soft tone. Now this is the attitude of peacefully resolving misunderstanding. Looking at you for being so sincere, I won't be embarrassed by you. Give me 10 tons of vibrance and the data on the use of vibrance that you have researched out. This time, I think it has never happened. After hearing Rog's request, Tkaka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the extremely limited number of heart-shaped grasses, vibrating gold that is as large as a mountain is obviously much cheaper. As for the materials used by Genjin, although they can be regarded as precious, they are just a piece of information when compared with the heart-shaped grass. No problem, I will send someone to deliver Genjin within a week. After reaching a consensus, Chaka left the office and disappeared on the roof of the office like a real panther. It took the Punisher more than half a month to dozens of kilograms of vibrato from Wakanda. As a result, it only took Rog less than 10 minutes to get 10 tons of vibrating gold from the hands of King Chaka of Wakanda. Sometimes life is such a surprise. After Tkaka left, Rog summoned the Shadow Clone again, and then arranged the same task. After doing all this, he returned to his home with the use of Thunder God, turned on the PS4, and played a hesitation, he would lose the game. 4 or 5 hours later, he glanced at the red and some annoying dangerous words on the screen, and sighed helplessly. He could pass the level immediately, defeating the last boss with the name of Juggernaut. But at that moment, he received the feedback that the Shadow Clone was lifted. It was such a momentary distraction that he saw the word danger that he didn't know how many times he had read it. Putting down the game controller in his hand, Rog returned to the office with Thunder God, preparing to take the Kyunghwa Shuriken to Culver University. Just when he was about to set off, the phone he put on the table suddenly rang. Caller ID, this is a call from Tony. Wouldn't it be done so soon? It has only been more than 5 hours since giving the Genjin ore to Tony. You need to come over right now, right now. After speaking, Tony hung up the phone. In the short talk time of 2 or 3 seconds, Roger heard some strange sounds from the background sound of the call. Without any hesitation, he immediately used Thunder God and teleport to Tony's garage. When his figure just appeared in the garage, a lightning bolt with thick arms struck him. Boom! This light blue lightning passed through where he was in an instant, hit the wall behind him, leaving a very obvious big hole in the wall. He hadn't figured out what happened, and the second and third lightning bolts came to him. The speed of these 2 lightning bolts is not unpleasant, but Fei Lei Shen is faster. Roger's figure disappeared again, and the 2 lightning bolts once again smashed into the sky, leaving 2 obvious potholes in the wall of the garage. After returning to the garage through the Thunder God, he was a lot more careful, avoided the flashing lightning, and came to Tony's side. What did you do? It is not something else that is madly releasing lightning, it is the vibrating version of Uchiha's fan that Roger asked Tony to create. I blended the vibranium you brought with the antique spear I bought at an auction in Norway, and added some other metals by the way, and it became what it is now. When he heard the word Norway, Rog instinctively noticed something was wrong. In a normal world, Norway is an ordinary Nordic country. But if other unnatural factors are taken into account, Norway is a country with a rich heritage. It is not very special, that is, those Asgardians prefer Norway. The Norse mythology that originated in Norway, to a certain extent, can be basically equivalent to the biography of the Asgardians. Are you kidding me? Even if Tony added some strange things to it, it was absolutely impossible to cause this situation. The vibrating version of the Uchiha group fan is now madly releasing lightning, which is definitely not a normal phenomenon after several substances are merged together. In order to test whether this thing has the function of storing and releasing energy as you said, I charged it with the arc reactor. After speaking, Tony pointed to a workbench not far away. On the workbench, there are more than 20 small arc reactors that no longer emit light. Although Tony was hiding in Mark III at this time, Rog was pretty sure that this guy definitely hid something. But this is not the point. The point now is how to fix the vibrating fan that is being discharged. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee is updated fastest. Chapter 64, Tuan Fan and Katana. According to Tony, the reason why the Genjin group fan discharges is because he charged the group fan with the arc reactor. Although this so-called one is a bit too much, anyway, the energy in the fan is limited. This means that even if they do nothing, the energy in the fan will completely disappear due to the passage of time. However, neither Roger nor Tony can confirm how long this time will take. The only thing they can confirm right now is that if the fan is allowed to discharge, it will not be long before Tony's mansion will become a pile of rubble. After a few seconds of thinking quickly, Rog quickly made a decision. Throw the ball fan into the sea. Roger immediately summoned 4 shadow clones, and then arranged different tasks for them. One of the shadow avatars immediately went to the sea outside, while the remaining 3 tried to approach and take away the group fans. As long as one of the 3 shadow clones can touch the group fan, then this shadow clone can directly take the group fan away through the Thunder God. Ideas are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The 3 shadow clones who were responsible for taking away Tuan Fan just walked out a few steps before they were struck into smoke by oncoming lightning. After the 3 shadow clones disappeared, Rog used another shadow clone and summoned 8 shadow clones. The result this time was a little better than before. The shadow clone with the best performance was only 3 meters away from Tuan Fan. After trying again and again, a shadow clone who had performed the instantaneous technique and Chidoryu finally came to Tuan Shan and placed his right hand on Tuan Fan. Just when the right hand of this shadow clone touched Tuan Fan, the intense current released by Tuan Fan penetrated his body, turning him into a cloud of smoke. At the moment before it turned into smoke, this shadow clone used the last thought to leave the Thunder God technique on the group fan. The Flying Thunder technique was left on the group fan, and the following things were much simpler. The discharged group fan was smoothly taken away by the shadow clone, and Tony's garage finally returned to calm. Just when Tony breathed a sigh of relief, a violent explosion resembling a nuclear bomb rang out in the sea several kilometers away. Boom! Although the location of the explosion was in the sea several kilometers away, Tony and Roger in the garage still clearly felt the earthquake-like vibration. After a few seconds, the vibration disappeared and everything returned to calm. If there is another time, I hope you can start with the smallest amount of testing. Test the energy absorption level of the fan. There is no problem with this. But from the very beginning, the 25 arc reactors were used directly for testing, which was very problematic. This is not something Tony would do at all. More than 10 minutes later, a drenched shadow clone brought the fan that had fallen into the sea back to the garage. In order to find this group fan that fell into the sea as soon as possible, and was most likely to be changed due to the explosion, Roger sent out 20 shadow clones. After handing the group fan that was still emitting a weak electric current to Rog, the soaked shadow clone turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Until then, Tony asked Rog, "Your ability is very special. After losing to you last time, I carefully reviewed everything at the time, including all the data collected at that time. But all the information collected shows that you are no different from the kind of puppet that disappears into smoke. How did you do this? Tony would ask such questions, and Roger didn't have any surprises. After all, since just now, he has cast shadow clones again and again in front of Tony. You can think of this as my superpower. As for how to do it, the explanation will be very complicated. After saying this, Rog stopped and did not continue. After seeing that Rog didn't intend to continue, Tony did not continue to ask. He changed the subject and said, although this thing is not the same as what I planned, according to the performance just now, this thing should suit you requirements. After speaking, Tony took out a suitcase and opened it in front of Roger. In the suitcase are neatly placed 10 vibrating god kunao, and a straight samurai sword more than 1 meter long. With these, I have done everything you asked me to do. Rog did not look at the 10 flying thunder god kunao, but picked up the straight katana. From the outside, this katana is exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanara sword. Under Tony's gaze, the light blue chakra visible to the naked eye appeared in Roger's right hand holding a knife. A few seconds later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't know how Tony did it, the samurai sword in his hand fully met his requirements, and it could even be said to give him a big surprise. Zhen Finance has combined Tony's antique spears auctioned back from Norway, and they have excellent energy absorption and release performance. His chakra can flow through every inch of the samurai sword without any influence, and it can also greatly enhance the sharpness of the samurai sword. This katana is almost tailor-made for chakra. I'm very satisfied with this. When do you want me to fulfill my promise? After hearing Roger's words, Tony said without even thinking, just now, the location is still outside. He still wears Mark III now, and after speaking, he takes the lead to fly out, waiting for Roger to arrive. In order for Tony to build weapons, Rog agreed to his request. Play one more time. This is the condition given by Tony. For Tony's request, Rog happily accepted. When Tony wearing Mark III left the garage, Roger's figure also disappeared in the garage. A minute later, he returned to the garage with Tony drenched. Keep on working hard, I believe you will develop a better suit next time. After comforting Tony, Rog returned to the office with the group fan that was still emitting a weak current, and the suitcase containing the katana and Genjin Fei Thunder God Kunao. After the last failure, Tony readjusted the armor of the suit to give the suit a stronger anti-penetration ability. But what he didn't expect was that Rog's tactics this time were completely different from the last time. Still the kind of strange appearance, Tony only saw Roger hit a light blue ball on the chest of the suit, and then there was no more. The suit lost his power and fell into the sea. If Roger hadn't taken him out later, he would have been asleep on the seabed now. After returning to the office, Rog put the suitcase and the group fan on the table, and a question came to his mind. What kind of name should this fan and katana be called? Ninja God Who Likes Mamanli, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Mamanli is updated fastest. Chapter 65, Psychic. If a sword looks like a Kusanagi sword, its sharpness is also like the Kusanagi sword, and it can also use a Chidori blade like a Kusanagi sword. Then there is nothing wrong with calling this sword the Kusanara sword. Rog quickly named the Vibranium katana. Since the Genjin katana is called the Kusanara sword, the name of the Genjin Tuan fan is ready to come out. The Uchiha group fan, also called the Flame group fan, symbolizes the skillful use of fire ninjutsu by the Uchiha people. The family emblem of the Uchiha clan also came from this fan. Compared with Huo Dun, Roger is better at Thunder Dun. At this time, he will only be a fire escape, that is, the arrogant fire exchanged from the system is extinguished. As for Raidun Ninjutsu, he currently has 3 masters, namely Chidori, Chidori Rifle, and Chidori Ryu. And after having the Kusanara sword built by Tony, he will soon be able to master another Thunder Ninjutsu Chidori blade. So he decided to change the flaming fan, which symbolizes the fire escape ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, to a fan that is more suitable for him. The name Xianglei is also to commemorate another classic anime that he had seen before crossing. The Thunderbolt fan and Kusanara's sword, if nothing else, will be his main weapon for a long time to come. As for Fei Lei Shenkyuwu, it is the same as before, used for teleporting, positioning and cleaning up miscellaneous fish. Rog planned to visit Culver University in Virginia today to meet Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Betty Rose. But Tony's super efficiency disrupted his plan, so he decided to let his only subordinate now go to Culver University instead. After separating a shadow clone, Rog returned home with the Kusuna sword and Thunderbolt fan, intending to cultivate the thousand-bird blade that he had been thinking about for a long time. With the experience of self-taught Chidori sharp gun and Chidori Ryu, self-taught Chidori blade is not a very difficult task for him. After Rog returned home, the shadow clone came directly in front of him through the Thunder God technique on the Punisher, and at the same time told the deity's plan to the Punisher. Regarding Rog's arrangement, the Punisher has no opinion. Although only a few hours ago, Rog gave him a good rest. But with a dirty body, he doesn't feel tired at all, so the word rest doesn't mean anything to him. A few minutes later, the Shadow Avatar left New York with the prepared Punisher and sent it directly to Culver University in Virginia. After completing the task of giving away people, the Shadow Clone took the initiative to disarm the ninjutsu, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing in front of the Punisher. 3 days of time passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Roger successfully learned the Chidori blade and allowed himself to master this long-awaited ninjutsu. At the same time, he consumed 20 ninja coins and exchanged them from the system. Psychicism is out. Psychicism is divided into blood psychic and non-blood psychic. The blood psychic requires a blood contract between the caster and the psychic creature before the psychic can be used to summon the psychic when needed. The key to the blood psychic lies in the blood contract, so when it is cast, blood must be used as a medium, which is why it is usually necessary to bite one's finger when summoning the psychic beast. Of course, you can use blood from other places without biting your fingers. This is purely a personal choice. Compared with blood psychics, non-blood psychics are much simpler. Non-blood psychic, usually used to psychic some ninja or other items. For example, Rashomon of the first generation of Naruto, Tia-Nation's various ninjas. When redeeming Spiritism, the system also included a blood deed scroll to Roger. After exchanging Spiritism, Rog went to Tony's mansion and threw his Mark III and other skills into the previously prepared Spirit Scroll. Then he threw in the Kusanara sword, Thunder Group Fan, Flying Thunder Kunao, and Shuriken. Although the Kusana sword and the Thunderball Fan look handsome, they will still look very good if they are carried with you. Therefore, unless necessary, he would not carry the Kusanara sword and the Thunderball Fan with him. After returning to the office, Erica handed a box to Roger. Inside the box is a white mask and a black robe. This is 3 days ago. Rog took the time to return to the office, and arranged for Erica to go to the custom mask and gown. The shape of the mask is basically the same as the white 3-hook jade mask with soil. The only difference is that the go jade on the top of the mask is intact and does not reveal any cavities. And that black robe was exactly the same as Akatsuki's black Zion Jiun robe. 3-hook jade mask, black auspicious cloud robe, plus Kusana sword and thunder fan. This is the fighting image that Roger will create for himself in the future. After throwing the 3-hook jade mask and black auspicious cloud robe into the psychic scroll, his figure disappeared from the office and went to Culver University where Banner's girlfriend Dr. Ross was located. At this time, Culver University did not have the tranquility that a normal university should have. Police and soldiers can be seen everywhere on the campus. Rog was not surprised by this strange scene, because all this was arranged by him. 3 days ago, he arranged a brand new mission for the Punisher through the Shadow Clone. Kidnap Betty Rose and blow up all the laboratories that Banner has used, and do it as high profile as possible. The Punisher used a high profile method he understood to kidnap Dr. Ross, who was in class in full view, and then installed a time bomb in the laboratory used by Banner. Not only that, after the kidnapping and bombing incident, he also contacted the local news media and several large domestic media, arrogantly provoking the local police and the FBI. Then, there was the scene before me. The local police and FBI agents rushed to Culver University as soon as possible. As for those American troops appearing on the campus, they were sent by General Ross. Originally, this kind of thing was not suitable for the military to intervene. Even if Dr. Rose was the daughter of General Rose, it was not convenient for him to send someone over. But the Punisher gave General Rose a good reason to intervene. The day after provoking the local police and the FBI, the Punisher contacted the media again and gave them a video. Dr. Rose in the video is all normal, neither panicked nor haggard, and in a very calm tone, he talked about the days when she and Banner were conducting research together. The research that Dr. Ross said was precisely the biotech power enhancement experiment conducted by General Ross secretly. This video was specially ordered by Roger. He wants to use this video to catch Bruce Banner, who doesn't know where he is hiding. Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 66, Dr. Ross. Even SHIELD and the military could not find Banner, a doctor of physics full of hidden talents, and ROG would naturally not waste time searching for Banner. Since you can't be found, let you show up. After the accident, Banner never contacted Dr. Ross. But Roger was sure that Banner had always cared about the safety of Dr. Rose. The reason he didn't show up was to protect Dr. Ross. So ROG planned the kidnapping case this time and asked the Punisher to make this time a mess. Only in this way can Banner, who doesn't know where he is hiding, know the news and make him appear obediently. His beloved girlfriend was kidnapped, and he has the strength to save his girlfriend. Under such circumstances, ROG is not afraid that Banner will not appear. As for whether Banner would hold a grudge because of it, he didn't care at all. The kidnapping of Dr. Ross is the Punisher. It's up to me, Roger. As he was wandering around Culver University with a relaxed look, he saw two familiar figures. One is Collison, whose hairline is shifting back and forth, and the other is Natasha, the Black Widow in casual clothes. SHIELD Bureau is also here, and it is getting more and more lively here. The police, the FBI, and the military have all appeared, and there is no surprise that there is another SHIELD Bureau. When Roger saw Collison and Natasha, they also saw Roger, and then took the initiative to walk over. You arranged things here. As soon as she arrived, Natasha spoke actively. Others may not know the reason, but Natasha can tell at a glance that this is Roger's handwriting. Dr. Rose's kidnapping case, at first glance, knew that it was to elicit the hidden Bruce Banner. Although you are a high-level agent of SHIELD, you can't taint the innocents out of thin air. When the kidnapping happened, I was in New York, and many people at the scene saw the kidnappers. The kidnappers looked nothing like me. Natasha didn't believe a word of Roger's explanation. Although ROG's move seems a bit excessive, SHIELD itself is not a justice organization. In order to achieve its goals, SHIELD has done all the shameful things. No matter what, I hope that Dr. Ross can come back safely in the end. Natasha hinted, beckoning Roger not to go too far. Even if Natasha didn't say anything, Roger would not hurt Dr. Rose. He had only one goal from beginning to end, and that was to elicit Banner, and then hand Banner to SHIELD. As for what will happen to Banner after it is handed over to SHIELD, it is no longer within his scope of consideration. However, he believed that Hulk, an energetic little guy, would definitely protect Banner's life. After chatting for a few words, Roger left Culver University and cast Fei Lei Shen to the Punisher's side. After the kidnapping of Dr. Rose, the Punisher did not immediately take Dr. Rose out of the city, but took her back to a block near her home. Before the kidnapping started, the Punisher was well prepared. For example, the weapons and vehicles needed during the action, the hiding places needed after the action, etc., he is fully prepared. His current location is less than 1 kilometer away from Dr. Ross's home. And he has investigated, and the owner of this house happened to be traveling with his family some time ago, so no one will show up here for a while. After bringing Dr. Rose here, he did not impose any restrictions on Dr. Rose except for restricting Dr. Rose's leaving and contact with the outside world. He even ordered several pizzas from the pizza shop that Dr. Rose liked. From the identity of a kidnapper, he is definitely one of the top 10 kidnappers of the year with the best target. When Roger arrived, the Punisher stood up, left the living room, and returned to the room. Dr. Rose was watching the latest news report, and the sudden appearance of Roger suddenly scared her. But she quickly calmed down and looked at Roger with a calm face. "Are you the one who instructed Frank to kidnap me?" In the past 3 days, Dr. Rose has been getting along well with the Punisher, so she knows what the Punisher is called, and even why the Punisher looks so different from ordinary people. But the Punisher knows what can and cannot be said regarding Roger's identity and the true purpose of this mission. "Yes, I was the one who let Frank kidnap you." After speaking, Roger sat down opposite Dr. Ross and picked up a slice of pizza at the same time. After taking a few bites, he continued, "Although it is very old-fashioned, I think it is necessary to say something. I have no malice against you, I just want your boyfriend Banner to appear on the initiative, so you don't have to worry about your life safety. As long as Banner shows up, you can go back. I have to say that the pizza in this store is indeed very good, no wonder Betty Rose and Bruce Banner both like it." "Banner? Banner he?" When the accident happened, Dr. Rose was injured and passed out into a coma. Since that day, she has never seen Banner or received any information from Banner. He should be alive and well now, he just doesn't know where he is. At this time, Banner had just finished a day's work, and when he returned to his place of residence, he prepared an ordinary dinner for himself, and then picked up a thick Portuguese-English dictionary, planning to solve his own dinner while studying Brazil. Portuguese is the official language here. When he turned on the TV and planned to learn Portuguese from the TV show, he accidentally saw a news when he was changing channels. Although he still doesn't understand Portuguese and the TV screen is not particularly clear, he still recognizes the person on the TV at a glance. This is an international channel that occasionally broadcasts some foreign news, such as American news. He recognized the person in the news report, the woman whose picture he still kept even during his escape. After seeing this scene, he immediately turned on his computer, and then began to search for relevant news information. When he searched for relevant news reports, the bracelet in his hand sounded a harsh alarm, his heart rate began to rise rapidly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He finally reacted when the blood vessels on his neck bulged and showed a trace of abnormal green, breathing quickly, and his heartbeat began to gradually calm down. When the heartbeat returned to a normal frequency, he turned off the computer and started packing his luggage. After fleeing for more than a year, he decided to return to the United States. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 67, Hulk Debut. If you can't protect the woman you like, that's a man. Although Banner is a cultural man, he is definitely not a cultural man from his heart. I have been fleeing before because I wanted to find a way to turn myself back into a normal person, not because he was afraid of General Ross. After sorting out his belongings briefly, Banner pushed open the door and left without looking back. After talking with Dr. Rose, Rog returned to his home in New York using the Thunder God, opened the PS4 again, and continued his iron game. Before leaving, he left a shadow clone for the Punisher, and let the shadow clone assist the Punisher to prevent them from being found by the FBI or S.H.I.E.L.D. 4 days passed in a flash, and when Roger finally cleared this love-hate ironing game, he received the feedback that the shadow clone had been released. After receiving the feedback, he didn't hesitate, put on a black auspicious cloud robe, a 3-hook jade mask, and at the same time took the Kuzena sword and the Thunderbolt fan. Afterwards, he directly used Flying Thor and sent it to Culver University in Virginia. When he came here, the first thing he saw was the angry Hulk with green skin. After 4 days of driving, Banner finally returned to this once familiar place, but as soon as he appeared, a heavily armed army sprang out from the school to completely surround him. This army was specially arranged by General Ross with only one purpose, and that was to capture Banner. Under the command of General Ross, the desperate Banner could only transform into Hulk, and had a head-on battle with these heavily armed soldiers. Then, there was a unilateral ravaged. Although General Ross has made adequate preparations, he even formed a special team with rich experience. But under the huge power gap, all his preparations seem meaningless. Had it not been for the SHIELD Bureau hiding in the dark to suddenly intervene in the battle, Hulk would not know where he was going. Even so, Hulk still demonstrated unmatched tyrannical strength, defeating SHIELD special forces steadily. The current Culver University is not so much a college as it is a battlefield where human forces fight against non-human monsters. After arriving here, Rog first looked at the surrounding environment, and then slowly walked towards Hulk not far away. At this time, Hulk was attacking the special forces of SHIELD like a beast. When he saw Roger walking towards him wearing a black auspicious cloud robe and holding a thunder fan, he decisively changed his goal. General Ross was the first to discover Rog, because his location happened to be near the Thunder God Art. Looking at Roger, who was dressed in a strange costume and suddenly appeared like a ghost, General Ross's first reaction was that this person was Hulk's helper. But this idea was quickly overthrown by himself, because he saw an eager fighting spirit in Rog. General Ross, who has been in the army for decades, knows what this fighting spirit means, so he silently put away the weapon in his hand, and then watched Roger walking towards Hulk. For Hulk running at full speed, a distance of tens of meters takes almost a blink of an eye. When Hulk rushed in front of Rog like an ancient beast and threw a punch at him with all his strength, Rog raised the thunder ball in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Hulk's fist slammed into the thunder fan in Rog's hand. Just when everyone thought that Rog would be blown away by Hulk, they saw an unexpected scene. Rog, who was holding the thunder ball fan, was not knocked into the air, and the thunder ball fan in his hand did not shatter, and there was not even a loud impact. Hulk's punch was like hitting cotton, without any effect. Only Rog knew that Hulk's punch was still useful. The Thunder Group fan did not live up to his expectations and blocked Hulk's punch unscathed, but the tremendous strength still made him back several steps. If he hadn't mobilized chakra in time to increase his strength, Hulk's punch was enough to push him out of a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Seeing this somewhat unreasonable scene before them, both General Ross and SHIELD agents showed shocked expressions. They may not know exactly how powerful Hulk is, but they are pretty sure that Hulk's power is definitely not something humans can resist. Hulk can even throw a military Hummer like a toy ball. Even if he didn't use his full strength, his punch was enough to destroy anything in front of him. Although a little unbelievable, they had to admit that this strange guy with a white mask and black robe did indeed block Hulk's punch. If my subordinates have this kind of power, then... Thinking of this, the captain of the SHIELD special team and General Ross looked at each other involuntarily, and regarded Rog as someone on the other side. After confirming that the Thunderbolt fan could block Hulk's punch, Roger under the mask showed a satisfied smile. After discovering that his fists did not cause any damage to Roger, Hulk threw a few punches at Roger, trying to knock down the guy in strange clothes in front of him. Although Hulk's attack speed is fast, Rog's reaction speed is faster. Every punch Hulk threw was blocked by the Thunder Ring fan. While resisting Hulk's attack, Rog also took the time to throw a few hold techniques on Hulk. Just as Hulk's attack did not exert its due power, Rog threw out the fixation technique without exception, all of which failed. To be precise, it is not a failure. It was Hulk's physical fitness that was too abnormal, causing the effect of the fixation technique to be infinitely close to zero. In this case, it is completely impossible to compensate for quality with quantity. After realizing that the fixation technique had no effect at all, Rog didn't hesitate at all, and threw a dark walking technique on Hulk, trying to deprive Hulk of his vision. Like the fixation technique, the darkness movement technique did not produce any desired effects at all. When the physical fitness is strengthened to a certain extent, it is enough to offset most of the negative effects. After blocking the Hulk's punches, Roger used the instantaneous technique to stretch the distance, then put away the Thunderbolt fan, and drew the Kusanara's sword. Since auxiliary ninjutsu can't work, use offensive ninjutsu directly. As soon as his mind moved, light blue lightning visible to the naked eye appeared on the Kusanara's sword. Thunder Dunk Thousand Bird Blade. Ninja God who likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 68, Kusana Sword Thousand Bird Blade. Light blue lightning wrapped around the Kusanara's sword like an electric snake, and at the same time rang like 1,000 birds. The twittering sound made Hulk, who was already in a state of anger, even more irritable. Looking at the Kusanara's sword that kept beeping in Roger's hand, Hulk let out an inhuman roar, and then ran toward him. Although speed is not Hulk's strong point, it also depends on how it compares. Compared with his own strength and physique, his speed is indeed not fast. But to others, the Hulk running wildly is like a heavy truck driving out of F1 racing speed. In the blink of an eye, Hulk came to Rog, and his huge right fist smashed towards him. In terms of strength and physique, Rog is far inferior to Hulk. But compared to speed, Rog has never been afraid of anyone. Just when Hulk's right fist was about to hit him, his eyes suddenly changed from black to blood red that symbolized the unknown. 3 Guyu right round eyes. After opening the writing wheel, he started to move. Almost like a teleportation, Roger's figure instantly disappeared in front of Hulk. At the same time, there was an extremely obvious numbness in Hulk's right arm. This numbness that can completely numb ordinary people in the past is on Hulk, and it disappears completely after only a short period of 0 and 10 seconds, as if it has never appeared before. Then, after the numbness disappeared, Hulk still felt a trace of pain from his right arm. Although Hulk didn't have much sense at this time, the biological instinct still made him turn his head and glance at his right arm. On his right arm, thicker than the waist of an adult man, there was a wound of more than 10 centimeters. Although this scar was more than 10 centimeters long, it was not deep, and it did not significantly affect Hulk's right arm. The person who left this scar on Hulk was none other than Roger, who had just disappeared from him. Although the Kusanagi sword in Roger's hand is not a genuine Kusanagi sword exchanged from the system, its sharpness is not much worse than the real Kusanagi sword. When he taught himself the Chidori blade, he tested the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword in order to compare it with the Kusanagi sword and the Chidori blade. Even without the Chidori blade, the Kusanagi sword in his hand can easily cut off a metal round stick with a diameter of 3 centimeters without any damage. With the addition of the Chidori blade, the sharpness of Kusanara's sword has been qualitatively improved. I won't say anything about cutting off steel. Even the Flying Thunder God Kunao made entirely of vibration gold can't withstand the Kusanagi sword with the Thousand Bird blade attached. In just 2 times, the Flying Thunder God Kunao created by Genjin will be completely cut into 2 parts. However, even with such amazing sharpness, Kusanagi sword and Chidori blade still seemed a little weak when facing Hulk. With the sword just now, Rog didn't leave any hands. But the result was not as good as he thought. Regardless of the length or depth of the scar, this sword did not cause obvious damage to Hulk. It is more than 10 centimeters long and 2 or 3 centimeters deep. This kind of scar may be a serious injury to ordinary people. But for the 3 or 4 meter high, strong, and messy Hulk, this kind of injury is only slightly more serious than the broken skin. Rog was very dissatisfied with his attack, but General Ross and others who were observing them with binoculars in the distance swallowed involuntarily. They used weapons and equipment sufficient to fight a tough battle in the city, but they failed to leave any obvious scars on Hulk. But now, they saw an obvious wound on Hulk. Although they didn't see exactly how Roger launched the attack, they could be 100% sure that the wound on Hulk's right arm was the samurai in Roger's hand who was entwined with electricity and constantly chirping. Caused by a knife. What's wrong in this world? The damage power of hot weapons is not as good as cold weapons. Is this still the world that pays attention to scientific rules? Can this world be better? While General Ross and the others looked at Rog and Hulk in the distance with disbelief, Bronsky beside General Ross had extremely strong longing eyes. This power, this form, this is simply the most perfect creature in this world. If it weren't for being close to Hulk, there would be serious life-threatening danger. Bronsky really wanted to touch Hulk's body with his hands and feel the power contained under that perfect body. When General Ross and others were shocked, Roger attacked Hulk. Although Kusanagi sword and Chidori blade could not cause significant damage to Hulk, it was not so weak that it could not completely damage Hulk. Even if you can only cut a wound of more than 10 centimeters at a time, as long as you insist on cutting it, you will always reach the point where Hulk will hurt your muscles and bones. After discovering that he was injured, Hulk, who was already angry, also became even more angry, and his fists smashed towards Roger without a certain way. Hulk's attack looks powerful, but this kind of attack is full of loopholes. Rog can avoid it even with his eyes closed. However, at this time, he did not directly leave Hulk's attack range, but slightly hardened his legs and jumped directly in front of Hulk. Hulk didn't know why Roger did this, but seeing Roger jump in front of him, a cruel smile appeared on his big green face. I want to strip this guy alive. This is Hulk's own thoughts. If it were Banner, even if Roger injured his right arm, he would not have such cruel thoughts. To some extent, Banner and Hulk are like two sides of the same coin. Hulk is impulsive and irritable, while Banner is calm and calm. Hulk is good at solving problems with force, while Banner is good at solving problems with wisdom. Just when Hulk was about to kill himself in the most cruel way, the guy in front of him who had made him feel an inexplicable disgust since he appeared, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 goblin jade. Right round eyes illusion. Rog hadn't planned to use Zwanyan illusion, but Hulk's ability to resist beating far exceeded his expectations, so he had to use the backup plan of Zwanyan illusion. He had already performed illusion and dark walk on Hulk just now, but Hulk directly ignored the influence of dark walk with his incredible body. Although the dark walk technique does not work on Hulk, this does not mean that Hulk can completely ignore the effects of illusion. Moreover, what Rog used this time was not an ordinary illusion, but an illusion that originated from the writing round eyes. Anger is the source of Hulk's strength, but anger can also be a heavy burden to crush Hulk. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 69, Death Valley. Although he possesses Shaolunyan, Rog seldom uses Shaolunyan's illusion in battle. Compared with illusion, he prefers and is better at ninjutsu. The last time I used the illusion of writing round eyes was when I was fighting against Mr. Film. That time, it was the first time he used the illusion ability of Shaolunyan in battle. Although it was the first time, the illusion ability of writing round eyes still gave him a big surprise. Through the hypnotic eye ability of writing round eyes, he pulled Mr. Negative into a fictitious memory, and then, without Mr. Negative noticing, easily solved the enemy that could release negative energy. Although Mr. Negative is also superhuman, he is completely incomparable with Hulk. So Rog does not intend to use the same tactics on Hulk. Facing a typical berserker like Hulk, and the more angry the more powerful berserker, he decided to go the other way, making Hulk, who was already furious, even more angry. After seeing Rog's blood-red eyes, Hulk, who was frantic, suddenly fell silent, as if he had seen something magical enough to calm him down. However, this calm only lasted just a second or two before it broke apart. Hulk became mad again, and his green eyes also showed a strange red like blood. How can one feel true despair? The method is very simple. First give him a hope, when he thinks that he is about to achieve his hope, then personally break his hope, let him fall directly from the edge of achieving hope to the bottom of despair. In this way, what he felt was the ultimate despair of falling directly from heaven to hell. The same method can also make a person feel the ultimate anger. What Roger is doing now is such a thing. While hypnotizing Hulk, he tried whether he could calm Hulk directly so that Banner could regain control of his body. But unfortunately, Hulk is extremely resistant to returning to calmness. So Roger had to proceed according to the original plan, making Hulk, who was already angry, even more angry. Hulk became more angry, and Hulk became stronger. Before Hulk launched an attack, Roger left behind a flying thunder technique on him. After he finished all this, Hulk erupted like a volcano. I saw Hulk let out a roar that didn't look like a human being, and then waved his arms in anger like an angry gorilla. Hulk at this time has completely lost his reason, and now he has only pure attacking instinct and boundless anger that filled his entire mind. Even General Ross and others, who were more than 100 meters away, reacted immediately after seeing what Hulk looked like at this time. Hulk, completely crazy. Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing that Hulk had completely lost his mind, General Rose decisively issued a retreat instruction. Anyway, the SHIELD agent with the strange mask is still there. Even if they retreat, it will not have any effect. Like General Rose, the captain of the SHIELD Special Forces team immediately issued an order to retreat after seeing Hulk completely crazy. Why did you retreat? When General Rose and the captain of the SHIELD Special Team saw that the opponents were retreating quickly, the same doubts appeared in their minds. Up to this point, they both thought Roger was the other person. After leaving the Thunder God technique on Hulk, Rog performed several instantaneous spells in succession, and instantly opened the distance between Hulk. Although Hulk was completely dominated by anger at this time, his instinct kept reminding him that Roger was the most dangerous target that needed to be resolved. Almost at the moment when Roger's figure became clear, Hulk rushed towards him at a speed much faster than before. If Hulk's previous sprint speed was the speed of an F1 car, then his current sprint speed is the limit flight speed of the F-22 Raptor fighter. Although Hulk showed a speed much faster than before, when he came to Rog once again disappeared from his sight. The art of flying Thunder God. What Roger used this time was not the instantaneous technique, but the God of Thunder. The reason why he left the Thunder God technique on Hulk just now was for this moment. Through flying Thunder God, he teleported behind Hulk. The teleport position is just above the back of Hulk's head. At the moment of completing the teleportation, a spiral pill with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on his right hand. Without any hesitation, he hit the spiral pill with his right hand directly on Hulk's head. Boom! A huge sound like the explosion of an intercontinental missile rang out, and at the same time it set off a wave of air like a Category 12 hurricane. Those US troops and SHIELD agents who were retreating were attracted by this huge sound, and involuntarily looked back at the place where the sound came from. Then, they saw an incredible sight. The Hulk, who was like a of war, was knocked to the ground at this time. With the place where Hulk fell as the center, huge cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground tens of meters around. After knocking down Hulk, Rog came to Hulk again, and then took Hulk away directly under everyone's eyes. Although General Rose and others witnessed this scene, they didn't know what was going on. They only saw Roger put his right hand on Hulk, and then the two of them disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never appeared before. After knocking down Hulk for a short time, Roger took Hulk to Death Valley like an alien environment. Although Death Valley is a famous geographic attraction in the United States, not many people appear here throughout the year. Even those tourists who came here to visit, at most only visited the edge of Death Valley. The people who will really go deep into the center of Death Valley, except for the researchers who study the environment of Death Valley, are only those special elements who need to stay away from human society. This is the second time Rog has come here. The last time he came here was more than 2 years ago. At that time, he accepted a commission of $10,000 and spent nearly a week traveling through several states before finally finding the target person he was looking for. The target is a middle-aged man who looks very simple and honest, but this man is a serial murderer who has killed more than a dozen young women. It was the parents of one of the victims who entrusted him. Rog didn't know where the couple got the news from, so he came to his office on purpose, and then commissioned him with the only $10,000 as commission. The commission passed the judgment, so he accepted the commission. After killing the perverted murderer who had committed crimes for nearly 10 years, he took the perverted head back to the couple as agreed. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 70, Mission completed. After coming here again, Rog couldn't help but recall the scene. At that time, he was still a young boy with youth. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, Hulk, who was knocked down by Helix Pill, shook his head and stood up in a daze. Until now, Hulk didn't know what happened just now. In order to knock down the Incredible Hulk, Roger deliberately used the Daiyu spiral pill he hadn't fully mastered. Although Daiyu Helix pills seem to be a little bigger than Helix pills, the difficulty of manipulation has risen sharply, and the requirements for the amount of chakra are several times higher. Hulk was the first person to withstand the power of Daiyu Helix pill, and he was the only one so far. Hulk, who stood up again, shook his head first. After getting rid of the dizziness, he looked at the surrounding environment. Looking at the completely unfamiliar surroundings, Hulk, who was dominated by anger, showed a puzzled expression. Later, he saw Roger wearing a white three-hook jade mask. The moment he saw Rog, Hulk's heart suddenly surged with uncontrollable anger. Without any hesitation, Hulk immediately attacked Rog. When Hulk's right fist, which was larger than an ordinary person's head, struck towards him, Rog's right hand also condensed the spiral pill again. Different from the Daiyu Helix pill just now, he condensed the ordinary Helix pill at this time, but it was about the size of Hulk's fist. Boom! When Hulk's right fist collided with the spiral pill in Roger's hand, a violent chakra storm broke out suddenly. Hulk's right punch shattered the spiral pill in Rog's hand, but his right fist also fully withstood the full power of the spiral pill. An unimaginable force instantly enveloped Hulk's entire right arm, constantly twisting and tearing his right arm. If it's an ordinary person, the whole person will be distorted and torn apart at the moment of being enveloped by this force. Even a steel body made of steel can't compete with this powerful force. But Hulk relied on his body that was strong enough to cheat, and he abruptly resisted the power of Helix pill. At the moment Hulk smashed the spiral pill, Rog decisively used the instantaneous technique to open the distance between himself and Hulk while avoiding being enveloped by the chakra storm. Although Hulk endured all the power of Helix pill did not cause much damage to him. He just made him feel a pain in his right arm that he had never experienced before. Rog was not surprised by this result. If Hulk were knocked down so easily, General Rose would have caught Hulk early. Seeing Hulk's 3 or 4 meter tall giant body, a crazy thought suddenly popped up in Roger's mind. Thinking of knocking down the Hulk, he couldn't do it with Helix pill alone. But if it is not Helix pill that hits Hulk, but Daiyu Helix pill, then the result will be very different. After mastering Helix pill, Rog had the intention of self-study Daiyu Helix pill, and studied silently for a period of time. This is also the reason why he was able to display Daiyu spiral pill before. However, he hasn't completely mastered the ninjutsu of Daiyu Helix pill. Whether he can perform it smoothly depends on his luck at the time. After serious consideration for a second or two, he made a decisive decision. He wants to complete the study of Daiyu Helix pill here. With the sense of oppression that will be brought by Hulk attack at any time, forcing yourself to exert greater potential. Although this decision seemed reckless, he decided to be reckless once. In the next few hours, in the rare center of Death Valley, there was a series of loud noises like missile explosions. Roger can't remember exactly how many spiral pills he smashed on Hulk. The only thing he can be sure of now is that the amount of chakra in his body is less than 1/10. Under the pressure that he could be hit by Hulk at any time, he exploded with greater potential as he wished. In just a few hours, he completed all the studies of Dewa Helix Pill and mastered this enhanced version of Helix Pill thoroughly. Although Rog is only a few meters away from Hulk, Hulk has no intention of attacking him at all. To be precise, there is no physical strength to launch an attack. At this time, Hulk lay weakly on the ground, and he was thinking about 3 very philosophical questions with a low IQ. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was attacked again and again by Roger's big Jade Helix Pill. He wanted to resist, couldn't hit, wanted to escape, but couldn't get rid of it. For Hulk, the past few hours are the only miserable time in his current life. Hulk's consciousness gradually calmed down, and Banner's consciousness began to gain the upper hand. In the next minute or so, Rog witnessed the process of Hulk changing from a green giant to an ordinary person. When Hulk changed back to Banner again, he subconsciously glanced at the pants on Banner. The quality of these pants is not so good. Banner, who had just regained consciousness, hadn't figured out what was going on. Roger came behind him like a ghost, and then hit his neck with a hitter. Banner lost consciousness again, and the whole person fell forward uncontrollably. After stunning Banner, Roger grabbed Banner by the shoulder, and then cast Fei Lei Shen to leave Death Valley. When they left, Death Valley returned to calm. Rog did not return to Culver University with Banner, but returned directly to his office with Banner, who was unconscious. After returning to the office, he first called Natasha, and then took off the 3-hook jade mask, black auspicious cloud robe, grass Naruto sword, and thunder band fan. Soon, Natasha brought a team of fully armed SHIELD special forces to the office. Natasha did not have any surprises that Rog was still at Culver University a few hours ago and now he is back in New York. Although SHIELD didn't know how many extraordinary abilities Roger had mastered, they still knew the ones that Roger often used. It moves instantaneously, breathes fire, and creates a clone that is exactly the same as the main body and has the ability to attack, strangely restricting others' actions. These are the 4 abilities that Rog currently knows about S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the Commission, you can take him away now. Natasha didn't ask how Roger did it. She directly arranged for the special forces to take away Banner, who was in a coma, and at the same time put handcuffs and ankle chains on Banner. Rog wanted to remind them, but he finally gave up this plan. SHIELD is well aware of Banner's abilities, otherwise it would not come to entrust him. When Natasha and them both left the firm, Roger opened the property panel that only he could see. There is not much difference from the last time it was opened, but with the addition of 3 ninjutsu, psychic, Chidori blade, and big jade spiral pill, the number of unconsumed ninjutsu has also become 124. According to his previous plan, he planned to directly deposit 300 or 500 ninja coins, and then exchange the kaleidoscope writing round eyes or the wooden ninjutsu between pillars from the system. But after this commission, he decided to adjust his exchange plan. The wooden escape between the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and the column is indeed very strong, but for him now, these are not the most urgent existence. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 71, Immortal Human Body Transplant. When fighting Hulk, Rog sighed more than once for Hulk's body that was as strong as cheating, and at the same time he felt that his current body was too fragile. Compared with ordinary people, although he can be regarded as having an inhuman strong physique. But compared with those monsters who really have super physique, he is just as fragile as a baby. If it weren't for his speed, he wouldn't be able to fight with the off-hook role of a tank and fighter like Hulk. Even if there is no way to have a super physique like Hulk or Thor, he still needs to improve his physique so that his physical strength can keep up with his own speed and more chakras. In the exchange page of the system, there are many ways to enhance physical fitness. But there is not much that suits his fighting style and he can afford it. Fairy Body. The physique inherited the vitality and physical energy of the 6 immortal Datong Muyi. If the ninja coins are enough, Rog doesn't mind directly redeeming this purest immortal body. But now he only has 124 ninja coins, so he can only exchange for the reduced version of the immortal body of the 1,000 hands. For the immortal human body of the 1,000 hands clan, the exchange price is only 100 ninja coins. On top of the immortal human body of the Qian Shao clan, there is another immortal human body that has not shrunk so severely, that is the immortal human body between the Qian Shao pillars. The immortal body in Qianshaozu needs a full 500 nin coins to exchange, the same price as his Mu Dun. However, even the fairy body between the pillars is still not a complete fairy body. On his fairy body, there are 2 upgraded versions of the Azura fairy body and the Liudeo fairy body. The celestial body of the 1,000-hand clan, the celestial body of the 1,000-hand pillars, the celestial body of Azura, the celestial body of the 6 Deo celestial beings. This is the complete upgrade route of the immortal human body of the Qian Shao clan divided by the system. Next to the upgrade route of the immortal human body of the Qian Shao clan, there is an upgrade route of the immortal human body of the Whirlpool clan. The only difference is that the first 2 contents of the fairy human body of the Vortex family have been replaced by the fairy human body of the Vortex family and the fairy human body of the Vortex Naruto. Just when Roger was about to exchange directly for the immortal human body of the Qian Shao clan, he found that beside the immortal human body of the Qian Shao clan, there was an exchange icon he had never seen before. Fairy Human Transplant Procedure. Rog was sure that when he browsed the immortal human body of the 1,000 Hands clan, there was absolutely no new icon. After clicking on the icon to see the specific introduction, he couldn't help frowning. This is a hidden exchange item and will not appear in the host under normal conditions. These hidden exchange items will not emerge until the host is interested in the corresponding exchange target and has enough nin coins. The immortal human transplantation method is based on the cell transplantation technology invented by Dashi Wan as a new transplant method after upgrading and optimization. After the transplant is successful, the target's complete physique and partial blood ninjutsu will be obtained. If the transplant fails, you will permanently lose half of your chakra. And the current immortal human body transplantation procedure that appears in ROG is about the immortal human body transplantation method among the 1,000 hands. The exchange price for this transplantation technique is 100 ninja coins, which is the same price as the exchange rate for the immortal human body of the 1,000 hands. But unlike the 100% immortal body of the 1,000 hands clan, this immortal body transplantation between the pillars has only a 20% success rate. In other words, if the transplant is successful, it is equivalent to using 100 nin coins to exchange for 500 nin coins of the immortal body between pillars. If the transplant fails, 100 ninja coins are wasted for nothing. Regarding this question, Rog made the decision without even thinking about it. Without any hesitation, he directly consumed 100 ninja coins in exchange for the immortal human body transplant technique between the pillars. 100 ninja coins are a huge sum of money for him now. But he still made a decisive choice, choosing to bet on the 20% chance. If the transplant fails, he will be beaten as Hulk. As for the permanent loss of half of the chakra, this is even more trivial. When his unconsumed nin coins changed back to 24, on the back of his right hand, a series of techniques that he could not understand completely appeared. Before he could take a closer look, the back of his right hand had a burst of dark green light that seemed to be written in black ink. Why is it green again? As soon as Roger uttered a word in his heart, the technique on the back of his right hand began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, these dark green light-emitting techniques spread all over his body. At the same time, he found that the chakra in his body was circulating uncontrollably. Are all transplantation techniques so wild now? Just when such a thought came to his mind, he lost control of his body, and his whole person came to a strange green planet like a soul out of his body. To be precise, it came to the outer space of a strange green planet. What appeared in front of him at this time was a green planet completely covered by trees. He didn't know how big this green planet was, or what it meant by this green planet. The only thing he can be sure of right now is that this green planet is like capturing a meteor that flies by accidentally, and it has forcibly attracted him in an extremely overbearing and irresistible way. As soon as the picture turned, he instantly came to an unreasonably lush forest. The trees in the forest suddenly came to life, and branches of all sizes stretched towards him like the tentacles of a deep-sea octopus. In the blink of an eye, he was firmly bound by these branches, and then completely lost consciousness. Rog felt like he had a long dream, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself still sitting in the office chair. On the back of the right hand, there was no technique that exuded a dark green light, and there was nothing unusual around it, as if everything just now was really just a dream. He immediately opened the system's property page, and then was stunned. Host, Roger. Occupation, Ninja. Talent, No Seal Caste, 7 Attribute Chakra. Blood Succession Boundary, 3 Guyu Jade Writing Round Eyes, Mu Dun. Physique, Fairy Human Body, Thousands of Hands. Ninjutsu, Avatar, Instantaneous, Hold Body, Shadow Clone, Thunder God, Chakra Perception, Spiritism, Helix Pill, Big Jade Helix Pill. Mu Dun, the Technique of the Wooden Dragon, the Technique of the Wooden Man. Thunder Dun, Chidori, Chidori Sharp Gun, Chidori Flow, Chidori Blade. Fire Escape, Extinguish the Fire. Water Escape, the Art of Water Iron Cannon. Illusion, Dark Walk. Physical Skills, Word Power. Chakra Amount, 99 cards. Psychic, Frank the Punisher, Reincarnated State of Dirty Earth. Nin Coins Not Consumed, 24. Looking at the newly added Immortal Human Body, Wooden Escape, Wooden Dragon Art, Wooden Human Art, and Weird Power on the Attribute panel, Rog began to wonder if he had been targeted by the Goddess of Luck recently. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com. The literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 72, Fairy Body. Rog expressed his satisfaction with the results of the immortal human body transplantation this time. Even if the system made adjustments to the blood succession boundary Mu Dun and those ninjutsu, it would not cause too much image of his good mood at this time. As long as the fairy body is in hand, everything else is easy to say. After calming his excitement a little bit, he began to carefully browse the system's introduction to those ninjutsu and Mu Dun Shueji. Blood Succession Limit Mu Dun, the Mu Dun ninjutsu developed by the original Naruto Senjutsu, is produced by the combination of the two chakra properties of water and earth. The ultimate source of power comes from the chakra sacred tree. Mu Dun can use chakra as the source of life to accelerate or control plant growth, thereby attacking, defending, and controlling. Mu Dun's introduction was similar to Roger's impression, and there was no obvious change. As for the Wooden Man's technique and the Wooden Dragon's technique, they are similar to what he remembered. The only difference is that the Wooden Dragon's ability to absorb the opponent's chakra has changed to absorb the opponent's physical strength and energy. Regarding this adjustment of the Wood Dragon art, Rog was already quite familiar with it. After all, before the Wood Dragon art, there are two examples of chakra perception art and Zwanyan. After reading the introduction of the technique of Wooden Man and the technique of Wooden Dragon, he set his sights on the strange power of physical technique. Physical magic power, through precise control of the chakra is concentrated on a certain part of the body or the whole body, and then burst out in an instant, causing powerful physical damage. Regardless of the introduction or the final result, the physique's strange power is very similar to the way he used chakra to strengthen a certain part of the body or the whole body. Rog even suspected that he might have mastered the strange power of the physical technique long ago, but the system has not added this physical technique to the attribute panel. Of course, it is more likely that the method he used before was too rough, so rough that the system is unwilling to admit it. In order to confirm this, he compared his own method with the usage method given by the system, and then came to a conclusion that hurts his self-esteem. The system has always been reluctant to admit that his previous chakra reinforcement method was indeed because his use was too rough. Compared with the method of use recognized by the system, his previous chakra reinforcement method can only be regarded as having just touched the threshold. The reason why he can smoothly use this method that is so rough that the system does not recognize it to temporarily boost his strength is purely because his chakra volume is pretty good. A simple example is, he uses his own way to strengthen, it needs to consume 1 car of chakra, and if he uses the method recognized by the system, then he only needs to consume 0.1 card of chakra to achieve the same level strengthen. Therefore, a little more chakra is still very beneficial. If the skill is not good, then use the quantity to make up. Waste is shameful, but sometimes it is useful. After reading the introduction of Physique's Strange Power, Roger opened the introduction of the fairy body. The immortal human body, the Thousand Hands Pillars. The special physique inheriting the vitality and physical energy of the 6 immortals, transplanted into the Qian Shao Zujian, is a physique that can continuously strengthen the body through hard practice. The system's explanation of the fairy body is only 1 sentence, and it does not contain much information. But even if the system didn't give any explanation, Roger would not be unfamiliar with the fairy human body. Unlike the fairy eyes of the Shaolunyan reincarnation eye, the fairy human body is not the kind of existence that can immediately gain powerful power after possessing it. The immortal human body gives the owner the potential to grow stronger, not the immediate strength. So when he saw his chakra amount was still maintained at 99, he didn't have any surprises. Even the 2nd generation of Asura, who had a pure immortal human body at birth, needed a long period of hard practice to obtain the same power as his brother Indra. In the early days, the fairy human body was far inferior to the fairy eye. But in the later stage, the fairy human body can not only exert the power of not losing the fairy eyes, but can even surpass the fairy eyes. Although the immortal human body transplanted from the side of the pillars did not immediately increase Roger's chakra volume, nor did he fill his body with vitality like the pillars, he still had confidence in the fairy human body. Isn't it just hard practice? What a big deal! What he is afraid of is not that he needs to practice hard to gain strength, but that he is limited by his talent. The feeling of being trapped by talent and still not getting any progress no matter how much effort is made is the most desperate. The existence of the immortal human body can help him break the limitations of his talents, allowing him to smoothly break through to a level that does not belong to him. What he wants is a future with greater possibilities, rather than the few ninjutsu and catch chakras in front of him. After closing the attribute panel, he cast Fei Lei Shen and left the office, ready to personally experience his newly acquired Mu-Dun ninjutsu and physical skills. In the following week, Rog spent most of his time in the forest outside the suburbs of New York, except for commuting to his home and office every day. Go to the office to see if there is a suitable commission that can be accepted. I went to the forest outside New York to familiarize myself with the wood dragon and woodman skills I just acquired. Although the 2 wooden ninjutsu, Malong and Murin, were obtained as a result of transplanting the immortal human body between the pillars, the effects they displayed were completely different from those displayed by the pillars himself. The appearance of Malong is no different from that of Murin, except that it is much smaller and its power is essentially different. The 1st generation of Mu-Dun hit the world, and Yamato Mu-Dun was engaged in greening. Rog felt that his wooden ninjutsu also seemed to be greening. The progress of Mu-Dun ninjutsu is not very optimistic, but after a week of hard practice, his chakra volume has finally changed again. Chakra amount, 102 calories. In the case of working hard every day, his chakra amount increased by 3 cards in a week. 3 cards a week, 12 cards a month, 156 cards a year. This kind of improvement is exciting to think about. Just as he was dreaming about the beautiful scene in the future, the one-sided Dr. Rose suddenly came to the office. I want to commission, this is the commission's reward. After entering Rog's office, Dr. Rose put a suitcase directly on the desk and said seriously. First talk about the content of the commission. Looking at Dr. Ross, Roger answered very casually. He was not surprised that Dr. Rose could find this place. When we met last time, although he didn't report his identity, he didn't do any disguise, so it was normal for Dr. Rose to find here. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 73, Dr. Rose's Commission. I know that Banner is now being held in S.H.I.E.L.D., and I also know that you are the one who handed Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. But I still hope you can rescue Banner. He is a good man. He just suffered an experimental accident. He shouldn't be a test product for some privileged organization. Dr. Ross obviously came here after a detailed investigation. As for her source, Rog can know without guessing. We'll tell this news to Dr. Rose, except for General Rose, who has been in charge of arresting Banner, no one else. Although the relationship between Dr. Rose and General Rose is not very good, they are always father and daughter. Since you know that Banner was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D., then you should understand that dealing with the previous employer is a very ruinous thing for people in my business. Although this is not the first time he has dealt with his previous employer, he still needs to have a certain attitude. Moreover, I don't think your payment can move me. The suitcase that Dr. Ross brought can hold more than $1 million even if it is dead. For other private investigators, this remuneration can definitely be considered generous. But for Rog, this reward is not only not lucrative, but also severely damaged his current market conditions. His last employer, S.H.I.E.L.D., directly paid out $100 million and paid the full amount in advance. I can only put out so much now. If you need more, I can only pay you in installments in the future. Although Dr. Rose's income is pretty good, it doesn't mean that she can spend millions of dollars at any time. No, you misunderstood what I mean. I don't have much money now, what I want is... Before Roger had finished speaking, Dr. Ross, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly hugged himself with his hands and shook his head excitedly. No, I can't do this. How can you make such a condition? What conditions did I mention? I haven't even finished talking. Seeing Dr. Rose's fierce rejection at this time, Roger suddenly thought of something. Does she think? His face suddenly became extremely difficult to look. I am a good young man in the new era who doesn't even have a girlfriend. How can people have such misunderstandings? What's wrong in the process? After silently recalling, he remembered a commission that was fairly well paid but he never accepted. The commission of the rich woman who became famous because of the death of several husbands in a row. After thinking of this, his face became harder to look. Realizing that his reputation began to develop in some bad places, he decided to strictly limit the types of commissions in the future. Prevent those inexplicable commissions from appearing again. Write the content of the commission on it, and just write the remuneration in dollars you can pay. After speaking, Roger took out the last unused scroll and placed it solemnly in front of Dr. Rose. Looking at Roger with a serious look, Dr. Ross also realized that what he did just now was a little inappropriate. Dr. Rose did not speak, and straightly picked up the pen and wrote on the scroll. Commission remuneration, $5 million. Rog pointed to the suitcase next to him, and asked in a puzzled way, "Didn't you just say you can only take out so much money? It's not the same as what you said." "I can only put out so much now, but as long as you can save Banner, I will give you $5 million. Dr. Rose said very firmly, and then added silently, "Banner, he has enough money to pay. It's reasonable to use Banner's money to save Banner. It is also quite reasonable to entrust Rog who handed Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. to rescue Banner from S.H.I.E.L.D. It's reasonable to be a ghost, this is totally not something normal people would do. Fortunately, Rog is not a normal person, and Banner is not a normal person, so it is quite normal for them to do some abnormal things. After putting away the commission scroll, Rog glanced at the commission page of the system. The commission page is blank, and no new commission appears. Hey, another ninja coin was wasted. Just when Rog was about to reject Dr. Ross, a commission that was different from the request of the client appeared on the commission page. The content of Dr. Rose's commission was to rescue Banner from S.H.I.E.L.D. But the commissioned content given by the system is to prevent Hulk from destroying New York and send Hulk to Canada. This is the first time Rog encountered the system and gave a different entrusted content, and based on his understanding of the system, since the name of the system is Hulk, it means that he can only send the Hulk to in Canada, the commission will be judged to be completed. It is not difficult to understand how to prevent Hulk from destroying New York. After all, Hulk has such strength. But the request to send Hulk to Canada seems a bit abnormal. It was Hulk that was sent to Canada, not Banner, which meant that he could not wait for Hulk to return to Banner before sending him there as before. In addition, he was also curious about what Canada did wrong, and the system would actually ask him to send Hulk there. To some extent, Hulk is equivalent to a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb that can explode continuously. Send such a guy to Canada, just think about what will happen in Canada. Moreover, this kind of commission is different from the requirements of the principal, and how to make the final judgment on the remuneration is also a new problem. Although Rog's mind was full of doubts, it was clear that the system did not intend to explain anything. I took your task, but there is a small problem. You may need to be in Canada to see Banner. Since the system has given tasks, and the commission pay is not low, Rog will naturally not get through with the commission. Not to mention just sending Hulk to Canada, even if the hatred is also sent there, as long as the system can give the corresponding commission and reward, he will do the same. Alright. Although this result was different from what I had imagined, no matter what, Banner was rescued from S.H.I.E.L.D., so Dr. Rose finally agreed. But when she didn't think about it, although S.H.I.E.L.D. looked like a special institution in the United States, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had corresponding bases in most places in the world. Canada is clearly one of them. You can now tell me what you know where Banner is being held. Dr. Rose may not know exactly where Banner is being held by S.H.I.E.L.D., but his father, General Rose, will certainly know. He's in New York right now, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Queens. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it. LTnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee has the fastest update speed. Chapter 74, Nick Fury. All I know is that. As for where the S.H.I.E.L.D. base is located in Queens, I don't know. At this point, Dr. Rose's tone became a little lonely. It was not that General Ross was unwilling to tell Dr. Ross the specific address, but because he did not know where the S.H.I.E.L.D. base was actually located. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s willingness to tell General Ross about Banner's base in Queens was already a great deal of face to the Air Force Lieutenant General. It doesn't matter, knowing that Banner is still in New York is enough. During the previous battle, Rog had already left the Thunder God technique on Hulk. So as long as Banner's approximate location is available, he can directly sense the Flying Thunder God technique in his area, and then directly transmit it through Flying Thunder God. When you arrive in Canada, just call the above number, and then I will take Banner with you. After speaking, Rog gave Dr. Rose a handful of Vibrato's God of Thunder, and at the same time gave her a business card with his own phone. Although there is no requirement for Banner to meet Dr. Rose in the system's commissioned content, Roger still intends to satisfy Dr. Rose's wishes a little bit and let her meet Banner with him. When Dr. Rose left the office with the Flying Thunder God Kyo and his business card, he began to sense all the Flying Thunder God skills in the Queen's area. After distinguishing the one belonging to Banner from the dozens of Flying Thunder Gods, Rog used psychic skills to summon the Kusanagi sword, Group Fan, mask, auspicious cloud robe and other items in the scroll. Although he couldn't hide his true identity whether he changed his outfit or not, he still put on his combat outfit with a sense of ritual. It doesn't matter whether you can hide your identity, what's important is that it looks a bit more compelling. After doing all this, his figure disappeared in the office. When he appeared again, he had come next to Banner, to be precise, next to Banner who was lying on the operating table. This is a room that looks similar to an operating room, except that it is not a patient lying on the operating table, and there are 4 heavily armed agents standing at the door of the room. It is not much different from a real operating room. Rog's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the 4 heavily armed agents raised their weapons and aimed at him for the first time. However, before the 4 agents had time to shoot, they saw a pair of blood-red eyes, and then the whole person stood in place as if they had lost their soul. Right round eyes illusion. After the battle with Hulk, Rog began to gradually like the feeling of using the illusion of the Phantom. It can be activated only by looking at each other, and it has a variety of uses. More importantly, bystanders have no idea what happened. In the eyes of bystanders, Rog just turned his head and glanced at the 4 agents, and then these agents stood there motionless stupidly, and the effect of forcing the grid directly reached full marks. After dealing with the 4 SHIELD agents, Rog came to Banner and cut off the restraint belt that bound Banner with Kuna, and at the same time pulled out the needle on Banner's right arm. Although SHIELD Bureau had no way to subdue the violent Hulk, they used a very clever way to prevent Hulk from playing at all. As long as Banner's heartbeat has been maintained at a low frequency, Hulk can be effectively prevented from appearing. Although Hulk is terrifying, Banner is very easy to deal with. However, SHIELD Bureau still had a little conscience. Instead of directly dissecting Banner, he kept collecting and analyzing his blood composition, and collected him speechlessly detailed body data. Just when Rog was about to leave here with Banner, who hadn't fully woken up yet, a man in a black trench coat and a blindfold in his left eye rushed over. Next to this man was Natasha with burgundy curly hair. This man is no one else, it is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the title of hero. Mom messes with fake. Wait. Don't leave, we can discuss it. After receiving the report from his agents, Nick Fury rushed over with Natasha and tried to communicate with Roger. However, Roger paid no attention to Nick Fury, grabbed Banner by the shoulder, and disappeared in front of them instantly. It seems I was speaking too slowly, he didn't hear clearly. Nick Fury said calmly, and silently gave himself a step down. No, he heard clearly. Natasha also added silently. Roger did not bring Banner back to his office, but took him to the forest where he had practiced Mu Dun. At this time, Banner was still in a state of weakness due to the influence of the drug, and there was no way to stand up like a normal person. After perceiving Banner's current physical state with chakra perception, Rog ignored Banner and left him alone in this rare travel forest. He used the Thunder God to leave here. After dozens of minutes, he returned here with a brand new Chevrolet black pickup, as well as a bunch of food and clothes. After tens of minutes of rest, the influence of the drugs in Banner's body gradually disappeared, and his physical strength began to recover little by little. Don't rush to transform. Your girlfriend, Dr. Rose, commissioned me to save you. If you still want to see him, get in the car. When Roger appeared again, Banner's first reaction was to transform into Hulk. He hasn't forgotten that the person in front of him handed himself over to S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing Roger's words, Banner thought about it for dozens of seconds, and then went straight to the black pickup, ready to open the door and get on the car. The position of the co-pilot is mine, and your position is beside you. After speaking, Roger opened the door directly and sat in the position of the co-pilot. Although he didn't know exactly what Roger was going to do, Banner came to the driver's place and drove out of the forest. Where? Banner asked, holding the steering wheel. It's fine to drive in the direction of Canada, you can drive any way. Rog replied casually. In fact, Rog doesn't need to prepare a vehicle specifically for this. He can completely take Banner to stay somewhere, and after Dr. Ross arrives in Canada, he will directly use the Thunder God to teleport over. Although this is the most labor-saving method, he does not intend to do it. Just bringing Banner to Canada was too wasteful, in other words, too wasteful of the Hulk in his body. Before taking Banner out of the operating room, he had already figured out how to use the Hulk in Banner. Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the literature of the Ninja God Who Likes Mumin Lee is updated fastest. Chapter 75, Wood Dragon Art. Betty, what conditions did he give you that would actually move you to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to save me? After dozens of minutes of silence, Dr. Banner, who was driving the car, finally spoke. $5 million, but she only paid a $1 million deposit. She said you would pay the remaining $4 million. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Dr. Banner slammed the brakes and looked at Rog incredulously. Just because of $5 million, you dare to rescue me from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Dr. Banner is not the kind of rich man who is worth more than 100 million yuan, he knows very well that for this kind of commission, 5 million is not a very generous reward. Let's not talk about the process of saving people. The problem is that this action of saving people is undoubtedly playing the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner didn't think Roger would offend S.H.I.E.L.D. for a mere $5 million. $5 million is a lot, and many people may not be able to earn this amount for a lifetime of hard work. Roger answered Banner casually. Just like Banner guessed, if the reward was only $5 million, he really didn't have much interest in taking on the task. The reason for taking this task is because the system gives a pretty good reward. Delegated content, prevent Hulk from destroying New York and send it to Canada, commission status, incomplete, commission reward, 50 nin coins. Although the rewarded nin coin is only half of the previous commission, considering the difficulty of the commission this time, Rog thinks the price is quite good. Preventing Hulk from destroying New York is not particularly difficult in itself. As long as Banner doesn't transform into Hulk in New York, or takes the already transformed into Hulk directly with Thunder God away from New York, the first half of the commission will be completed. As for the content of the second half, it is fairly easy. The system does not specify when to send Hulk there, nor does it specify what specific location to send. So as long as you let Hulk come out before crossing the Canadian border, and then throw him over, the latter part will be considered complete. Since you mentioned this question, I just want to ask, how do you plan to pay the remaining $4 million? After hearing Roger's question, Banner didn't even turn his head, and said directly, I have an account at the bank. As long as I have an account and a password, I can withdraw. After speaking, Banner directly told Rog his account number and password, and added, remind you, if you withdraw the money, General Rose and S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely follow you. You have to solve it yourself. It's okay, as long as there are $4 million in the account. Whether it is General Rose or S.H.I.E.L.D., offending is also offending. This is not a serious matter. After driving for a few hours, Rog suddenly said, park here, there is food in the cargo box. After eating, let's go to the next forest. Banner didn't know what Rog wanted to do, but he pulled over as Rog ordered, and then opened the cargo box at the back. After opening the cargo box at the back, Banner was a bit stunned. The cargo boxes are filled with various high-calorie foods, and beside these foods, there are also several loose sportswear. Remember to eat a little bit. Rog's voice came out of the car. Half an hour later, Roger and Banner parked their car outside the forest, and the two of them walked toward the depths of the forest. Up to this point, Banner still didn't know what Roger wanted to do, but followed him silently. After reaching the depths of the forest, Roger finally spoke. Let Hulk come out. Banner suspected that he had heard it wrong, and asked with a puzzled look, you just said, let Hulk come out. Yes, let Hulk come out. What does this guy want to do? Banner didn't know what Rog wanted to do, but he thought it was an opportunity for him. Become a Hulk, hit Roger, and be free again. Banner flashed through each plan in his mind. In that case, don't blame me. Before long, under Banner's deliberate indulgence, a trace of green appeared on his skin, and the whole person began to grow bigger and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Hulk, who was 3 or 4 meters tall, appeared again, Hulk first uttered an angry roar like a beast, and then fixed his eyes on Roger, as if he was going to swallow him alive. However, before Hulk attacked, he saw Roger, who was not far away, suddenly clasped his fingers, forming a handprint that he didn't know what to call him. With the gift of non-printing technique, Rog does not need to perform any seal of ninjutsu. But in order to look better, he quietly closed a seal. Mu Dunwood Dragon Technique. At the moment Rog finished his seal, a wooden dragon more than 10 meters long with a long hooked nose and thorns all over his body jumped out of the ground instantly and directly attacked Hulk. Facing the wood dragon that struck, Hulk had no plan to retreat, but ran towards the wood dragon on the initiative. It's just wood, it can be interrupted easily. In the blink of an eye, Hulk smashed into each other fiercely. Just when Hulk was about to tear this somewhat obtrusive wooden dragon, the wooden dragon suddenly wounded him tightly. The dragon made of wood can't stop me. Hulk began to exert force, trying to break free of the wooden dragon. But he soon noticed something was wrong. This wood is very wrong. With Hulk's power, let alone wood, he can break free even if he is entangled in chains. But at this time, not only did he not get rid of the wooden dragon entwining him, but he also found that his physical strength was disappearing quickly at a terrifying speed. Although Hulk's wisdom is not as good as Banner, he is definitely not stupid. The wood dragon's tenacity far exceeded Hulk's expectations. What's more troublesome is that the longer the entanglement, the lower his physical strength and the less likely to break free. After a minute or two, Hulk was extremely unwilling to change back to Banner again. When Hulk disappeared, Rog also lifted his control of the wood dragon technique. Without the continuous input of chakra, this wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over its body also turned back to ordinary wood, losing all its peculiarities. Banner crawled out of the wooden dragon that had been turned into a wooden dragon, and he was lying on the ground as if he had just finished a marathon. After eating, put on new clothes, and then we leave here. Banner only now knew why Roger came here with a set of clothes and a bunch of things. After dozens of minutes, Banner returned to the car without saying a word, and directly activated the pickup and drove towards Canada. Ninja God Who Likes Maman Lee, please collect it, ltnovel.com, the literature of the ninja god who likes Maman Lee is updated fastest.